British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1001 Moscow Night. In fact, for the Soviet Union, what they are happy to show are all kinds of macroscopic grand buildings, such as cinemas, children's palaces, and these are standard features under the planned economy. Even the border towns thousands of miles away are small and complete, not to mention that this is the Soviet capital Moscow. However, these displays have a good effect on other members of the British delegation, but this does not include Alan Wilson, who has seen too many, bigger and more magnificent ones. He was not surprised at all to visit these things, but he was surprised by the appearance of Furtsiva. It was strange that the most powerful woman in the Soviet Union appeared here. Furtsiva's status is too high now. She is a member of the Central Presidium reorganized by Khrushchev. In short, if the power of the Soviet Union is ranked, one hand can't count, but two hands can definitely count. Today's Furtsiva is rare. She has been carefully made up and dressed in decent clothes. It can be seen that she has been carefully prepared. Of course, this careful preparation is only known to the secretary who often follows Furtsiva. Alan Wilson didn't understand what the person who introduced her said and secretly looked at Furtsiva several times. The great achievements of the 5-year plan. The Soviets who received them kept on talking about their love for the great motherland. Ellen Wilson laughed out of place, her face full of disdain, as if she had a hateful expression on her face that said, "If you keep on bragging, I believe I will lose." "What are you laughing at?" Furtsiva couldn't help but speak, with a posture that was intimidating without anger. The Soviet cadres around her also seemed indignant and glared at the imperialists in front of them. "Nothing, I just find it funny." Ellen Wilson was calm. As the permanent undersecretary of the British Foreign Office, he had diplomatic immunity after all, so he was not worried about any security problems in Moscow. "What's so funny? Are you laughing at the Soviet Union's national construction?" Furtsiva was relentless. She was really angry now. As one of the controllers of the Soviet Union, she could not tolerate someone laughing at her motherland. "You want to hear?" Alan Wilson put his hands on his chest and said to himself, although we foreigners don't know much about the information of the Soviet Union, the receptionist's words are a bit exaggerated about collectivism. I personally doubt the so-called 5-year plan results of the Soviet Union. Seeing a group of Soviet people looking unfriendly, Alan Wilson continued without panic. From the perspective of the Soviet Union, there are limitations on the development of many industries and agriculture. Complete a children's palace in 3 months. Maybe it is really possible to rush the time, but it will inevitably bring quality problems. Your country compares Vladivostok to San Francisco in propaganda, without considering the impact of climate on the city? So why should I believe in the so-called construction results of the Soviet Union? I'm more inclined to believe that the Soviet Union successfully planted corn in Siberia in winter, which may be successful. The Soviet Union has only 3 months of suitable construction time each year. If you bite the bullet, the construction time each year is only 6 or 7 months, which brings many problems to the implementation of the Soviet 5-year plan. For example, when there are materials, there is no time, and when there is time, there is no material. Alan Wilson had lived in a high latitude area. In some places, sleeping on the street might be uncomfortable, but in higher latitude areas, sleeping on the street was not uncomfortable, it was fatal. The climate in the Soviet Union was even more severe than the environment he had lived in his previous life. So that's how it is. Furtsiva raised the corners of her mouth and said lazily, "This British gentleman may not know that difficulties are temporary, not that there are no solutions. When I have materials, but no time to produce precast concrete parts, I will produce and maintain cement precast parts. When the time comes, I will install the precast parts. You know, it takes a long time to install this kind of cement precast parts. The Soviet method is simple and crude mechanization. The cost of cement precast parts is much higher. Of course, you are a planned economy, and you can control the cost not so high by reducing labor costs. who made the Soviets willing to contribute. Alan Wilson was still a little gloating, and he bluntly exposed the so-called prefabricated component method. This was the only way, but he did not forget to give a sweet date after a slap in the face. I recognize some of the achievements made by the Soviet Union, but they may not be as great as you said. If my words just now are offensive, then I'm sorry. I can also praise the Soviet Union. For the current Soviet Union, I would like to call it a infrastructure maniac. What do you think? Such praise is not excessive. The proportion of the Soviet Union's construction projects reached 37%, which is not much worse than the sum of the rest of the world. The construction field has always been a headache for the Soviet Union. Why can't the Soviet Union implement a 2-year plan, and must implement a 5-year plan? A very important point is the construction cycle of this factory. It is obvious that you imperialists are relying on your original accumulation to point fingers at those who build their own countries. Furtsever smiled coldly. Let's see who will shed tears in 10 or 50 years. Of course it's the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson counted on his fingers and felt that this victory must belong to the free world. He said indifferently, if you have this time to criticize imperialism, you might as well find a way to raise the wages of construction workers and don't treat them as cattle and horses. This is worse than anything else. Oh, I almost forgot that if the currency can't buy things, it is worthless. In a sense, stubbornly dedicating to a great cause is also a kind of propaganda that has to be adopted. Considering the relationship with the Soviet Union, Alan Wilson still said poorly, so as not to stimulate the self-esteem of the Soviets. This is all for the consideration of state relations, without any selfish motives. Once something starts, it has to continue. In the one-day trip to Moscow, arranged by the Soviet side, Alan Wilson had to play the role of an enemy, which was fine with him, as it was a warm-up before Nixon's arrival. The Soviet Union will definitely have a large overcapacity problem in many areas, but unfortunately we don't know the specific figures. Back at the Ukrainian hotel, Alan Wilson told Foreign Secretary Macmillan about his great achievements today, which dealt a heavy blow to the Soviet Union's self-promotion. Fortunately, you are a diplomat, otherwise you may not be able to leave Moscow. Macmillan thought that this permanent undersecretary was really bold, and after a pause, he said, we don't have the Soviet Union's data, and the economic system is also different. Blindly criticizing may cause resentment, and this is not London. If it were London, Macmillan would not mind taking a strict stand and criticizing the Soviet Union, even if it was an obvious lie, but this is the Soviet capital Moscow, so he would have to think twice before acting. The foreign secretary, who was in a cowing position, bowed his head decisively, without the tough style he had in London, and showed a flexible moral bottom line. We should show our good side, instead of seizing the opponent's pain points and attacking them continuously. Minister, what you said makes a lot of sense. Alan Wilson was full of admiration, expressing his appreciation for my attitude of being submissive in Moscow and hitting hard in London. This is the foreign secretary that Britain needs. Tomorrow is the day when Nixon will arrive in Moscow. Alan Wilson knew that the minister wanted to rest, so he walked out of the room and went to the place arranged for him. Who arranged this? Why is it so far away? Alan Wilson was arranged to live in a very far room, which was one of the reasons why he was angry today. After pushing open the door and closing it, Alan Wilson was thinking about how to make a presence in the kitchen debate. If he performed well, it might be an important asset for promotion to cabinet secretary. Then he looked up and was almost scared. Why are you here? This is the Soviet Union. I can be wherever I want. No one dares to control me. Furtsever shook her keychain, and her tone was no different from Alan Wilson's in London more than 10 years ago. It's different, Ekaterina. The lifestyle issues in the Soviet Union and the UK are completely different. Alan Wilson swallowed and lowered his voice. Lubyanka is not a joke. The National Security Committee can still scare the British. They should feel honored. The head of the KGB is not even a member of the Central Presidium, so he is a threat to the Central Committee members. Furtsever leaned over and said, Mr. Wilson, oh, sir, you are not so timid in London. What happened today? Furtsever is now one level higher than the head of the KGB, and the threat of the KGB to her is almost non-existent. If the KGB chairman and she were on the same level, that would be a real problem, but not now. Fitness can delay aging. Alan Wilson swore that he had never lied to Fertsever. This was his conclusion after observing the movie Queens. There are side effects. Greta Garbo and others now have a much tougher face and are no longer as soft as before, but how can there be a perfect way to delay aging? We must have a good relationship with Brezhnev. Alan Wilson, who died before he could achieve his goal, succumbed to the tyranny of the cultural tsar and temporarily forgot about the bullshit free world. Cultural tsar? Fertsever nodded slightly and asked, "Where did you hear this title from?" "I studied Oriental Studies." Alan Wilson took the initiative back calmly. "I heard that there was a little unhappiness between you and your comrades. You used to be the Minister of Education. Think about it. Why does Chinese history include the history of the Mongolian plateau? Mongolia is now an independent country." Fertsever's face was gloomy, and she remained silent. Then she laughed. Even pure comrades can't avoid stumbling. The more they argue, the clearer the truth becomes. This is all very normal. If there is wine, I really want to toast to this noble comradeship. Alan Wilson nodded in approval. After the battle with the cultural tsar, the outstanding representatives of the old imperialism lost their spirit. They followed the foreign minister to meet Nixon, who had just arrived in Moscow, and they were a little listless. 999 is wouldn't. I didn't write anything, but thanks to the love of Gideon. When it comes to the Indian War, just copy a piece of news. Chapter 1002 Kitchen Debate. A night of verbal battles exhausted Alan Wilson physically and mentally. After all, this is Moscow, not London. Fertsever is a big figure in the Soviet Union, but he is not. It is inevitable that he is nervous. During this period, the cultural czar was not very satisfied. The consequence of this dissatisfaction is that he is listless today. "I heard Joseph talk about you." Nixon greeted Alan Wilson. "He doesn't have many friends. You are one of the ones he mentions frequently. It seems that you are the same kind of people. I heard that you quarreled with the Soviets yesterday." Nixon was referring to the quarrel on the tour itinerary. He had learned about this through the diplomat's retelling. But the respected US Vice President did not know that the fierce quarrel yesterday was not limited to the daytime. "We should show a tough attitude towards the Soviets when appropriate." Alan Wilson looked like a defender of the free world, and with his not very good mental state, it really seemed like this. As for Foreign Secretary Macmillan, he took the opportunity to show the special relationship between Britain and the United States, because Nixon was also a famous anti-Soviet fighter, and Alan Wilson's personal relationship with McCarthy also became a living signboard to show the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Everyone walked and talked together in Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union, discussing how to promote the reputation of the free world. Alan Wilson naturally began to shamelessly belittle the achievements of the Soviet Union. He knew that what he said was not all true, but his position was here, so he had to say so. Many of the Soviet Union's achievements were real, and the title of infrastructure maniac was not a noble one. This proved nothing, except that the Soviet Union was underdeveloped. For example, as the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, many constructions in Britain have been completed for a long time, and the post-war Labour Party's transformation of London was just enough. Is it necessary to renovate all the cities in the UK? Isn't this duplicate construction? And after renovation, aging is inevitable. The Soviet Union is now building quite magnificent high-rise buildings, but they will be old and dilapidated in 20 or 30 years. Then what? Demolish them and rebuild them again. Alan Wilson is not incompetent to pile up houses. He did this in the colonies. This development model can be summarized as extensive development. What is there to praise? Anyway, he didn't find it. The buildings displayed by the Soviet Union now are not worth much attention, although they look magnificent. What is not displayed is worth noting. Now is the end of the fifth five-year plan. In the period of the coming of the 1960s, the Soviet Union's machinery manufacturing is showing serious overcapacity. The Soviet Union's solution is industrial upgrading. 174 fully automatic assembly lines began to be put into production. During the fifth five-year plan, the Soviet machinery industry invented more than 2,700 instruments and automation tools. At this time, the Soviet Union can produce 500 kinds of precision machine tools. Special machine tools have increased by 21 times. Precision machine tools have increased by 10 times. Broaching machines have increased by 8 times. Deer processing machine tools have increased by 5 times. And grinding machines have increased by 3.5 times. On the basis of the original huge amount of machinery, it can produce 500 kinds of fully automatic and semi-automatic machine tools, and a large number of low-end machine tools have been eliminated. Through mechanical automation, assembly line automation, elimination of backward machine tools, replacement of gasoline engines with gas turbines, and replacement of small probability power generation equipment with high power generation equipment, the mechanization level in the fields of light industry, food, and construction has been improved, so that the number of Soviet machinery manufacturing has surpassed that of the United States as a whole, which is also the first time in world history. The Soviet Union's machinery manufacturing has not lagged behind since then, and later it imported machine tools from European countries to supplement it. So the Soviet Union needed Toshiba's machine tools to make submarines? Can Japanese machine tools surpass Europe? How is it possible? The Toshiba incident was the result of the United States singling out Japan, the unlucky one, to establish its power when almost all free world countries were doing business with the Soviet Union. There is no such thing as Japan being so advanced that the Soviet Union's nuclear submarines depend on it. Alan Wilson was very suspicious that this was Japan's advertisement in front of other more backward Asian countries, after being humiliated by the United States. However, in front of the foreign minister and the vice president of the United States, he had to turn a blind eye to these truly powerful areas of the Soviet Union. Any development of the Soviet Union must be extensive development. To some extent, this is also true. The Soviet Union's machinery manufacturing is advanced, but not as advanced as Europe and the United States. It is just application innovation. As long as you have the face to generalize, there is nothing that cannot be proved. He can also prove that the pyramids were built by Napoleon. What's so difficult about this? This derogation left a deep impression on Nixon. Alan Wilson firmly grasped the image of a fighter for the free world. It's time to let the Soviets see the gap with the free world. If the Soviets knew what Sir Wilson said, they would definitely be unhappy. Nixon joked with a teasing look on his face, not knowing that the person who was praising him had already prostrated himself at the feet of the cultural czar. In the half of the world controlled by the Soviet Union, Alan Wilson really didn't dare to do anything, and could only be submissive to Furtsever. Just like he had controlled Furtsever in London more than a decade ago, the situation has changed. Furtsever's voice when she returned home was not loud, but it was still heard by her son. Alexei walked out of the room, and looked at his mother with a strange look. "Mom, are you busy at work these 2 days?" "Yes." Furtsever was stunned and then smiled. "There is a lot of work at the Presidium, so I have to work overtime for 2 days. Mom is so hard." Alexei looked like a good baby, and his strange look disappeared. But when he turned around, he was suspicious. Why did his mother lie? Furtsever's performance just now met the characteristics of all liars. Although the journey of the anti-counter-revolutionary workers has just begun, he is sure that he is not wrong. For no reason, he remembered the plot in the movie, Dzerzhinsky's line, "Look into my eyes." Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Alexei said to himself, "Mother has her own considerations. Don't think too much." The opening of the American Expo was carefully prepared by Washington. Nixon personally came to Moscow to preside over the opening, which is an obvious proof. The items displayed in the expo naturally represent the advancement of the American free market, but it is also a lie to say that ordinary Americans have seen it now. Many products have not yet entered thousands of households. This exhibition focuses on consumer goods and leisure products. The exhibits include high-fidelity audio equipment, cinemas, household appliances and 22 cars. The products are carefully selected. It is more about consumption than freedom. Under the chairmanship of Nixon, the American Expo opened grandly, and the presence of British Foreign Secretary Macmillan demonstrated the unbreakable special relationship between Britain and the United States. The friendly interaction with Nixon made the host feel a little lonely. The Soviet Union also attached great importance to this expo. The number one figure Khrushchev personally attended the expo, and in the background behind him, there was a tall figure, Brezhnev, who later controlled the Soviet Union for a long time. There was also a lady in the Soviet team who was talking and laughing with Brezhnev, and it seemed that they had a very good relationship. While visiting the model kitchen of the transaction house, Nixon and Khrushchev had their first confrontation. The dialogue revolved around the housing issue. The housing issue is the top priority. For many people in capitalist countries, the housing issue will consume a lot of their labor results. Khrushchev spoke first, because before Nixon arrived in Moscow, Alan Wilson had belittled the development of building houses in front of Fertsiva. Khrushchev, who knew about this, used this as a breakthrough to attack. Alan Wilson unconsciously took 2 steps back, pretending to be an ordinary person in the crowd. However, the gazes of some British diplomats forced him to issue orders, and said in a low voice, "Pay attention to important things. The housing problem is not a burden for the United States." Nixon knew the source as soon as he heard it, and said calmly, "Mr. Khrushchev, for the wealth of the American people, houses are not a luxury. This is completely different from your imagination. The wealth that the United States has today is, to a certain extent, a classless society in itself. And the housing model you see is just the housing that an ordinary American can own in the suburbs. I'm definitely not exaggerating. The Soviet Union will have it too, and the Soviets have it only because they were born in the Soviet Union and do not need other additional factors." Khrushchev retorted, "Although Mr. Nixon keeps saying that this is something that ordinary Americans can have, it doesn't have much practical purpose. Mr. Khrushchev, let's continue to watch." Nixon smiled slightly. For this so-called practicality, he needed another exhibition area to prove it. Soon the two came to an exhibition area called Dream Kitchen. In Nixon's eyes, freedom is consumption, and the two mean the same thing. Although the title of his speech at the opening ceremony was What Freedom Is, the conversation with Khrushchev now talked about what Americans can consume. In the Dream Kitchen exhibition area, a sweeping robot was running, representing the advanced side of American society, and she said to Khrushchev, "It can replace the so-called labor. You think the Soviets will be stunned by this exhibition. But the fact is that all newly built Soviet houses will have this equipment. In the United States, you need money to get this house, but here, you just need to be a citizen of the Soviet Union. If an American citizen has no money, he has the right to sleep on the sidewalk. And you say we are slaves." Khrushchev shook his head slightly and said, "Mr. Nixon, your admiration for consumption is really surprising. Actually, I have a question." At this time, Fertsiva asked with a smile, "Vice President Nixon, is the so-called sweeping robot you mentioned very common in the United States? Or is it limited to some toys of the upper class? Some American products are not universal." Fertsiva has investigated it clearly, and the source of information is absolutely reliable. I have written similar chapters before, so it feels particularly strange to code this chapter. Chapter 1003 MSE Debate. This exhibition hall is really nice. It can be seen that the Soviet Union also attaches great importance to it and gives the Americans enough face. A gentleman who is guilty of revealing the bottom line of the free world to the culturals looks up and down as if everything has nothing to do with him. So what is the use of this sweeping robot? It does not exist in the lives of the public. Although Fertsiva was smiling, her tone was somewhat aggressive. Like the vice president said, this machine can replace the labor of housewives. It can even replace wives. The original harmonious relationship between husband and wife. Can wives be replaced by machines? Nixon used the terms housewife and woman alternately in his conversation with Khrushchev. This was also the general understanding of Americans in the 1950s, and Nixon, as a politician, was no exception. You must know that the feminist movement is currently considered by American conservatives as a traditional threat to American liberal values. It was during the break in the conversation that Fertsiva stepped forward and joined the discussion, starting from Nixon's words. Fertsiva was a woman, and the most powerful woman in the entire Soviet Union. As soon as she opened her mouth, she brought the topic to the issue of women's rights and seized the loopholes in Nixon's words to attack him. Alan Wilson muttered in his heart, there were fully automatic electronic cameras recording around, and it would soon be spread all over the world. Fully automatic electronic cameras were not exhibited in the American Expo for the public, and not many people knew about it. Furtsever might be the only one who knew about it on the Soviet side. Don't ask, even Alan Wilson didn't know how it was leaked. Obviously Furtsever was well prepared, knowing that there might be a fierce debate. When she learned about the existence of fully automatic electronic cameras, she thought of joining in, and considering her career. The Soviet Central Committee Presidium member personally came out, and the power was so terrifying. Nixon, a veteran politician, obviously did not expect such a scene to happen, and he was not prepared at all. Well, we respect women, and the free world certainly pays attention to protecting the concept of family. Ms. Furtsever, you seem to have misunderstood some issues. What I mean is, the meaning has been revealed in the words of the Vice President. Furtsever cast a coquettish look and smiled gently. It seems that the issue of gender equality is still in a very acute area in the United States. This is a very abstract issue, and people are different. For many families, this is their own problem. As a government, we cannot use administrative power to guide and order what to do. The US government cannot tell citizens what they should and should not do like the Soviet government. Nixon was extremely passive for a while, after being suddenly attacked by Furtsever, but after a period of blankness, Nixon, as a veteran politician, quickly found a way to deal with it, and ridiculed the Soviet Union's big government. The core content of the current American concept of freedom is economic prosperity and consumption choices under the background of traditional family life. This kind of free life provides men with far more opportunities to pursue happiness than women can enjoy. Although the embarrassing moment just now was not long, it did allow everyone to see Nixon's embarrassment. Ms. Furtsever, every country is different, with different cultures and social systems. You can't force the other party to accept your views just because of these differences. Seeing this, British Foreign Secretary Macmillan directly expressed his support for Nixon, practicing the significance of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. This is also an important purpose of Britain's visit to Moscow this time, fearing that the United States would be alone in the Soviet Union's home court. At this time, Macmillan did not know the seriousness of the matter. He was also an old school politician, much older than Nixon. Seeing that the Americans suffered losses, he immediately stated his position. Alan Wilson looked like the matter was not simple, staring at Macmillan's back. From the face, your ode to Prime Minister is basically certain to be ruined. The value of each vote of voters is equal, and male votes will not be counted as two. What if the full version of the speech is leaked? Alan Wilson has even simulated in his mind at this time whether there will be unexpected consequences when Macmillan's illegitimate daughter issue is combined with today's speech. That's right. Nixon, who was supported by Macmillan, calmed down and started another topic. What Mr. Khrushchev said just now seems to make sense, but it is not true equality. It's not true equality. Alan Wilson winked, and a bunch of diplomats around him began to flatter him. Taking advantage of this time, Furtsever returned to the back of the Soviet cadre team and whispered behind Brezhnev, "The problem is not the Soviet Union and the United States. The perspective of the whole world can make Americans speechless. The high living standard in the United States can only represent the United States, not the whole world. There are many capitalist countries." Brezhnev nodded and quietly walked behind Khrushchev to whisper a reminder. Nixon was still trying to turn the tables. A free society emphasizes equality. As long as everyone is born with hands and feet, they can strive. Why should the government impose high taxes on those who strive to help the lazy? So as long as Americans strive, they can enter the middle class. Although they are not rich, their lives are very easy. In contrast, no matter how hard the Soviet people struggle, they are still forced to distribute living products by the state. This one-sided egalitarianism is not true equality, but forced fairness. One-sided evaluation of the Soviet Union or the United States is not the answer to this question. You must know that, whether it is the United States or Europe, the living standards are unfair compared to other regions. The economy of Eastern Europe as a whole has been incomparable to that of Western Europe for hundreds of years. I believe that neither the United States nor the United Kingdom will deny this fact. Let us pick a country with similar conditions that was built from ruins. How about North Korea and South Korea? I wonder which of these two countries, in your opinion, has a better life. I think Mr. Nixon will use the military government as an excuse to show that South Korea is not part of the free world. Nixon was silent for a while. It seemed that today's situation was far more difficult than what he had discussed with the British Foreign Secretary and the Permanent Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. He didn't know that if he hadn't discussed too deeply with Macmillan and Alan Wilson, he wouldn't have encountered such a difficult situation today. Of course not. How can a military government be a free world? Alan Wilson spoke directly, kicking South Korea out of the free world with a kick, and then changed the subject. In fact, comparing these third world countries can't prove anything. Isn't Germany the best comparison object? There is no need to compare South Korea and North Korea. North Korea's living standard in this era is far higher than South Korea. This comparison is not good for Britain and the United States. Naturally, Alan Wilson expelled South Korea from the free world nationality and pulled the comparison to federal Germany and democratic Germany. The Federal Republic of Germany is an important industrial area in the former Germany, with a population and area several times that of the Democratic Republic of Germany. Furtsever spoke in fluent English. On the contrary, North Korea and South Korea are at the same starting line in all indicators. Debate, not quarrel. Alan Wilson smiled unhurriedly. It's better to take a look at the exhibition, Madam. Vice President Nixon and the minister did not come to Moscow specifically to quarrel, but came here with full goodwill. We all understand that peace and development are the mainstream. The catastrophes of the two world wars have left mankind with profound disasters and heavy lessons. The people of all countries in the world have a strong pursuit of peace. Peaceful development has become the trend of the world, and the people are in favor of it. Yes, we agree with the British view. Nixon suppressed his anger and smiled. Instead of an aggressive quarrel about who is right and who is wrong, let time prove everything. Isn't it better to talk about the advantages of our washing machines than to talk about the power of our rockets? Isn't this kind of competition what you want? Yes, that's the kind of competition we want, but your generals say they are strong enough to destroy us. We can also show you something to let you know the Soviet spirit. We are strong, and we can defeat you. In this regard, we can also show you something. Cheers to peace and the abolition of all military bases abroad. Khrushchev raised his glass and looked around, followed by applause. Nixon did not raise his glass. We are just simply toasting for peace. I wish Comrade Khrushchev a long life. Brezhnev raised his glass to wish, and then Furtsever and other Soviet cadres raised their glasses to indicate. Nixon finally raised his glass and said, I want to toast to this. Although we don't agree with your policies, we wish you good health. I wish you a long life. This is also our wish. Macmillan raised his glass. For world peace and development. For world peace and development. Alan Wilson followed the tone of the Foreign Secretary, and then the British diplomatic delegation also raised their glasses. For world peace and development. Alan Wilson, who was addicted to alcohol, was wondering, who won? Anyway, in the history in my mind, no one won. It's just that the Soviet Union lost earlier and the United States lost later. The good life in the United States that Nixon talked about has been replaced by the anti-intellectual rednecks, Black Lives Matter, and 1/10 of the population is a drug addict. The Soviet Union is no longer the Soviet Union, so is the United States still the United States? Nixon placed his hopes on the United States supported by the middle class, but the middle class in it is no longer the middle class that Nixon saw. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1004, There is a Bright Future. Alan Wilson knew how the entire debate recorded by the electronic camera would be handled. When the United States broadcasted it, it would turn up Nixon's voice and down Khrushchev's words, which would make Nixon defend the free world and Khrushchev suppressed and unable to move. The Soviet Union's handling method was relatively simple. When Nixon did not exist, only the paragraphs in which Khrushchev angrily denounced American imperialism were reported. Since there was no third party present in history, the British handling method was obvious. As the conscience of the free world, Britain should uphold the principle of neutrality and tell the objective facts to the world. Emphasizing the mediation of Foreign Secretary Macmillan, the United States and the Soviet Union were on the verge of a war. Fortunately, our Great Britain mediated in the middle. In this way, the three countries of Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union could all win. You lead your second world, and I lead my first world. Both sides have a bright future. Alan Wilson felt that this might establish Britain's authority in the field of journalism and get very amazing benefits. He did not know whether a kitchen costing $14,000 in the United States was really affordable for all Americans. Anyway, this price was not affordable for Britain, which was currently close to the per capita income of the United States. It is absolutely not okay to earn 4 years of income for only a kitchen. A house is more than just a kitchen. The kitchen debate ended. After a debate, no one could convince the other. After leaving the expo, the British and American delegations returned to the Ukrainian hotel. Nixon did not have much time. After completing the task of hosting the opening of the American expo, he was ready to go home. The Soviets are more difficult to deal with than I thought. Nixon was still in a state of fear, thinking about whether his response was appropriate. Nixon, who was ambitious for the presidency of the United States, naturally could not take this debate lightly. This mentality could not be hidden from Alan Wilson. Otherwise, what was this hardcore anti-Soviet element doing in Moscow? It was just to show his presence and establish his personality. Unfortunately, Kennedy's pretty boy got the advantage. Vice President Nixon, it is admirable that you defended the ideals of the free world and did not fall into the trap of the Soviets' rhetoric. Alan Wilson started to flatter and pointed out the role of Britain. We came here specifically because we suspected the Soviet Union's shady actions, otherwise the Soviet Union would plot a conspiracy on such an occasion. The Soviets do plot, but the electronic cameras in the field will not lie. Nixon laughed and boasted about the latest achievements of the United States. The machine will not lie. I know. Alan Wilson nodded. Since he knew it, Furtz even knew it. Of course, in order to maintain the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Nixon was not suitable to know this. Alan Wilson was not selfishly considering himself, but considering Nixon. A person who aspires to the position of president may be used by his competitors if he shows unreliable performance in such an important occasion. As a gentleman, Alan Wilson felt that he had an obligation to avoid this embarrassment for Nixon, not just for himself. Macmillan knew that Nixon was about to return to the United States, so he said goodbye after a few pleasantries and did not disturb Nixon's rest. However, the British side still needs to be explained, such as how to highlight the role of the UK in this debate, while showing an independent third-party point of view, and avoiding the image of completely agreeing with the United States. Alan Wilson had guessed it long ago, and asked Wick to immediately greet the country through the embassy in Moscow. The Soviet Union may not know the huge wealth accumulated by the United States now. Macmillan was a little sentimental. Maybe they know. After all, the Soviet Union is a country twice the size of the United States and almost the same size as the entire North America. Alan Wilson sighed. Although most of the Soviet Union's territory is tundra, the fact that tundra cannot be used for farming does not mean that nothing else can be done. Resources have nothing to do with whether it is a tundra. Australia's land is only slightly poorer than the Sahara Desert, but mining is not booming, right? Alan, it seems that you also have some understanding of the Soviet Union. Macmillan laughed. It is probably those Labour Party ministers, with their wishful pro-Soviet ideas, that have influenced you. Civil servants adhere to the principle of non-interference in party affairs, and will not be affected by such remarks. Alan Wilson denied it flatly. Dear Minister, the political differences between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party have nothing to do with us public officials. I'm not questioning the political neutrality of Whitehall. Macmillan immediately said that Alan Wilson had misunderstood, and he was not doubting the loyalty of the permanent secretary. In fact, even if he doubted it, it was not wrong. Alan Wilson had lived under both political systems. Of course, he had never seen a completely planned economy. In essence, China was only a planned economy during the 5 years when the Soviet Union was an advisor. After that, it was a planned economy on paper. In his opinion, both systems have their pros and cons. The Soviet Union's economic system relies on instructions, and some plans cannot be calculated. For example, how many sanitary napkins do Soviet women need? The British gentleman didn't know why he thought of this example, so it would be better to change it. Can the amount of food be calculated? Even if it can be, people's needs are not just solved by distributing flour at the right time. What about other needs? What if the bread made from flour is not sweet enough? How to solve it? Is it guaranteed that there is enough supply for every recipe of bread? This will inevitably cause great waste. On the one hand, if the supply is open, because there are not many options, the food supplied will be completely sold out, and these sold out foods may not be actually eaten, and it is possible that they are used to feed livestock. It is not that the Soviet Union has never fed cows with bread. The coexistence of waste and shortage is a problem of the Soviet economic system. In some areas, the Soviet Union supply can be described as massive, ignoring the cost problem. The price of a set of wrench toolboxes was the same in 1959 and 1989, and the steel stamp on the wrench was directly stamped with a price of 12 kopecks. Once the planned economy goes wrong, there will be a lot of facilities that are not particularly needed in construction. Almost every city and even large town in the Soviet Union will have supporting cinemas, trade union clubs, children's palaces and libraries, auditoriums, football fields, gymnasiums, matching schools, kindergartens, etc. Why did Alan Wilson know these configurations? Because he had seen them with his own eyes when he was a child in his previous life. The town where he lived had a permanent population of only tens of thousands, and there was a cinema with a capacity of 1,500 people. As long as the population of the Soviet Union reached a certain number, all of the above configurations must be available, and there were almost no exceptions. As for housing, the Soviet Union might not be able to supply it, but the above facilities were political tasks, and were much more important than any housing. With Nixon's departure, the British delegation will also leave, and Alan Wilson will spend the last time in Moscow. Furtseva's blushing was not fading, and she had a satisfied expression on her face. This time, she was very satisfied with the heroic performance of the British gentleman, and did not hesitate to praise him. His performance in the kitchen debate was seen by Khrushchev, the irreplaceable authority in the current Soviet Union, which made Furtseva willing to give Alan Wilson a little sweetness. Ekaterina. Alan Wilson was a little embarrassed and took advantage of the cultural czar's good mood to speak, I think. No. Furtseva refused without waiting for Alan Wilson to say it, and she had clearly boasted before. Even if it was a reward, this man should stop at the right time. Alan Wilson had no idea that the cultural czar was beating around the bush. He really had something to say, and he wanted Furtseva's help. I have an important matter that I need the cooperation of the Soviet Union. Only you can help Britain. Furtseva realized that she had misunderstood. Fortunately, she was still embarrassed because her red tide had not subsided. What is it? Don't expect me to sell out my country. There is still such a thing as patriotism in this world. Don't make a sound and listen to me. Make sure that only you know about this. Once it is leaked, even if you are a big figure in the Soviet Union, you will not be able to explain it clearly. Alan Wilson pulled the cultural czar up, and the two looked at each other to show the seriousness of the matter. Then he said, Britain has a plan to overthrow Sukarno's regime, and I know that the United States also has. Alan Wilson explained that the Indonesian government has become a thorn in the eyes of the free world, and Sukarno's regime's move to get close to China and the Soviet Union must be tried to overthrow. The United States provides economic assistance to the Indonesian military every year, and the Indonesian military and Indonesian political parties are on opposite sides. The names of Army Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Yani, Lieutenant General Panjaitan and Major General Haryono, Major General Supraputo, Major General Perman and Brigadier General Sudozo, General Nasution and Suharto were all among them. You want to take action against Indonesia? Furtseva looked at Alan Wilson in a daze, as if judging the authenticity of this matter. Do you think we can't do it? Indonesia is an archipelago. With our naval power and the US naval power, we dare not say that we will succeed. It is also easy to provoke a civil war. Alan Wilson said calmly. Aren't you and the United States wearing the same pants? Furtseva still didn't believe it, even though the two had just done a manned spaceflight that only the closest relationship could do. There is a gap in national strength between Britain and the United States, which cannot be made up at present. Alan Wilson said gloomily, the Malayan colony must be protected by Britain. If the Soviet Union attacks, Britain will of course respond without a doubt. But if the United States puts pressure on Britain, Britain may compromise. If Indonesia becomes a Soviet-style country, Britain will have reason to stay in Malaya, and the United States will not take action against Britain to force Britain to abandon the Malayan colony. On the contrary, the United States will help Britain. Sometimes, for the sake of national interests, we have to cooperate with the enemy and abandon the so-called close allies. You calculated it all. Furtsiva looked into Alan Wilson's eyes and shook her head. This is also good for the Soviet Union. You get Indonesia, so we all have a bright future. Alan Wilson grabbed Furtsiva's hand and promised, Ekaterina, I'm helping you too. Chapter 1005, Betrayal of Nixon. For the sake of Britain, Alan Wilson could even sell his soul. Perhaps there will be no more patriots like him in Britain in the future. He is in the center of an enemy country, but he still does not forget to seek benefits for the country. If there is a next time, he will not look back. Why don't you go to the motherland of the Chinese? There are mostly Chinese in Malaya, and there are also many in Indonesia. It would be easier to operate through the Chinese, right? Furtsiva wanted to pull out her hand, but after a tentative attempt, she was still tightly held by Alan Wilson, so she could only let it go. This is a very sharp question. But I have nothing to hide. We think the other party has a problem with their mentality, and this period of time is not suitable for contact. Alan Wilson said to himself that he dared not get involved. It was a very dangerous thing to cooperate with a country with high revolutionary enthusiasm. The Soviet Union was different. At least at present, the Soviet Union had passed the stage of vigorous enthusiasm after its establishment, fanning the flames and opposing imperialism everywhere. A certain big country is still at this stage. At the critical moment, when the revolutionary enthusiasm came up, they would betray Alan Wilson, the imperialist, without any hesitation. Maybe they would even comment with contempt that the imperialists were fighting each other in a dog-eat-dog struggle, and that they were seized by the great. Well, it is possible. Furtsiva nodded in scrutiny. I didn't expect that you British people saw it more clearly than us, and you supported it with all your strength, but ended up like this. Furtsiva shut up immediately, but how could Alan Wilson not know that there was a crack in the enemy camp, and smiled slightly. Supporting the industrialization of other countries is a stupid move. Didn't you also support Malaya? Furtsiva asked back with a tilted head, and then smiled bitterly. By the way, that's your colony. Of course you are not worried. If I were you, I would treat all arguments coldly, and block all information from the East. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson is British, and he must not make suggestions for the Soviet Union. If the enemy develops and becomes stronger, it will kill the free world. Even if Alan Wilson does not consider himself, he must consider his wife's poor and miserable life worth more than £2 billion. Only the national strength of your Soviet Union can support a country like Indonesia. Other countries in your camp cannot do it. If we cooperate with the Chinese's motherland, we must also consider that the Indonesian Chinese themselves are not trusted by the Indonesian military, and the target is huge. This is not conducive to confidentiality, and your Soviet Union's secret planning has improved the concealment a lot. Alan Wilson was still making the final persuasion to Furtsiva. Once successful, Indonesia will become a very good ally of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's allies are generally not in tropical countries, and some tropical specialties are lacking in the Soviet Union. The complementarity is still very large. In fact, for many countries, as long as a reliable armed force of 1,000 people is able to play a decisive role, and when it comes to action, we in Britain will cooperate. Isn't your Soviet KGB powerful? Can't you lurk and infiltrate a small country? Furtsiva was a little tempted. If successful, it would be of great benefit to the country, and the same is true for her personally. Thinking of this, Furtsiva's expression eased a little. You have made a big profit. If we don't take action, Britain's colonies will gradually be dismantled by the United States, just like the Iranian crisis. Don't be too complacent. Iran also has the interests of the Soviet Union. If the United States drives us away, it will be your turn next. You in Moscow should consider the Iranian issue now. Alan Wilson snorted and laughed and said sarcastically, and on the Iranian issue, even if our sanctions on Iran fail and the United States expels the influence of the Soviet Union, Britain will still stand on the side of the United States. If you don't believe me, you can just wait and see. If you have to choose between the Soviet Union and the United States to rely on, Britain will definitely choose the United States. You mean, the Soviet Union should not target Britain? Fertseva's eyes flickered, and she said firmly, once Britain loses the sphere of influence that supports Britain, it will reappear as a vassal of the United States. You are still for Britain. But it is also good for the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson still did not deny that he was considering the stability of Britain's interests. He changed the subject and said, as far as this night is concerned, what the Soviet Union got from Britain is more useful than any number of spies. I think it is not excessive for me to make some requests. Fertseva was startled, and then her face turned red. The cultural tsar who was so powerful in the kitchen debate bent down. Alan Wilson tilted his neck, with a face that looked like a real man who deserved a beating. The close cooperation between Britain and the Soviet Union is also possible in certain occasions. This is a win-win situation. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Fertseva, with a happy smile, left the Ukrainian hotel. When they parted, the two hugged each other for a long time. At this stage, each of them knew that the other was an important passerby in their lives. If you have my child, the whole world will be shocked if it gets out. Alan Wilson did not hide his dark psychology and tease the cultural tsar. Fertseva's face changed slightly, but she immediately concealed it and replied condescendingly, "You are just overthinking." What a pity. Alan Wilson, holding a baton, watched Fertseva's figure disappear from the window. The loyal and diligent imperial civil servant who was sleeping had to consider returning home now. Because of the seamless transmission of the electronic camera, the whole process of the kitchen debate has been spread all over the world. As for the winner of this debate, the United States and the Soviet Union each insisted that they were the winners. I firmly believe that peace and development are the mainstream. When returning to London, Foreign Secretary Macmillan emphasized in a radio interview that the situation was very tense at the time. He used all his life's diplomatic experience to mediate, trying to prevent the situation from getting out of control and ease the tense mood. The issue of free trade and lifting the embargo proposed by the Soviet Union is also of concern to many citizens at this time. The host nodded and raised this question. This is a very sharp question. Macmillan laughed and then said, you see, from the British perspective, we are of course happy to see world peace and emphasize the importance of development. But we also understand that development in various parts of the world is uneven and cannot be generalized. Many lessons have shown that the wishes are good, but there will always be various problems in the practice, so this requires a safe response. In order to avoid collateral damage caused unavoidably, the issue of macro-structural adjustment is a broader area. But the beginning of the dialogue is positive, and I believe that a constructive plan will be put forward in the future and will be implemented at that time. Mr. Editor-in-Chief, why are you looking at me? Alan Wilson turned around and saw the editor-in-chief of the radio station staring at him with a half smile on his face, as if he had discovered something. Nothing. The editor-in-chief withdrew his gaze and asked casually, are you satisfied with the minister's performance? Oh, a very sharp question. I'm very willing to answer this question. Alan Wilson answered calmly, as a civil servant and minister, I cannot evaluate whether the minister's views on some issues are reasonable. This will violate the neutrality principle of civil servants. It will damage the professionalism of Whitehall. In a word, the interview in the studio continued, and the host asked the last question. Regarding the debate on women's issues, the minister's words seem to have been misunderstood. I absolutely support the protection of women's rights. Macmillan's answer was firm, but the minister seemed to express his approval of Nixon's words. The host continued to ask questions relentlessly. No, I don't agree. Macmillan shirked his responsibility completely. I don't know if he had ever been to Sichuan to learn the quintessence of Chinese culture. On the contrary, I have some doubts about Mr. Nixon's words, and I don't agree with his views completely. When it comes to major issues involving approval ratings, a politician will not make mistakes. Alan Wilson was pleased with Macmillan's performance, although he betrayed Nixon. It seems that he did not intercept this question when preparing for the interview, but it still had the desired effect. When it comes to the issue of himself facing accusations from female voters and Nixon facing criticism from women, the experienced foreign minister is more inclined to the latter. At the meeting of the Soviet Central Presidium in Moscow, when Khrushchev expressed his intention to visit the United States, Furtseva frowned slightly, but still swallowed her words. The man who had left Moscow reminded her that the move to defend Khrushchev was just not in line with Soviet politics. Just look at Zhukov's end. But there was a person in the Soviet Union who had a very experienced political sense, and that was Brezhnev. Furtseva, who wanted to speak, saw that Brezhnev did not speak, so she did not speak either. We are not going to visit the United States, but to visit some important countries. Khrushchev looked at Foreign Minister Gromyko. Comrade Gromyko, work out a careful itinerary. Comrade Khrushchev, we will definitely get things done. Gromyko nodded, dealing with the gaze from the first secretary. I believe that it will shock the world when the time comes. Others are all concerned about major events in the fate of the world. For example, Alan Wilson also has his own work. Under the care of Vivian Leigh and Audrey Hepburn, he has to clean up the mess for Foreign Secretary Macmillan in his busy schedule. Through formal and private channels, the misunderstanding was clarified to Nixon. Macmillan himself was relieved. The disrespect for women was now all blamed on Nixon, which might affect the special relationship between Britain and the United States. The clarification through diplomatic channels was very formal, and the exclusive news McCarthy received in private was very explosive. Chapter 1006, because the United States will object. As a friend of McCarthy, it was reasonable for Alan Wilson to do so. Although McCarthy was a hateful descendant of Irish people, he was still his friend at this stage. He also believed that Nixon, as a veteran politician, could get through this, otherwise he would be sorry for his official career for so many years. Of course, he couldn't let Foreign Secretary Macmillan sit idle. Regarding the issue of the undecided immigration of 400,000 or 500,000 Indians in British Kenya, Macmillan must now pay personal attention to it. Although this is a difficult problem, the minister himself must have the ability to solve difficult problems. Who makes the voters think so? If Macmillan cannot solve this problem, his support rate may drop. If Macmillan solves this problem, the Labour Party may criticize Macmillan for being xenophobic and a racist. In the environment where the emergence of people like the head of state has become a consensus among countries after the war, the pressure brought by racists is also a heavy burden. No matter what choice is made, it seems that a certain price must be paid. This is a legacy problem deliberately left by Alan Wilson during the tenure of the former Foreign Secretary, and it is now handed over to Macmillan. As for Macmillan's question, Alan Wilson's answer was that he had just become the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was not familiar with some of the work. Before he had even warmed up his butt, the minister was replaced. Thanks to years of hard work, before the British Commonwealth immigrants flooded into the UK, the British working class had already started buying cars and going abroad for vacation. Alan Wilson has been advertising the sunny beaches of Malaya. It is naturally unlikely to attract a large number of British immigrants to settle down. If the British want to immigrate, they still prefer the Five Eyes Alliance. However, the main immigration destination in recent years has been Australia, especially Perth, the capital of Western Australia. Alan, you are in the limelight in Moscow. Maggins, who works in the Ministry of the Interior, was amazed, suggesting that Alan Wilson had seized a good opportunity. Now the UK and even the world are discussing the kitchen debate. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Alan Wilson looked at his old friend and thought to himself, don't you know that I just sold Indonesia to Moscow in a package in exchange for such an opportunity to be in the limelight? However, Britain is not at a disadvantage. Alan Wilson did this for the sake of Britain. If the victory of the Cold War was the result of the United States taking all the benefits, he hoped that the Cold War would last for 200 years. At least with a powerful enemy at hand, the United States would not reap its allies every now and then. Of course, Japan was an exception. Alan Wilson was in the limelight, and Maggins naturally showed up to consolidate his personal connections. But I also heard that some people think the Soviet Union's call to lift the blockade and open up more trade makes sense. What's the reason? A country like the Soviet Union cannot be trusted. Alan Wilson snorted and curled his lips. The part of the trade that the Soviet Union advocates is only the part that is beneficial to the Soviet Union. Does the Soviet Union dare to open up all of Eastern Europe and its own market? It must also recognize all intellectual property rights and must not conduct reverse engineering in secret. The Soviet Union dares not, so the blockade of the Soviet Union must continue. It is okay to import some agricultural products and raw materials, but don't even think about other things. The Soviet Union is a country that openly does not recognize intellectual property rights. If it wants to recognize it, it must change its constitution. According to Soviet law, all inventions belong to the state and are protected by inventor certificates. In addition, there is no need to pay any fees to receive an inventor certificate issued by the state. No one can sell this invention or the license to use it because it is already state property. In socialist countries, collective interests are higher than individual interests. Copyrights are collectively owned and are collective public property. People can often get subsidized books or audiovisual products from the state. So free trade is not what we understand as free trade. Maggins understood Alan Wilson's explanation and replied lazily, "The Soviets are dreaming. They have taken all the benefits, but they still want to protect their own market." Alan Wilson shrugged and said helplessly, "But the free world is not united. For example, France and Italy may provide some technology in exchange for benefits. So we must also look at this issue carefully. There is nothing new under the sun. The Soviet Union is definitely not the last one to exchange market for technology transfer. It's really a tough opponent." Maggins commented with a cold face, "I thought the United States and the Soviet Union had a good talk. Don't talk about those Soviets." Alan Wilson obviously didn't want to talk about the issues that had been settled long ago. He asked Maggins about his recent work. The Ministry of the Interior is also a high-ranking department with a lot of things to deal with. Maggins now works for the Ministry of the Interior, and he must have countless worries. "We cooperated with the medical department to include some common drugs in the national healthcare system. Things have changed unexpectedly. Guess what? The profit has decreased, and the pharmaceutical group has stopped production." Alan Wilson said without thinking. Many drugs that were very common before disappeared from the market after being included in the national healthcare system. They were replaced by drugs with similar effects, but not included in the national healthcare system. Right? You should take my place and talk to those pharmaceutical groups. Mackin smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Or you don't work as a civil servant. It would be more appropriate to be a consultant to a pharmaceutical group." "Thank you for the compliment. This is also very normal. Why should we produce without profit? We are not the Soviet Union. There is no obligation to do things without profit." Alan Wilson yawned. "Anyway, if you are sick, for the sake of your own life safety, the patient will pay any amount of money. Pamela Mountbatten's industry is biopharmaceuticals, which are developing in full swing in India. So Mackin's words are not objective, and Alan Wilson must speak for the medical group. Rules are dead, but people are alive. As long as you find a way, you can bypass any system. Now, the British national healthcare system has only been in place for a short time, and some flexible methods are still in the exploratory stage. In a few decades, it will take several months to queue up for an appointment. Either you recover or you die. If you are still half dead, you can only take painkillers. Fortunately, the Soviets don't know the flexible side of the free world's national healthcare system. Otherwise it would be a real problem. My God, compared to you, it seems that I'm still worthy of my conscience." Mackins shook his head and said to himself. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief, "When did you have such a luxury? In order to defeat the unprecedented opponent of the Soviet Union, we must respond in a more ruthless and unscrupulous way. Otherwise we will be in big trouble in the future. In my opinion, pensions should be abolished. The elderly have no value at all and cannot create wealth. Supporting them is a huge burden on the treasury. Unfortunately, no politician dares to do this. You won't worry. Pamela's group is so big, and she still cares about pensions?" Mackins took a breath of cold air. If a politician said this, he would have no chance to turn over in his life. I'm also an honorable citizen of the United Kingdom. The pension is the country's guarantee for my many years of service to the society. Alan Wilson's face changed instantly. I don't have to take this money, but it's mainly to respect the country's recognition of civil servants' hard work for a lifetime. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the Queen. Alan Wilson, who has always respected the royal family, now feels that he should find his sister-in-law to comfort his heart that was destroyed by the genuine dragoon. He must know how to combine work and rest, otherwise Britain may lose a pillar in the future. Foreign Secretary Macmillan is still worrying about the positioning of hundreds of thousands of Indians in British Kenya. This is a big bomb. If Kenya becomes independent and is incorporated into the United Kingdom, the Labour Party may seize the opportunity to attack. If not, in fact, it will still be attacked. This is the unique benefit of the ruling party. At this moment, Alan Wilson walked into the minister's office with a document and saw Macmillan in a panic. "Dear Minister, you seem to be worried about state affairs. Isn't it the issue of Indians in Kenya?" Macmillan was a little helpless. He looked at Alan Wilson and asked, "Alan, what are you holding in your hand?" "Oh, it's about the schedule for the Antarctic Conference in Paris," Alan Wilson said, holding the document. "It is expected to be held at the end of the year. The participating countries include 12 countries including the United States of America and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Discuss the issue of Antarctic sovereignty. Of course, Australia is the most enthusiastic about Antarctica. After all, Australia is alone in the southern hemisphere and has great geographical convenience. Antarctic Conference?" Macmillan shook his head and said, "What attitude are you going to take to deal with this meeting? We will do our best to support Australia in the diplomatic field, but it will definitely be useless, because both the United States of America and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics will oppose the division of sovereignty over Antarctica, so the final result will not be surprising. All claims to Antarctic sovereignty will be frozen. It sounds like Britain's final effort was curbed by the US stock market in the Soviet Union. So why should we do this?" Macmillan said after listening, "especially since the United States is against it. It is precisely because the United States is against it that Britain has to support Australia." Alan Wilson explained calmly, "The Americans will play the villains, and we will be the good guys. There is no better diplomatic conference than this. It can also be used to prove that Britain has always upheld the interests of the Commonwealth countries. There is no need to hide anything. The reason why Britain supports Australia is because it expects the United States to oppose it." Chapter 1007, Prime Minister in charge of diplomatic affairs. At the same time, the documents delivered to Macmillan included the Anglo-Egyptian naval military exercise and the official opening of the Zanzibar military base to Egypt, and the Anglo-Portuguese Indian Ocean military exercise, which were jointly formulated with the Ministry of Defense. The two military exercises will be carried out within the next year. In terms of significance, both military exercises are very important. The importance of Egypt's Suez Canal to whether the British Empire is a global empire is naturally self-evident. The significance of the Anglo-Portuguese Indian Ocean military exercise will not be much worse. The resolute attitude of the Salazar government of Portugal in maintaining the colonies has helped Britain to resist many open and secret arrows. Therefore, at the appropriate time, Britain should also show its sincerity and support Portugal's interests. Britain's Malaya colony is positioned as an industrial production base, and it can still gain a lot of benefits through the existence of Goa, an excellent window to enter the Indian market. Alan, it seems that you were the one who reached the land exchange agreement with Portugal. Macmillan remembered this and commented meaningfully, "You had this idea at the time. In India, the line is called the Wilson Line." Alan Wilson shirked responsibility without leaving a trace. It was the Portuguese who took the initiative. At that time, famine broke out in British India, and Portugal said it could help. All British Indian civil servants lived frugally and there were many epic stories to fight the drought. In order to save millions of lives, I agreed to Portugal's conditions under heavy pressure. I had no choice. Alan Wilson was very confident when he said this. Who was he doing this for? Wasn't it to save a few lives? That's why he agreed to Portugal's land exchange conditions, turning Goa, which was more than 3,000 square kilometers, into today's Portuguese Greater Goa, which is nearly 30,000 square kilometers. As for the Portuguese Hindus now, what does that have to do with him? It's because India had problems with its policies after independence. The peace believers sought protection from the Portuguese, which changed the population ratio in Goa. That's not a British problem, but a problem between Portugal and India. As for whose problem is bigger, he doesn't know. The Labour government's policy towards Egypt is mainly based on bribery and wooing. It is now 1959, and it has been nearly 15 years since the end of World War II. The Conservative Party has just regained power. Judging from Macmillan's attitude, he tends to inherit the Labour Party's foreign policy, but only makes some minor adjustments. This can only be said to be partly due to Macmillan's factors, because the current Prime Minister Eden once served as Foreign Minister. The current Prime Minister was originally a Foreign Minister, so whose idea is to inherit part of the Labour Party's foreign policy? It remains to be studied. Although Macmillan is the Prime Minister after Eden according to history, Eden is also familiar with diplomatic work, which makes the current Foreign Secretary Macmillan very embarrassed, because the Prime Minister and he have worked in the same field. After Eden came to power, he basically entrusted all economic affairs to the team headed by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rabber Butler, and he himself focused on the familiar diplomatic field. Even if he became Prime Minister, Eden was more willing to exert influence in the diplomatic field because of his work experience. The situation of the Crown Prince Macmillan was quite awkward. Prince Charles was the heir apparent of Great Britain, but Great Britain had more than one heir apparent. The Prime Minister was not concerned with finance but diplomacy, so some foreign policy documents had to be sent to 10 Downing Street, where Eden was waiting for approval. Norman, is it true that in recent years, Louis' son-in-law has been handling all matters related to the colonies? Eden asked the Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke, holding 2 military exercise plan documents. Norman Brooke chuckled and replied to Eden, I actually want to deny it, but denial is not true. I can only say that Alan has been leading the Overseas Asset Management Committee to work on some details. I heard that the assets held by this committee are quite large. Eden raised his eyebrows. Almost all the assets of the British colonies are related to this committee? Norman, you know, I'm the Prime Minister. It can't be said to be particularly large. Of course, respected Prime Minister. It's just that, when it comes to such matters, overseas civil servants always have to work together. Even if a minister is appointed to be responsible for it, the minister can't figure it out. Even if he stays in each colony for half a month, he won't be able to return to London after a year. Norman Brooke said proudly, and a year later, there will be new changes. Will the minister go around again? The advantage of Alan being in charge of this matter is that he has been working overseas. He can see some problems more clearly than those who have been in the country for a long time. His work experience can also support this. His work experience in Asia and America can be considered successful. The wealthy life brought by the Mountbatten family has kept Alan's mind clear and he will never be confused by money. This is exactly what is needed to manage huge overseas assets. Norman Brooke was absolutely overpraising. Alan Wilson was just not corrupt himself, and he did not stop other commissioners from embezzling. And his non-corruption was not greedy for small money. Norman Brooke was not defending Alan Wilson, but he wanted to protect the interests of civil servants. Eden's words just now made him keenly aware of the danger. Politicians have the intention to seize control of overseas assets. And Norman Brooke's answer was to persuade the Prime Minister not to do so, because sending a minister would not work at all. There are dozens of overseas high commissioners alone, plus their subordinates. It is easy to deceive one person. Should MI6 be sent to investigate the overseas commissioners? If so, it will become a confrontation between the cabinet and Whitehall. So it is better to take a long-term view on this matter. Norman Brooke and Eden had a very good personal relationship, which could even be traced back to before World War II. With such a personal relationship, he could discuss this issue with the Prime Minister without reservation. There is one more thing, Prime Minister. Norman Brooke did not want to talk too deeply about this matter, so he mentioned another important matter to change the subject. It is related to the former Prime Minister, Attlee. Eden became serious. Why? Is Attlee going to come out again for the general election? Although the Conservative Party regained power, it could not be said to have won a landslide victory in this election. The Labour Party still had considerable strength. Mr. Attlee intends to make an Eastern visit. Norman Brooke said to Eden, it should be an attempt to build diplomatic relations between China and Britain. The Prime Minister also notes that the reason why the Labour Party won 2 consecutive general elections has a lot to do with withstanding the pressure and not joining the Korean War. Peace and development are the mainstream, and a large number of citizens are tired of any discussion of war. Of course, war is not good after all. Eden nodded, thinking about whether to stop Attlee, but there seemed to be no reason. Attlee had left politics and was a former prime minister with a good reputation. If he stopped Attlee from visiting as a current prime minister, he would be very easy to be attacked. In the end, Eden found that he could not stop Attlee from going abroad and left behind an assessment of the value of the Suez Canal, the serious consequences that a war might have on the whole of Europe, and the position that Britain might take if a war broke out in Goa. This is just a hypothetical plan record, a professional assessment made by Alan Wilson on behalf of the Foreign Office and Mountbatten on behalf of the British military. Is it not possible to make a plan? Making plans to deal with various possible emergencies is part of the job. After leaving almost all the documents, the issue of the positioning of Indians in British Kenya was returned to Foreign Secretary Macmillan, which reflects the importance of the top leader. The Prime Minister would never personally deal with such an obvious pitfall. Dixon, where is Alan? Macmillan, with a worried look on his face, asked the Chief Private Secretary with the documents on the positioning of Indians sent back by the Prime Minister. Sir Wilson is on a business trip, and his wife, Lady Pamela, is in Perth waiting for the birth of her baby. There are some things about the Antarctic Conference that need to be discussed with Australia, so he may have to stay in Perth for a while. Dixon replied calmly. When Dixon answered, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had not actually left Europe. He was talking to the 2 presidents of Woodpecker Company, and then gave the 2 dragoons a chance to conceals. Then he walked and stopped all the way, and arrived in Perth, the capital of Western Australia, after 5 days. Pamela Mountbatten, wearing a white pajamas and a bulging belly, was wearing slippers to replenish her energy for the baby in her belly. While eating, she said, the Antarctic Conference has recently been followed by Australia through its newspapers. At present, the feedback is quite good. Australians generally believe that Britain and the United States will support Australia's claims. Will the United States do something that has no benefits? When have you ever seen the United States be kind? Alan Wilson threw away the orange peel and handed the peeled orange to his wife, saying, Australia is destined to fail to achieve its goals. When his series of films are finished, he will warn Australia about the lawlessness of American blacks. Ingrid Bergman finally said that she would find relevant talents for Alan Wilson, but she must not use people related to woodpecker pictures. This is the limit that Ingrid Bergman can accept. How is the silver thing going? Alan Wilson ate the remaining oranges, which was so sour. I really don't know how his wife can bear it. Agricultural technology innovation and improvement is really a long way to go. I have to raise your children and work for you. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband and whispered, don't worry, everything is going according to plan. The quality of the silver is very high. If it succeeds, this will be a gift for our 3rd child. Alas, there is no way. Although I have worked hard for many years to accumulate some wealth, I have more and more children. I always have to work harder. Alan Wilson touched his wife's belly and said, if it succeeds this time, the wealth of the Mountbatten Group will reach a new level. Chapter 1008. Each has its own diplomacy. In fact, too much wealth is not good for children. Although Pamela Mountbatten said so, she also accepted her husband's fatherly image and touched her belly and said, the main thing is to let the child grow up safely and have an upright character, which is more important than anything else. Alan Wilson had a long face, but he flattered her, fully explaining what it means to kneel and punch. Her husband came to visit her, and Pamela Mountbatten was in a good mood and decided to go out for a walk. However, she did not trust her husband's driving skills, so she arranged for her assistant to drive to the selected wind tunnel test base. We need to equip a nuclear power plant here. What do you think? Pamela Mountbatten asked lazily, leaning on her husband's shoulder. I think it's okay. Alan Wilson answered happily. At least Britain is still the world's #1 nuclear power country, although it is not known whether it will be surpassed by the United States and the Soviet Union in 1 year or 2. Alan Wilson accompanied his wife to relax and wait for the birth of the child. The wonderfulness of the ever-changing international situation was undoubtedly revealed. Attlee, former British Prime Minister and former leader of the Labour Party, visited a big country and was warmly welcomed. Khrushchev also went on a trip to the United States against all odds. Everyone has a bright future. The absurdity of the political situation can be seen from this. It is enough to make the most stubborn patriots drop their jaws. The leader of the hostile camp visited the beacon of the free world, and the former prime minister of the old imperialism visited the #1 thug of the enemy camp. I don't know what France, which is trying hard to make its presence felt, will think after Charles de Gaulle came to power. Although Attlee resigned as the leader of the Labour Party, he is still very prestigious within the Labour Party because he is the first Prime Minister of the Labour Party to rule for a long time. He did not set out on his own, but brought a number of Labour Party members to form a delegation. Seeing her husband holding a newspaper full of incomprehensible words, Pamela Mountbatten asked curiously, "What did you say? What did you say?" A warm welcome, and Attlee is the most capable British Prime Minister. Alan Wilson put down the newspaper and shrugged. Prime Minister Attlee does have a very high prestige. Attlee only served as Prime Minister for more than 5 years in history because he was persuaded by the United States to step down due to the Korean War, which led to the economic turmoil in Britain. This time, he won 3 consecutive victories and served as British Prime Minister for 14 years, directly leading Britain out of the quagmire. It can be said that the only thing Churchill can suppress Attlee now is the politically correct side of leading Britain to win the World War. Now thinking back to 1945 when the World War ended, Alan Wilson still feels a lingering fear. Britain was really in decline at that time and was completely in a quagmire. The United States still thought that Britain was not dead enough and kept making moves. You sold British India for a good price. Pamela Mountbatten knew what this man was thinking when she saw her husband's expression. At that time, Britain was indeed in decline. Such a large area should be sold at a good price. Alan Wilson answered his wife's question directly. Is it too much to exchange nearly 5 million square kilometers of land in British Burma for several hundred million yuan in life-saving money? It's indeed not too much. Pamela Mountbatten agreed deeply. Do you think the relationship between Britain and them can develop well? Is this beneficial to the security of Malaya? Alan Wilson shook his head. Don't even think about it. A country in the revolutionary stage is unpredictable. And even if we are willing, we have to see whether the United States agrees. Then do you think the United States wants to dismantle Britain now, and Britain can withstand it? Pamela Mountbatten changed the question and looked at her husband eagerly. Alan Wilson looked thoughtful and uncertain. I think if the United States really turns against us, with Britain's current national strength, excluding options other than war, it will definitely be no problem to resist for 5 to 10 years. More than that will not work. Britain today is definitely much stronger than Britain in the original history, but it is not completely able to ignore the suppression of the United States. However, although the one who came to power now was Eden, who fell into the pit of the Suez Canal War, Eden's coming to power was not without benefits. Eden's thinking had not changed, and he firmly believed that Britain was still a world power and a country on an equal footing with the United States and the Soviet Union. Later generations also believed that Eden was the last British Prime Minister who believed that Britain was a world power. After Macmillan's term, and before Harold Wilson came to power, Britain had lost all its colonies, leaving only the Sterling Zone, which was completely beyond rescue. Harold Wilson also lost an election midway. In the years when he lost the election, Edward Heath was Prime Minister, and the United States even dismantled the Sterling Zone. So can you blame Alan Wilson for having a problem with the Conservative Party? Compared with those conservative prime ministers, Eden can be regarded as a conservative prime minister who is loyal to Britain. 5 to 10 years. Oh my god. Pamela Mountbatten looked worried. If nothing happens, the future may be very bleak. Originally, Pamela Mountbatten had no opinion on the United States, but her husband looked down on the United States. Over the years, he successfully made her dislike the United States and subconsciously hostile to the United States. Don't say it, now is the time to ease. Although he said so, Alan Wilson calculated the time when the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War broke out. If these two things happened, even if the United States suppressed Britain, the United States would be diverted by the change of the situation after a period of resistance. The key is that he already has solid evidence of Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe's tryst, and if it doesn't work, just spread it out. He sent people to the United States to squat for so long, and finally got something. During the time when he was a good father, Khrushchev took Furtsever, who was in the limelight in the kitchen debate, to visit the United States. According to the official Soviet statement, it was a journey to shock the world. Khrushchev was on a Tu-114 passenger plane, which is the world's first turboprop intercontinental passenger plane. This plane can fly directly to the United States without transit. Say hello to my colleagues at home. I think the photo of Khrushchev holding a corn cob can be improvised. Alan Wilson, who was accompanying his wife, did not forget to provoke US-Soviet relations at this time. If the relationship between the two countries eased, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Britain? Alan Wilson hoped that before Khrushchev returned to the Soviet Union, the photo of Khrushchev holding a corn cob should first sweep the world. In order to safeguard the interests of Britain, the two countries should not have such a good relationship, which is good for everyone. In addition to Khrushchev being sought after, Furtsever, a member of the Soviet Central Presidium, who was accompanying him, was also the focus of the group. Furtsever, who was in the limelight in the kitchen debate, was selected by Khrushchev to accompany him to visit the United States. This was also to hope that Furtsever could play her boxing skills and use her identity as the most successful woman in the Soviet Union to get closer to American women. The effect was quite good. Furtsever raised the issue of women's rights in front of Nixon in the kitchen debate. This made her very popular in the United States. In the speech invited by Furtsever, Furtsever's experience as the Minister of Education in the Soviet Union made her feel at ease in such occasions. She showed her usual style, speaking fluently and passionately without a script, and was able to admit unexpected mistakes and repent. Such contact left a deep impression on those who met Furtsever, who believed that the most powerful woman in the Soviet Union was a very real person, sincere and charming. This is of course. Alan Wilson even had a deep understanding of Furtsever's inner beauty. In the free world, only he had such treatment, and no one else could have it. Regarding some frivolous comments on her appearance, Furtsever said generously, "To be honest, I think I look very good. If I were a few years younger, I would answer more straightforwardly." This straightforward answer won applause. No one thought that the most powerful woman in the Soviet Union would have such a side, which made people feel good. During this time, Alan Wilson also received a message from the Chargate affairs of a certain big country. Although he was a former prime minister, Attlee's visit was still effective. For example, the development of economic and trade relations between the two countries was also under discussion. Tell Richard about the development of economic and trade relations. We never rule out economic and trade relations. Alan Wilson had to stare at Khrushchev and his party during his vacation time. Although he was not in London at this time, but in Perth, Australia, to accompany his wife, to wait for the due date, he was still not idle. I think you should have a good talk with the Australian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Anyway, there are still a few days. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but laugh. Did she regard her own Mountbatten building in Perth as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? It's not impossible to talk, but I'm not going to Canberra. I don't want to be too far away from you now. Alan Wilson, a poor who didn't even think about it, would never leave when his wife was about to give birth. So 2 days later, in Perth, the capital of Western Australia, he and Australian diplomats began to discuss Britain's position in the Antarctic Conference. Britain will definitely firmly support Australia's proposal, but the Soviet Union may take some action. Has Australia communicated with the United States? How can the United States not support Australia? With the support of the United States and Britain, I believe our proposal will definitely pass. The Australian diplomat was full of confidence. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that he hoped so. It seems that the United States should be supported in public opinion. Given the time when Khrushchev is visiting the United States now, even if something happens in 2 months that worsens the conditions between the two countries, the Dayton period will not expire so quickly. It is almost inevitable that the United States and the Soviet Union will have the same position. It shows Britain's firm support for Australia. Alan Wilson is waiting for the birth of the child. His wife's indicators in all aspects are very stable, and she will definitely give birth to a healthy child. It would be strange if I didn't write about such a big country. If I wrote about it, I had to control the scale, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Chapter 1009, Achievements in Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Cooperation. Large-scale Khrushchev corn imitation shows were held in many countries. People from different countries and languages posed in front of the camera holding corn cobs. This trend attracted the attention of some media. In particular, the American media, which is good at entertainment, followed up on this imitation show, carrying forward the spirit of entertainment to death, completely ignoring the fact that the Soviet delegation was still visiting the United States. Taking photos with corn cobs has become a trend, and it is true that the Mountbatten Group has spent a lot of money. Alan Wilson almost signed a document in front of his wife, and he would definitely make back the public relations expenses of this round, and then he would stop. The real reason why Pamela Mountbatten pretended to be generous was because of the arrival of Princess Margaret to express the royal family's concern. His wife, who was about to give birth, became extremely careful and waited for the due date with peace of mind. The arrival of Princess Margaret destroyed the image of Alan Wilson, who was a good husband and a good father. The evil fire accumulated for a period of time was released, and the whole person was refreshed. Alan Wilson could only work harder to repay the royal family's care and discuss some important matters with Richard, the High Commissioner of Malaya, who came to Perth. These were the diplomatic achievements of former Prime Minister Attlee's visit to a major country. Although Attlee has resigned, there are still some diplomatic achievements, such as some achievements in agriculture and animal husbandry. This does not involve any Batumi ban, and the current government also recognizes this. In terms of agricultural and animal husbandry cooperation, good relations can be established without too much investment, which is accepted by the Eden government. The core issue that Alan Wilson and Richard discussed was the postpartum care of sows. Mr. Attlee's agreement with the mainland involves the issue of improved breeding pigs for animal husbandry. They plan to import about 1,000 large white Yorkshire pigs and promote them throughout the country. This is a great thing for us. Alan Wilson, who was walking outside the headquarters of the Mountbatten Group in Perth, discussed with Richard, Malaya will shoulder some responsibilities, half of which will be provided by Malaya. This deal is beneficial to both countries. Originally, China introduced large Yorkshire pigs in the early 20th century to compare and observe with foreign breeds. In the 1930s, a small number of large Yorkshire pigs were raised in the Jiangnan area, but later they were mixed with Chinese Yorkshire pigs and became extinct. After that, 40 large Yorkshire pigs were introduced from Australia and raised in a farm in Guangzhou. The large-scale introduction of large white Yorkshire pigs should have happened 10 years later. After that large-scale introduction from the UK, large white Yorkshire pigs were cultivated and dispersed throughout China, becoming the most common domestic pig breed in China. Now large white Yorkshire pigs are still being introduced to China, but the time is a little earlier. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become the mainstream domestic pig breed in China in the future. Richard is very talented in language, but is he a little bit bad in this area? He could only smile bitterly and said, "Secretary General, I will try my best, but I don't have much experience in animal husbandry. My understanding of pigs is limited to sometimes going out hunting and shooting 2 wild boars. Speaking of wild boars, you can try it when you go back. Put wild boars and domestic pigs in the same place. Wild boars can't beat domestic pigs." The Malayan High Commissioner successfully led the Secretary General, who was not doing his job, astray with one sentence. The two of them discussed the fighting power of wild boars and domestic pigs. Men's happiness is so simple. Alan Wilson did not lie. Most animals will reduce their fighting power after being kept in captivity. But pigs are definitely an exception. If domestic pigs grow to their maximum size, after being kept in captivity, they will look much larger than wild boars. In front of domestic pigs, wild boars are very slender. For animals, size is the basis of fighting power. Although pigs are domestic animals with a history of thousands of years, they are also animals that go wild very quickly. The fighting power of domestic pigs will not decrease due to confinement. Richard was full of admiration, saying that he had learned useless knowledge from his immediate superior. He must try it after returning to see if it is true. Even boxing matches have weight classes. I'm absolutely right. Alan Wilson put his hands on his waist and then solemnly reminded, I dare say, that China attaches great importance to the food problem. This is very important. In ancient China, the description of famine was a pale face, so after liberation, it has been trying to get rid of this impression. Although it is not ruled out that some celebrities who have nothing to do after eating advocate vegetarianism, they still cannot deceive the public. The feed conversion rate of the Great White York must be far higher than that of the local Chinese breeds. One may not seem like a big deal, but what about 10,000 heads? How much food can be saved? The number of domestic pigs in later generations is calculated in billions. Even if the feed conversion rate is only increased by 1%, it is an astronomical figure. Now that the opportunity has fallen into the hands of the British, Alan Wilson felt that Prime Minister Attlee was a bit conservative. How could 1,000 heads be enough? If he were to operate, at least 10,000 heads would be enough. By the time the country opens its doors, the Great White Yorkshire should have generally established a foothold and other competing breeds could be excluded. It's not a burden to Malaya now, right? You can try to promote the Great White Yorkshire to Myanmar and Thailand. The Mountbatten Group is making efforts in agriculture and animal husbandry. You will definitely get your return after helping me this time. Alan Wilson promised Richard that he would definitely open the revolving door for him at that time, and it would be up to Alan Wilson. Benefits must be given when they should be given. He can't do everything in detail. The earth is so big and many things happen every day. If something really happens, will he ride Comet 1 around? Isn't it relying on these high commissioners in the colonies? Only when they are fed can they do things for Britain. Without these high commissioners, he, the permanent undersecretary, is nothing. Richard, who vaguely saw the revolving door open, expressed with an unprecedented serious attitude that he would pay personal attention to the promotion. Permanent undersecretary, I will be back soon. Say hello to you and your wife. Richard was full of energy. He raised his wrist to check the time and said, the former Prime Minister's trip is over. He may stay in Malaya to inspect the pearl of the British Empire. It's a good advertisement. Thank you for your hard work. Alan Wilson nodded. He knew that a chief executive was busy with official duties, and it was not good to send him away at will. He also had his own things to do. He couldn't run around in the past 2 days. Now there were Australian High Commissioners and Western Australian Commissioners visiting the Mountbatten Group in Perth. As the immediate superior, he also had to maintain good relations with his subordinates. The Australian High Commissioner and the Western Australian Commissioner were actually ambassadors and consuls of ordinary countries. Because Australia is a Commonwealth country, there is a difference in the title. The British Foreign Office in later generations, the full name of which is the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office, is for this reason. Khrushchev's large-scale imitation show, with the photo of Princess Margaret holding corn on the Australian newspaper, reached the hottest stage. The Australian media generally praised the British princess's action, praising it with all the beautiful words. Citizens in major cities in Australia can be seen posing with corn, which has become a trend. The same thing, because of different identities, has completely different effects. Princess Margaret has such an identity. When it was reported, there was no criticism, but it was generally praised. Outside the delivery room, Alan Wilson was chatting with 2 Australian subordinates. The seats less than 20 meters away were occupied by Princess Margaret and the agents who followed. The good news came neither too early nor too late. The doctor came out to announce the good news, and the agonizing waiting time was finally over. The Australian High Commissioner and the Western Australian Regional Commissioner congratulated Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson took the lead in entering the delivery room and saw Pamela Mountbatten, who was a little tired, and the baby lying in the crib, wrapped up and in swaddling clothes. I can't describe it in words. Alan Wilson held his wife's hand and bowed his head to express his inner gratitude. Then don't describe it. Pamela Mountbatten forced a smile. I think I have lived up to your expectations. I have 3 lovely children. Time is unforgiving. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't be as lively and energetic as before. It took 2 days for her to get up and move around and watch little Arnold with her husband. Even if the Prime Minister came to Australia in person, I believe it would be impossible for the Australian Commissioner and the Regional Commissioner to follow him all the time. Pamela Mountbatten stretched out her hand and pulled her husband's cheek. Of course, I'm a higher official than them. Alan Wilson allowed his wife to do what she wanted. Power comes from eternity. Oh. Pamela Mountbatten nodded and followed this line of thought. It's like some of the jokes about rich people on TV. After all, portraying big entrepreneurs as fools has always been a favorite plot of the petty bourgeoisie and the spiritual bourgeoisie. Watch less American TV dramas. It's easy to lower your IQ. Alan Wilson curled his lips and said, that kind of plot may fool some of the lower classes in the United States. After all, we all know how rare this situation is. The child is still young, and I also need to recover. It will take a few months before I can return to London. Besides, the climate in London is getting colder, and Arnold was just born, so it's not suitable to go back. Pamela Mountbatten sat down with the help of Alan Wilson. I also have to help you with the silver issue. What about you? Do you have any recent schedule? The Antarctic Conference. Some multinational agricultural and animal husbandry cooperation is taken care of by others. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, it's held in Paris? Pamela Mountbatten said lazily, it seems that all countries still attach great importance to Paris. Otherwise, they would not choose Paris as the venue. Chapter 1010 Egypt's dream of becoming a great power. France's status is still unquestionable. Few countries in the world can look down on France, except for illegal immigrants. Alan Wilson smiled, but he suddenly remembered a German propaganda poster from 1932. The meaning of the propaganda poster was simple. In France 100 years later, the French will live in a zoo, and the French people watching outside the zoo are the mainstream black people in France. If you look at the French football team in the 21st century, the blackening of France seems to be becoming a reality step by step. But in some aspects, it seems not to be the case. If you compare it with the United States, there are quite a lot of black soldiers in the US military and the US propaganda films. The French army is very different. In many French military parades, black soldiers are extremely rare. Just looking at the French army, you can't tell how big a problem black people are in France. It can be said that France still has its own persistence in some places. Of course, France may also be very talented in this regard. In the chaotic situation of the Fourth Republic, more than 20 governments have been replaced, and more than 20 governments have unanimously supported the French army's occupation of Algeria. It is not unreasonable for the successive governments of the Fifth Republic to resolutely maintain the white faces of the French army. Illegal immigrants, black people. Pamela Mountbatten frowned slightly. In fact, we in the UK are facing the same situation. Although you are in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs now, you must consider this issue if you move up a level in the future. I can consider it now. Alan Wilson did not tell his wife. Foreign Secretary Macmillan is now having a headache over the hundreds of thousands of Indians in British Kenya and is preparing to discuss with the Indian government. Our colonies are far away from the mainland, and with the area and population ratio of Malaya, the survival pressure in the colonies is not great. As long as we tighten our pockets, there will be no problem. As for the local fertility rate, we will start with publicity. We promote Australia as a country with a vast land and a sparse population, and good living conditions, so that local citizens do not have to worry about their children's future. If there are not many opportunities in the local area, just immigrate. What's the problem with that? Good living conditions? Pamela Mountbatten curled her lips. She knew that her husband was lying again. At least for the current population, it is still a good living situation. Alan Wilson knew that his lie was exposed by his wife again, so he changed the subject and said, we know that the environment in Australia is not very good, but it does not mean that the local citizens know it. Britain can find comfortable jobs for many citizens, and if it is not possible, the Middle East can also do it. For example, those protectorates, such as Kuwait and Qatar, are good places, and jobs can be arranged in these places. This good place refers to per capita wealth. Those emirates with rich resources that are still in the hands of the United Kingdom are also resource-rich countries. In later generations, these countries are essentially slave-owning countries. In the 21st century, small countries in the Middle East, such as Dubai and Qatar, have a population of only 1/10 of the permanent population. The emir and the heads of large families are responsible for working overtime until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the managers hired to do things similar to housekeeping are generally hired from the UK. The income of these British and European managers is roughly the same as that of local people. As for the lowest level jobs that require blood and sweat, such as the workers who died in the construction of the Qatar World Cup in the high temperature of the Middle East, they are done by a large number of South Asians. The salary of these South Asian workers is about 1/10 of that of local people. Even so, considering that South Asia is the benchmark of the Earth's evolution, these people coming to Central and Southeast Asia still have higher incomes than in their own countries. Alan Wilson can tell Britain that they don't have to worry about having children. When they grow up, they can go wherever they want. The country will arrange a place for them. But that's a matter for the future. At this stage, Alan Wilson is mainly looking for jobs for civil servants. When the emirs of the British protectorates in the Middle East realize that their country's population needs foreign workers as slaves, he will make arrangements in this regard. In the future, countries like Qatar, where the emir drives a big yacht to the sea, uses a Rolls-Royce for transportation, and ordinary citizens drive a Land Rover, can at least last for decades. When you return to your country, talk to Land Rover and let Land Rover lower its profile. It's obviously not a very high-end car. Why is it going for a boutique route? Look at Mercedes-Benz. Alan Wilson couldn't help complaining to his wife, does Britain lack high-end cars? He can call out a bunch of brands. Why should Land Rover join in the fun? I'll ask someone to ask Maurice Wilkes to come. If it doesn't work, I'll buy his company, okay? Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes and muttered, anyway, I have to take care of my youngest son now, and can't go back for the time being. If you're not in a hurry, I estimate that this matter can be done by next year at the latest. Dear, do you think I saved the world in my previous life, and got the favor of such an excellent woman? Alan Wilson pinched his wife's chin, his face full of lust. The automobile industry is a very large industry. Later generations of Japan and Germany relied largely on the strong automobile industry to support them. Britain has always taken the high-end route in this regard. Take Land Rover, a British brand that is not considered high-end. It is positioned above Germany's Mercedes-Benz and is at the same level as Maserati and Porsche. It was only sold to India in later generations that the brand power declined, and it fell to the same level as the German Big Three, involving the four major industries of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Each can drive huge employment. Compared with the previous three, the automobile industry is an industry that is prone to large-scale car companies, and it will also drive all aspects of machinery and chemical industries. Needless to say, just look at how much the United States values the automobile industry now. However, the good days of American cars are coming to an end, and they will soon fall into competition with Japanese cars. As long as Pamela Mountbatten can handle the Land Rover issue within a year, Alan Wilson can cultivate a competitive industry for Japan. He does not expect to defeat Japan, but if the UK sells one more of this kind of thing, Japan will have one less. If it were not for his wife's health, Alan Wilson might have acted like a beast. The couple acted separately. Pamela Mountbatten first recuperated in birth, paying attention to the miraculous appearance of Chinese silver and the establishment of wind tunnel facilities, while Alan Wilson continued to stir up trouble in the diplomatic field. There are only two countries in the world that can make Britain passively accept. In other fields, Alan Wilson still has to adhere to the principle of heavy punches. When he returned to London, he also met with the governor of Goa in Karachi, the capital of Pakistan. The two major religions in Goa are Christianity and peace religion, and the latter has a larger number. Goa is not a barren land. In fact, Goa has quite good resource reserves, and its iron ore production is also one of the best in the subcontinent. However, it has little to do with the steel industry in Malaya. the main export destination of the iron ore mined by Portugal is Pakistan. In this era, because of East Pakistan, which later became Bangladesh, Pakistan's living standards are higher than India's, and with the support of the United States, there is a lot of room for finance. Pakistan has a large coal reserve, but iron ore can only be said to be better than nothing. Coal and iron are two very important resources for the country, and Pakistan only has coal, which is relatively lame. With the matchmaking of the new permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wouldn't this form industrial complementarity? Both sides have a bright future. In this way, Pakistan has obtained scarce iron ore, and the Portuguese have also gained trade benefits. The most important thing is to start from economic ties and extend them to cooperation in the military field. Due to the security issues of Goa, Portugal is happy to see Britain play a beneficial role, although it is sneaky. Goa currently has 30,000 Portuguese troops and 2,000 British soldiers in the British naval base, plus battleships and aircraft carriers, so its strength cannot be said to be weak. But if there is no strong foreign aid to backstab, Goa alone cannot be said to be foolproof. Considering this, Pakistan is very important. In the Goa War in history, Pakistan had no sense of existence. Alan Wilson felt that it was because he did not exist in that world. If he had existed, Pakistan would have had a sense of existence. After leaving Pakistan, he went to Dubai to remind the Committee on Overseas Assets Management to destroy evidence of corruption, or to be more precise, to maintain the integrity of British civil servants. He returned to London with the Portuguese gifts. After identification, the gifts sent by the Portuguese exceeded the gift values stipulated by Whitehall, and then they were handed over and confiscated. He went to the Ministry of Defence to find Marshal Mountbatten without stopping. Before the Antarctic Conference, Alan Wilson handed the documents of the British-Egyptian joint military exercise to Foreign Secretary Macmillan. The Ministry of Defence means that the Indian Ocean military exercise with the Egyptian Navy will be held in October, and then the military exercise with the Portuguese Navy will be held in November. The latter will activate the Royal Pacific Fleet in Malaya. Although the warships of the Royal Pacific Fleet are quite old, they can still play a huge role in Asia. British political circles Yinreng, Foreign Secretary Macmillan did not give a positive answer immediately, but the two military exercises were approved in succession by the former Foreign Secretary and current Prime Minister Eden. Alan Wilson's assessment of Prime Minister Eden gradually became clear. It is not easy for an old person to accept new things. The current Prime Minister still firmly believes that Britain is a world power. Communicate with King Farouk of Egypt. If there is no problem with the Egyptian side, we can prepare for the military exercise now. We will also evaluate the actual combat capability of the Egyptian Navy. In theory, we certainly hope that the worse the performance, the better. Alan Wilson handed the specific matters of communication to Secretary Wick, asking him to be responsible for negotiating the military exercise with Egypt. In front of Egypt, Britain can still pretend to be a world power. On October 22nd, the British-Egyptian naval joint exercise began. The newly born Egyptian Navy conducted an ocean-going exercise for the first time. The Egyptians attached great importance to this naval exercise. Egypt also has the dream of becoming a great power. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1011 America Wants to Talk. In fact, Farouk, who is a pure good for nothing, is good for Britain in a sense. At least he has no resistance to Britain's support policy. A lazy monarch just needs to not interfere with Britain's plans. When it comes time to reap the fruits, Alan Wilson will naturally not forget this thief king. What he needs is Farouk to stay at home, and he will naturally give the harvest to His Majesty the King after the success. What kind of image the king has depends on how the media shapes it, right? As long as he doesn't do bad things, then there will naturally be an image of great wisdom and foolishness that will fall from the sky. In fact, under the continuous flattery of public opinion hegemony in Britain in recent years, Farouk's reputation has already shown a trend of reversal. As long as the Aswan Dam is built, the management and control of the Suez Canal will be nominally taken back by then. Who says that this mediocre monarch cannot be on par with Ali Pasha? Ali Pasha failed, but Farouk succeeded. Starting from this joint British-Egyptian naval exercise, all-round and multi-angle flattery of Farouk also began. The giant aircraft carrier commissioned by the Egyptian Navy is an obsolete product sold by the British everywhere, but the tonnage is not deceptive. This is indeed the first 10,000-ton warship received by the Egyptian Navy in 100 years, which is of milestone significance. And this aircraft carrier received by the Egyptian Navy was naturally named after Ali Pasha, the ancestor of Farouk. The aircraft carrier Muhammad Ali has become a symbol of the Egyptian Navy. The aircraft carrier Muhammad Ali, accompanied by a squadron of the Mediterranean Fleet, started this military exercise, which is actually quite large in scope. The destination is the Sultanate of Zanzibar, an island country chosen by the United Kingdom to balance offshore in East Africa. In fact, being an Arab leader is not that difficult. Alan Wilson received feedback from Cairo and learned that Egypt now has a strong reaction to this military exercise and immediately informed Foreign Secretary Macmillan of the matter. The importance of the Suez Canal is naturally self-evident. Macmillan also replied with great satisfaction, as long as there is no problem with the British route, the Prime Minister will be very satisfied. Except for Israel declaring war on Egypt, I can't think of any possibility that can threaten the Suez Canal. Alan Wilson thought for a long time and replied, it seems that we need a plan to attack Israel for record. Macmillan was shocked and said in disbelief, Alan, are you serious? Attack Israel? Just for record, dear Minister, the battle plan needs to consider the worst outcome. Alan Wilson responded calmly, in order to safeguard the national interests of Britain, a red line must be drawn. If Israel takes actions that endanger the Suez Canal, it should be counterattacked by Britain. Of course, we don't want this possibility to happen. What surprised Macmillan was that the Mountbatten family had a connection with the Jews. In a sense, Alan Wilson is also the son-in-law of the Jews. But Alan Wilson doesn't think so. If Britain sublimates and lives a second life, it exists on the earth at its peak. Then Israel will be useful, and Britain should fully support Israel instead of the United States. But now the British Empire has fallen from its peak, after cutting itself in the foot. Now it should be thinking about turning into a restricted area to protect itself. The Suez Canal is in Egypt, which is unchangeable. To ensure that this extremely important lifeline for Britain does not go wrong, Britain must stand behind Egypt. Even if it is not firm, it must be partially inclined to Egypt. But the Israeli side has raised doubts. Macmillan smiled bitterly. Alan, you know, the Jews suffered great suffering in World War II, and now they are generally sympathized by countries around the world. I didn't see that the relationship between the Soviet Union and Syria is so good. Alan Wilson said with a look of don't lie to me, dear Minister, in this matter, the interests of Britain and our close allies are not overlapping. In the current situation, if Britain offends Arab countries, the Soviet Union will try to replace Britain. There can be no large-scale war in the Middle East, and the state of war is an excellent soil for the spread of Soviet ideas. I hope the United States understands this. Can Britain give up its influence in Arab countries? Historically, it finally gave up, but the consequences of the Suez Canal War, if Britain did not finally choose to resolve the Suez Canal War, Britain would probably have to stay in the Middle East for a long time. In the First Middle East War, in fact, only Britain supported the Arab countries, and other major powers supported Israel. Even now, among all the Arab countries, only Saudi Arabia, a weakling, is on the side of the United States. On the issue of Israel, Saudi Arabia has no say at all. Whether it is pro-Soviet Syria, or Egypt and Iraq, which currently have good relations with Britain, they are more prestigious than Saudi Arabia in the Arab world. Britain should use Syria, a republican system, to lean towards the Soviet Union, to convince the United States that the monarchy of Arab countries should be protected. Fortunately, you are not the Prime Minister. After leaving the Foreign Secretary's office, Alan Wilson finally discovered the benefits of Eden being the Prime Minister. At least he is more reliable than the Foreign Secretary whose mother is an American. His chief private secretary, Wick, had already arrived in Egypt to meet Pharaoh Kai, explained Britain's opinion on maintaining Egypt's Arab hegemony, and congratulated the Egyptian navy on spreading its influence to Southeast Africa. Britain has always expressed firm support for stabilizing the Egyptian royal family and curbing the growing revolutionary wave. When Wick met Prince Munam, an important figure in the Egyptian royal family, he said, "Britain will leave Egypt sooner or later. As long as the Suez Canal is unimpeded for Britain and does not endanger Britain's national security, Britain is willing to maintain a special friendly relationship with Egypt. Perhaps many African affairs still need Egypt's support." Wick is still very British gentlemanly. If Alan Wilson came in person, he would even dare to say in front of Prince Munam that Britain would support Egypt's annexation of Libya. Anyway, it's just talk. Why not brag about it? Anyway, after the death of Colonel Cadiz, the situation in Libya became a bloody battle between the forces supported by Egypt and the forces supported by Turkey. Libya is close to Egypt's land, and Egypt's influence has greatly increased. There are even rumors that Egypt wants to annex Libya. Libya is indeed a good target for annexation, with a population of only a few million, rich oil resources, and a large territory on paper. It is a famous soft persimmon in North Africa, but Colonel Cadiz's presence is too high, which makes some countries mistakenly believe that Libya is quite strong. Alan Wilson placed the influence of Britain in Arab countries on monarchies. This was judged from the process of the Cold War. Once it turned into a republic, considering the existence of Israel, even if the Soviet Union could not transplant its system, the Republican countries would show a certain degree of pro-Sovietism. The pro-Soviet Arab countries during the Cold War included Egypt, where the Free Officers Organization headed by Nasser launched a coup, seized state power, and then turned to the Soviet Union. Iraqi officer Qasim launched a coup and overthrew the pro-British Iraqi royal government. Iraq turned to the Soviet Union in diplomacy. With the Syrian democratically elected government coming to power, the Arab Renaissance Party gradually took control of Syria's state power, and Syria turned to the Soviet Union in diplomacy. Algeria won the National Liberation War. The Soviet Union and the Algerian government established diplomatic relations, and most of the weapons and equipment of the Algerian army were made by the Soviet Union. The Free Officers Organization led by Gaddafi launched a military coup, overthrew the Libyan royal government, and established the Libyan Republic. Libya turned to the Soviet Union in diplomacy. This is not a pure Soviet system country like South Yemen. The result of the overthrow of each monarchy is the loss of British influence and the expansion of Soviet influence in the Middle East. The United States also tried its best to save Saudi Arabia, and during this period, it also lost Iran, which almost caused the collapse of the US layout in the Middle East. Now that the Malaya industrial base has been successfully operated, increasing the resistance of pro-British monarchies in the Middle East should be the Middle East foreign policy that Britain should consider at this stage. He even wants to bring France in. It just so happens that this time, through the Antarctic Conference, he can have a good chat with the French, and the reason for the chat is also American. Because the United States has expressed through diplomatic channels that it hopes that Britain will not be tough on the Iranian issue. Washington is willing to mediate the Iranian oil crisis and come up with a fair plan to preserve British interests. Now Prime Minister Eden is considering whether to respond to the US proposal. Alan Wilson has submitted a report on the Iranian issue, listing the possible solutions that the United States may give. After becoming Prime Minister Eden inherited the previous government's tough attitude towards the Iranian oil crisis and publicly said, Iran will surely drown in its own oil ocean. In the current international crude oil market, it doesn't matter whether Iran is there or not. Iran is insignificant. However, the British sanctions have made Washington feel that the situation in Iran seems to be becoming delicate. The proxy countries selected by Washington in the Middle East are Iran, which is mainly Persian, and Israel. Saudi Arabia, a weak chicken, is an Arab and is not trustworthy in terms of combat effectiveness. If the British blockade of Iran continues, you must know that Iran is divided into three parts, and there is still the influence of the Soviet Union in the north. If the Soviet Union takes the opportunity to expand its influence, not only will Britain not benefit, but the United States will also be affected. As the blockade and counter-blockade between Britain and Iran intensify, the United States has become more and more restless and wants to find an opportunity to talk to Britain. Continuing can only benefit the Soviet Union, which is not good for both Britain and the United States. Prime Minister Eden is now under considerable pressure from Washington, and his initial firm sanctions attitude has also become loose. Chapter 1012 Alan Imitation Show. Alan Wilson went to Whitehall and accepted the views of Prime Minister Eden conveyed by Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke. In principle, Britain should fully maintain its interests in Iran, but since the United States wanted to mediate, Britain should give face to its close ally. Eden set up several backup plans for this purpose. After listening to him, Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, "If we are destined to lose Iran's interests, I think we can add one more." "Tell me about it." Norman Brooke said without comment. "Do you have any solution to the Iranian crisis?" Alan Wilson shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No, but I think, if Iran achieves its goal easily, it will set a very bad precedent in the Middle East. That is, finding a good backer can make Britain retreat. The Prime Minister also has this concern." Norman Brooke sighed after listening. "So this decision is not easy to make. If Britain's interests are damaged under the pressure of the United States, latecomers must think twice before acting. The United States wants to force us to make concessions, and I hope to exchange the lives of Mossadegh's family for it." Alan Wilson thought for a long time and said decisively, "No matter how supported or unsupported Mossadegh is in Iran, it doesn't matter. The important thing is to establish a rule, so that latecomers know what the outcome will be. This is equivalent to the fact that after Saddam was hanged, Colonel Qadis suddenly changed his anti-Western attitude when he was young and became easy to communicate with because Saddam's fate had made Colonel Qadis know that if you really anger imperialism, your whole family will die. However, Colonel Qadis is a special case. After all, Libya is a small country with a population of 6 million. A country supported by such a population size is far from being strong. Look at the Egyptian Sudan, who also offends people everywhere, and nothing happens to him. As long as the Egyptian Sudan can stay in the position of prime minister, other countries really can't do anything to him. Turkey is a powerful country in the world of peace, with a population of nearly 90 million. There is no country on the earth that can kill Turkey cleanly and neatly without being hurt. The United States can't do it, and other countries can't do it either. If you can negotiate, it can be one of the conditions of the United Kingdom. Norman Brooke finally agreed. Of course we still have to try our best. If we can let the United States know that this will only benefit the Soviet Union, that would be the best. Alan Wilson had an expression that said I would definitely fight for it, but he was a little pessimistic in his heart. The United States must have been mentally prepared to put pressure on Britain. Fortunately, he was also prepared to use the Dragoon sisters to prepare for the meat to rot in the pot. If there must be losses, it is better to let your own people take advantage. Alan Wilson, who knew that the Antarctic Conference was not just about Antarctic issues, prepared the information and went to Paris. After all, there were ladies of the same status as his wife waiting to ensure logistics. Xia Meng, a nation star promoted by Woodpecker Pictures, also performed a Cheongsam show for him personally. This was an exclusive treatment for the Lord Zongtang. The scene was beautiful, so there was no need to say more. Is it beautiful? Xia Meng asked. She finally listened to the man's strong request and changed her hairstyle from curled to long black straight. That's right. A very young woman, after curling her hair, suddenly looked 10 years older, with a middle-aged woman's look, which was very inconsistent. Now it looks much better. The Cheongsam is only one aspect. The key is that the person is beautiful, and she looks beautiful in anything. Alan Wilson said frankly. He believed that traditional clothing, no matter which ethnic group it is from, is not friendly to ordinary people. The 80/20 rule also applies to people's appearance. Only a few are good looking. Clothing on a beautiful woman is an advantage, but it is a disadvantage on an ordinary person. If a bucket is forced to put on a Cheongsam, it will only bring shame upon itself. Therefore, the traditional clothing of various ethnic groups is not eliminated by modern tight-fitting outfits, but the simplest reason of ugliness isolates the vast majority of ordinary people. Sometimes it doesn't work to tell the truth. Zia Meng's flaming red lips have come up because of this honest compliment. Hedy Lamarr appeared at the critical moment and ended the little star's dedication. Dear, don't do this. You scared our Miss Zia Meng. Alan Wilson looked like Poseidon descending to the world and asked for a beating and stretched out his hand with a gesture that you came at the right time. Hedy Lamarr rolled her eyes. She found that this man seemed to be much more shameless than in previous years and sometimes even made her bottom line lower. She said unhappily, you should at least respect me. I think the greatest respect a man can show to a woman is now. Alan Wilson stood up with a smirk on his face, but immediately sat down and bit back. Look how much Ingrid respects me. She never wears high heels to embarrass me. Hedy Lamarr could only sit down reluctantly, thinking that it was because this man was really impeccable in other aspects except promiscuity. Otherwise she would not accept such anger. It doesn't look like I came here for a beating at all. It's because I have foreseen the dullness and fierce confrontation of the meeting that I took the time to relax. Otherwise I might be pissed off by the Americans. Alan Wilson said lazily with a long face. I have my reasons. He definitely didn't hide in the woodpecker pictures for a feast. After arriving in Paris, he had already met with the Charles de Gaulle government. I hope France can take a common position with Britain at the Antarctic Conference, at least to help Britain diplomatically. However, the communication was not entirely smooth. Instead, they were told that Charles de Gaulle was going to visit Britain after the Antarctic Conference. They talked with the French for a long time about this. One problem was not solved, and another one arose. Well, I was wrong. Hedy Lamarr reluctantly admitted her mistake. I didn't understand you. The foreign minister will come over to sign, take a photo, and then leave. It's not like me, who has to talk here in person and quarrel. Alan Wilson pushed his way further and said that he was under great pressure. He also mentioned the importance of logistics support and asked Hedy Lamarr to relieve his pressure, especially the latter was more important. There was nothing more to say to each other. Alan Wilson believed that his idea was correct, but he was restless. Hedy Lamarr also believed that her idea was good, but she was relaxed and calm. If he told Alan Wilson that he could go up, he would climb to the top. In theory, Hedy Lamarr was waiting for his help there. Along the way, Alan Wilson reviewed the tasks he was supposed to complete, calculate her contraction time, help her breathe, chat with her to distract her, put his hands on her forehead, and moisten her lips with water. It was his turn to control the situation. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to communicate. With the arrival of delegations from Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Chile, the French Republic, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, the Union of South Africa, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and the United States of America. In mid-November, Alan Wilson began to get busy in the capital of a suspicious ally. It seems that there are diplomatic achievements in the vertical and horizontal alliances among the teams of various countries, but it is only in appearance. Argentina, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Norway, and even France and Britain themselves have sovereignty claims to Antarctica to varying degrees. They seem to have a large number of people, but it is precisely the two major powers in the world today that have no sovereignty claims to Antarctica. So this Antarctic conference is essentially a challenge to the United States and the Soviet Union by two poor countries, Britain and France, with a group of small countries. It would be a miracle if he could succeed, but Alan Wilson still pretended to be full of confidence and threw himself into the fire. You can imagine how he felt now. He knew that the result would not be optimistic, but he still had to do it because his wife in Perth had mobilized and controlled the Australian media to express unanimous optimism about the Antarctic conference. This optimism was also justified from Australia's perspective. Both Britain and France had claims to Antarctic sovereignty, and Britain and France would definitely stand on Australia's side. The atmosphere of the entire country of Australia is to believe that blood is thicker than water, and it is taken for granted that no matter what the United States is doing, it will not stand on the opposite side of Australia. However, Australia does not know that Australians are really not that important in the eyes of the United States in this era. Americans are thinking about themselves. They have no reason to claim sovereignty over Antarctica, so they prohibit other countries from claiming sovereignty, even if they stand with the Soviet Union. It is definitely not what Australians think. The United States will stand on Australia's side because of the same language and culture. Alan Wilson can even imagine that the Antarctic Conference is so popular in Australia, and in the end the United States and the Soviet Union jointly oppose all countries' claims to Antarctic sovereignty. What will be the reaction in Australia? Alan Wilson, who had been exchanging views with the US delegation on the Iranian oil crisis, turned around and told the Australian delegation that he would definitely fight for Australia's sovereignty over Antarctica. In fact, he did not give Australia or even a second. Who said that the Antarctic Conference would talk about Antarctica? What he talked about with the French was Charles de Gaulle's visit to Britain next year. He talked to the US about Britain's position on the Iranian oil crisis. If this was not the French capital of Paris, not the Soviet capital of Moscow, he would even want to talk to the Soviet Union about the security issues in Northern Europe. But at the formal meeting of the Antarctic Conference, Alan Wilson still represented the countries that claimed sovereignty over Antarctica and spoke with an impassioned attitude, especially believing that Australia's claim to sovereignty over Antarctica was legitimate. The Soviet Union's attitude is very simple. No country can claim sovereignty over Antarctica for any reason. Antarctica does not belong to any country and can only be used for peaceful scientific research purposes. The demilitarization of Antarctica is also the United States' proposition. After the speech of Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko, the Deputy Secretary of State who came on behalf of the United States, Dulles, also agreed with the Soviet Union's view. Antarctica belongs to all mankind, not to any one country. The statements of the United States and the Soviet Union made the entire conference hall in an eerie silence. The United States and the Soviet Union stood together. Alan Wilson took out the corn cob prepared for him by Hedy Lamarr, held it high in front of all the countries, and performed a Khrushchev imitation show on such a solemn occasion, shouting angrily, "Yes, the United States and the Soviet Union have settled the matter." What a harmonious scene. The scene of Alan Wilson holding up the corn cob, like the photo that swept the world some time ago, expressed dissatisfaction with the United States and the Soviet Union, and the entire Antarctic Conference venue was in an uproar. Chapter 1013 Antarctic Treaty. Deputy Secretary of State, such a scene caused a commotion on the American side. It's okay, we will convince the British. Making a fuss won't change the result. Smith signaled to stay calm and looked at Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. What's the hurry? The Soviets should be in a hurry. This is for the consideration of world peace and to leave a piece of pure land for the earth, Gromyko said in a Business-like tone. Although he was angry in his heart, he didn't show it. At this time, he didn't forget to drag the United States into the water. This is the result of the joint discussion between the Soviet Union and the United States. It is also the view of the vast majority of countries in the world, although many countries did not participate in this Antarctic Conference. This is power politics. Alan Wilson threw the corn cob on the table and showed indignation, just like Czechoslovakia at the Munich Conference, Poland at the Tehran Conference, and China at the Paris Peace Conference. After all, he has been taught by many movie queens, and his performance of wanting to kill the thief, but being unable to turn the tide is still in place. The reason for performing this scene at the conference was just to hope that the United States could make concessions on the Iran issue, but this possibility was extremely slim. The rebellious son had grown up and was ready to start the father-son relationship. We will adjourn for the time being. We believe that we can come up with a result that is acceptable to all parties. US Deputy Secretary of State Smith spoke at this time, unwilling to fall out with a British Deputy Foreign Minister in public. There is such a term as the British Deputy Foreign Minister, but Whitehall generally does not recognize this title. It is more recognized to be called the Permanent Undersecretary, and the Deputy Minister is generally used by other countries. Smith felt that it might take a few days to convince the British and let them understand who should have the final say in this world. At that time, Secretary of State Dulles will be notified to come to Paris to sign the contract. As for the fuss of holding up corn cobs in the conference hall, although Smith was happy to see this scene from a private perspective, in order to ensure the solemn atmosphere of the diplomatic conference, he still felt that it was not appropriate to publicize it. This was not conducive to the easing of the atmosphere between the United States and the Soviet Union. It had been less than 2 months since Khrushchev visited the United States, and even if they fell out, it was a bit too fast. After the meeting, US Deputy Secretary of State Smith sent someone to invite Alan Wilson. The visitor first expressed his understanding of Britain's anger, and then said that the two countries should talk privately. This invitation was not unexpected. Alan Wilson was very familiar with the secret operation. Poland was sold by him. Why should the United States stand on the side of the Soviet Union for the sovereignty of Antarctica? When they met, Alan Wilson expressed the United States' indignation at the betrayal of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. What should be done must be done. Life is like a play and it all depends on acting. Of course, it is because the United States has no reason to swear sovereignty over Antarctica, so it cannot let other countries take advantage. This is the truth, but Smith cannot say it this way. He talked about peace and environmental protection, and said a lot of clichés, and then said directly, Britain should be on the same side as the United States, otherwise it may affect the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Your Excellency is threatening Britain. Alan Wilson asked with a long face, because of an ice sheet. Sir Wilson, some things do not require you to take a certain attitude, just because two countries are allies. Smith shrugged absent-mindedly, just like the Soviets said, there are so many countries in the world, and they will definitely not approve of your occupation of Antarctica. If this issue is discussed at the United Nations General Assembly, it will make you very embarrassed, right? We held the Antarctic Conference in Paris, which was originally considered to preserve the influence of Britain and France. I hope Britain and France can understand Washington's difficulties. Then should I also thank the United States? Alan Wilson sneered. Otherwise Britain will embarrass itself in the United Nations. What does it mean to conjure a card out of thin air and hold it in your hand? I didn't expect to experience it in my previous life, and I can encounter it again in this life, when I change a country. The United States, this rebellious son, is really better than his master. Sir Wilson, I still suggest that London think carefully about it. Smith said lightly, how much benefit can Britain get? Almost nothing. Britain is nothing more than safeguarding the interests of two countries in the Commonwealth, Australia and New Zealand. The attitudes of these two countries are actually insignificant. Smith was speaking the truth. Australia and New Zealand are far away from the hotspots in the world today, and their presence is not necessarily higher than that of Latin America. The main interests of the United States are still in Eurasia. I will inform the ministers and the Prime Minister of the attitude of the United States. Alan Wilson looked at Smith with 3 parts of humiliation and 7 parts of unwillingness, and his tone was unprecedentedly heavy. Iran issue. Let's negotiate the Antarctic Conference first, and then talk about the Iranian issue. Thank you Sir Wilson for conveying it. The special relationship between Britain and the United States is unbreakable. Smith looked like he was sitting on the diorite, watching the British Deputy Foreign Minister get up and leave, and then looked at his assistant. Look, it's actually not difficult to communicate with Britain. Sooner or later, I will give you a hard blow to let you know that your father is still as good as ever. Alan Wilson, who was driving to the British Embassy, pulled a face, but he didn't say how humiliated he felt. He had already prepared for the Antarctic Conference to be fruitless, and he was performing an imitation show just for Australia. As for the Iranian issue, it would not be as simple as Smith said. If the sanctions continued, the United States would need help from Britain. He just walked away, but he had not figured out how to make an offer. He wanted to see how long the United States could hold out against Iran. After conveying the attitude of the United States to London, Alan Wilson decided to go to Woodpecker Pictures to relax. At this time, he needed the comfort of the actresses to relieve his mood of pretending to be affected by the diplomatic failure. We can use this Antarctic Conference and the Iranian issue to test the deep-seated attitude of the United States towards Britain. If we succeed, even if the interests are taken away by the United States, we can adjust our diplomatic strategy and deal with it carefully. While London was discussing the latest progress of the Antarctic Conference, Alan Wilson was discussing with Anna, the little dragoon who had secretly come to Paris, about developing the friendship of the Aryans that has been thicker than blood since ancient times. If they really can't hold on, it's time for the Helmand family to march into the Persian Gulf and get a share of Iran's oil. Alan Wilson, with his hands on the dragoon's slender waist, made suggestions for the development and expansion of the Hellman family. "Don't think I will, thank you. You are also considering your son." Anna held the man's face and pressed it against her chest, laughing. "Think about it. I will make you unable to breathe today." Philosophical thinking does not hinder the appreciation of art, and thinkers do not suppress the expression of emotions. He can distinguish between imagination and fantasy. For example, now, he criticizes ideas, but appreciates style. He curses the political intrigues, but praises all the details. He hates politicians, but loves their dialogue. The permanent deputy minister who adheres to the principle of being submissive to the United States and the Soviet Union, and hitting hard against the third world, has a simple way to adjust his mood. So he strolled around the slums of Paris to increase his happiness. He can even do charity on a private level, just like he saved French women on the streets of Paris many years ago. There is only one house on the ground floor. Close to the wall at the back, there was a large bed without curtains, and by the window was a dough-making jar with a broken glass that was glued together with a sun pattern cut out of blue paper. In the corner behind the door, under the slate of the laundry floor, there were several half-nailed boots with shiny nails on the soles, and next to them was a bottle full of oil with a feather stuck in the neck of the bottle. A copy of Matthew's Almanac was thrown on the dusty mantelpiece, among the flints, candle ends and scattered tinder. Finally, what seemed unnecessary in this room was a portrait of the goddess of honor playing a trumpet, which was of course cut out from some perfume advertisement and nailed to the wall with 6 boot nails. What an imperialist bureaucrat. Anna followed Alan Wilson around, watching this man doing good deeds, as if he was giving alms, and felt that Gazner's education was also a lot of the reality of this world. The river flowed silently, looking fast and cold. Thin and long water plants fell in the water in patches, floating with the water, like uncombed green hair, and the reflections of the two people could be vaguely seen. There are two sides to the story. We are not as evil as you say, and the Soviet Union is not as great as it claims. We all live on this earth. Why do you have to act like you are saving the world? It's really annoying. After doing good deeds every day, Alan Wilson felt much better. Before he came out for a stroll, London had called back to commend him for his efforts to safeguard British interests, since he had already gained enough favour with Australia and New Zealand. Anna looked at Alan Wilson angrily, holding her hands on her waist, and said, "Don't you have any ideals at all? If I had ideals, I would be a spy. I have never had any ideals in my life. I have a family, and I plan to be a civil servant for life." Alan Wilson boasted proudly, "It seems that I have protected you too well. You should go out and see the real world more." Anna pouted and muttered softly, "I have seen it a long time ago. I even gave birth to 2 children for a domineering occupation army. How old was I at that time? You were so cruel." Alan's part has ended. The final result will be left to US Secretary of State Dulles and British Foreign Secretary Macmillan. At the end of November, the two arrived in Paris one after another for face-to-face negotiations. Then on December 1st, the Antarctic Treaty was passed. Article 4 of the Antarctic Treaty clarified the sovereignty issue. Any contracting party renounces its previously proposed rights or claims to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica. When the news came, the whole of Australia was in shock and disappointment. They couldn't understand how such a result could come about. Chapter 1014 Pound Crisis. This result is in stark contrast to Australia's recent optimism. The public opinion accepted by Australians is that Britain and France also have sovereignty claims over Antarctica, and more than half of the countries in the entire Antarctic Conference have sovereignty claims. Even if the United States does not have sovereignty claims over Antarctica, it will not oppose it, because they share the same culture and ethnicity. If you think about it this way, it seems that the only country that can oppose it is the Soviet Union itself. With the firm support of Britain and France and the support of more than half of the countries in the Antarctic Conference, as long as the United States takes a slight bias, wouldn't Australia's claim to sovereignty over Antarctica be a done deal? However, Australia's imaginary flying dragon riding on its face did not become a reality. The final result of the Antarctic Conference was completely opposite to what the Australians thought, which immediately caused an uproar in the entire country's public opinion, and they were eager to know why this result occurred. Not to mention the disappointment that spread in Australia. This was naturally guided by Pamela Mountbatten, who taught by example. The Paris incident is far from over. US Secretary of State Dulles and British Foreign Secretary Macmillan did not just sign the Antarctic Treaty in Paris. The two countries still have their own things to discuss. The topic of discussion was naturally the Iranian oil crisis that had lasted for a long time, and to find a solution that both sides could accept. Alan Wilson was still quite distrustful of Macmillan, the foreign secretary who had an American mother. He was always afraid that Macmillan would find an opportunity to sell out Britain. You know, it was when he was prime minister that the Nassau Agreement was signed. Alan Wilson looked at this foreign secretary, which was equivalent to the Soviets looking at a public enemy. However, when talking with Dulles, Macmillan did not make any promises to the United States, and the first meeting ended in failure. Although Macmillan was the foreign secretary, the person who really made decisions on Britain's foreign policy was the former foreign secretary and current Prime Minister Eden, who made Eden think he was an expert in the field of diplomacy. US Secretary of State Dulles explained the US's views on the Iranian oil crisis, hoping that Britain would give up sanctions and the United States would seek a solution to try to preserve Britain's interests. At the same time, he explained the important role of Iran in curbing the Soviet Union's influence in the Middle East. Macmillan said that Britain could not accept such an unreasonable move that trampled on British dignity. As we all know, the oil agreement between Britain and the Middle East countries has been revised. It is no longer the original I take all, but the same as the United States. Each country gets half. The Iranian government's behavior is totally unreasonable. It was Alan who adjusted the distribution of oil profits at that time. Macmillan pointed at Alan Wilson and introduced him. It was me. Being pointed at by the suspect, Alan Wilson suddenly woke up and nodded. Britain should consider the overall situation of the free world, instead of acting alone, like it is now. Dulles frowned slightly and said, facing an unprecedented enemy, sacrifice is sometimes inevitable. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and looked at Macmillan to listen to the suspect's answer. Is it just like the situation in Cuba? Macmillan said with a cold smile. Should Britain make some sacrifices? Is this how the United States works in the field of diplomacy? Disregarding the traditional friendship between Britain and the United States, the interests of Britain must be sacrificed for the interests of some regions? Mr. Macmillan, the Secretary of State means that Britain and Iran should each take a step back. It is not to let Britain sacrifice in vain. As long as Britain can express goodwill first, we have room for maneuver. Deputy Secretary of State Smith glanced at Dulles, whose face wasn't changed, and made an excuse. It is not to force Britain to make any concessions. Cuba is the Dulles brothers' Achilles heel. Few people dare to talk about Cuba in front of the Secretary of State, because it will anger the two brothers, one Secretary of State, and the other Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. At this time, Cuba has been controlled by Castro, and a government has been formed including figures from various parties with different tendencies who oppose Batista. The new regime has achieved fundamental social and economic changes, implemented a land reform and industrial development policy, announced the nationalization of the property of American companies and the local big and middle bourgeoisie, and implemented a policy of opposing imperialist interference and safeguarding national independence. In the eyes of the United States, the Soviet Union appeared right at their doorstep. The attitude of the entire United States towards Cuba took a sharp turn for the worse, and the Dulles brothers were the first to bear the brunt. Under Secretary of State Smith, the Iranian issue is very complicated. We may still have to discuss it slowly. Even the closest allies do not have to agree on everything, right? Alan Wilson said to US Under Secretary of State Smith with a smile. Just a few days ago, when discussing Antarctic affairs, the other party answered him in this way. It was really a good turn of events. Smith opened his mouth, as if he regretted his negligent attitude a few days ago. He should not have said it so bluntly. Each party stated their positions, which was the greatest achievement of this meeting between Britain and the United States. Macmillan and Dulles left separately. The Iranian issue must be resolved as soon as possible, Dulles said to his deputy Smith. If it is delayed for a long time, it may affect the election. We must think of a way to force Britain to submit. Almost at the same time, Alan Wilson suggested to the respected foreign secretary, the United States will have an election next year. They should be more anxious than us. I think we can still fight for it. I don't know if it is a coincidence, but at this moment, both Britain and the United States have a psychological feeling that 800,000 to 600,000, the advantage is in my mind. It's just that the United States really thinks so, and Alan Wilson on the British side is just pretending to think so. The gap in national strength cannot be made up, even if Britain has gotten rid of the sequelae of World War II. But if it turns against the United States, it is estimated that the conservative government still needs a certain degree of determination. Just the Iranian issue is not enough to make Britain have such determination. Without Iran, Britain still has Iraq, Kuwait, and a series of emirates that later formed the UAE. Dulles wanted to settle the Iranian issue quickly because the United States was about to start the election. And it was also because of the election that Alan Wilson suggested that Britain should drag out the Iranian oil crisis. In the following meetings, Macmillan, the nominal British Foreign Secretary, could only explain the British position because of the presence of Prime Minister Eden. Under such circumstances, the two countries naturally could not reach any results. Dulles and Macmillan could not stay in other countries for a long time. In the end, this interview had to come to an end. However, for the US Secretary of State and the British Foreign Secretary, the two of them left, leaving the Deputy Secretary of State and the Permanent Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs. The situation became a conversation between the two assistants. Alan Wilson was not in a hurry at this time. The United States will hold a general election next year, right, Mr. Deputy Secretary of State? Maybe the new government will be more friendly. The United States will hold a general election next year. This is something that the whole world knows. As a member of the Earth, how could Alan Wilson not care? The final result was that Kennedy narrowly defeated Nixon. It was said to be a narrow victory, but in fact, from the beginning of the use of television debates, Nixon's appearance was destined to suffer, especially compared with Kennedy. Sir Wilson is very confident. Smith said with a serious face, Britain is ready to reject the goodwill of the United States. What consequences will it face? You must know that for most of the time after the war, the United States has supported Britain's international status. Just such a request for Britain to consider the overall situation has been rejected like this? Why put it so directly, Mr. Smith? Alan Wilson sneered. Aren't you satisfied with the loss of nearly 5 million square kilometers of colonies in British India? Britain has realized that this world will be the world of the United States and the Soviet Union, but we also have to consider the people's livelihood in our own country. We can't just sit there and say a word when such an important asset as BP is confiscated, right? Maybe Britain will lose more by then. Smith's voice turned cold. Is the world situation so complicated? Yes, it's too complicated. Alan Wilson didn't seem to hear the ambiguity in the other party's words, and nodded solemnly. It's so complicated that sometimes, you can't see why allies are more lovable than enemies, don't you think? Then we will wait for the result. Smith stood up directly. There was no need to talk more at this point. He was going to follow Secretary of State Dulles back to the country to discuss how to force Britain to make concessions. What the United States needs now is both. It wants Britain to agree to the United States mediation, but it cannot involve the Soviet Union. Fortunately, since Khrushchev's visit to the United States, the current relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union has been stable, which is an opportunity to fight with Britain. Alan Wilson also completed his affairs in Paris and took the breath of Hedy Lamarr, Ingrid Bergman, Anna and Xiaomeng, and embarked on a journey back to London. An Antarctic conference made him tired and thin, and there were still hungry bullflowers and national treasures in the country. He paid too much for Britain. This time, the two countries did not solve the Iranian oil crisis, and almost immediately, diplomatic relations had twists and turns. The International Monetary Fund downgraded the credit rating of the United Kingdom. For a time, the pressure on the pound increased suddenly, and the vultures that were looming around Britain began to circle. Prime Minister Eden, who had learned of the US's attitude, immediately convened a cabinet meeting to discuss countermeasures. At the same time, Whitehall was also discussing how to survive the international hot money this time, which actually came from the financial suppression of the United States. The situation is still quite optimistic. After all, currency is a reflection of a country's credit system. A strong country means a strong currency, and a weak country means a weak currency. The current national strength of the United Kingdom is definitely very different from the United Kingdom in Alan Wilson's memory. I have asked the Nigerian High Commissioner and the Governor to discuss the immediate establishment of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company and listed in London. Alan Wilson held the telegram sent from Lagos. What price to set depends on the Ministry of Finance. Chapter 1015 Britain will never surrender. Frank, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Finance, took the document and nodded to the Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke. We will give a professional assessment and strive to make it possible for Nigeria and shareholders to gain something. The Nigerian Petroleum Corporation is the most valuable wealth of the entire Nigeria. In the 21st century, Nigerian oil has provided more than 95% of the foreign exchange income of this country with a population of nearly 300 million. From this point, we can see that the entire Nigeria relies on oil resources. Once there are twists and turns in the oil industry, the whole of Nigeria will be in turmoil. Now this wealth has just been sent to the Ministry of Finance from Alan Wilson. Pushing the Nigerian Petroleum Corporation to be listed in London is also part of this currency war. Although everyone knows that I'm a pro-American faction, there is nothing to say when it comes to the issue of the pound. Even if we don't want to, we have to fight the source of the pound crisis. Alan Wilson's face was as gloomy as water, as if he regretted the twists and turns in the special relationship between Britain and the United States. It's a pity that there is no audience for this performance. What is the pro-American faction? Everyone just listens to it. Are you addicted to acting? Alan Wilson was wronged. He had contributed to the export industry of the United States in Paris and bought a Cadillac for Zermang, which was enough to prove that he was pro-American. However, this matter was not suitable for Whitehall to know. The 1959 Cadillac Eldorado, with special equipment including leather interior, chrome alloy rims and radio, was priced at $8,000. In the 1950s, the current Cadillac was positioned above Mercedes-Benz, not the emperor who fought with Toyota in the future and was defeated by the German Big Three. In his childhood in his previous life, Cadillac was still more popular than the German Big Three for a while. However, it was the same fate as Land Rover and Jaguar and was left behind by the German Big Three in terms of brand value. Land Rover and Jaguar fell in brand value after being sold to India, but Cadillac did not know why. Now, this is the most luxurious car in the world today, except for several high-priced models in the UK. He bought one and gave it to Zermang, which was enough to prove that he was pro-American. Okay, please sit down. This time the source of the pound run is in Zurich. In fact, we all know where the source is. It is the focus of our meeting this time. Norman Brooke said slowly. The Prime Minister is also very concerned about this matter. He believes that this is a provocation to the British Empire. We all believe that this time the pound run will be shamefully defeated. Yes, yes. Whitehall officials in the conference room nodded one after another, expressing their confidence in Britain. Alan also brought good news, testing market confidence by listing the Nigerian Oil Company. The Ministry of Finance must come up with professional opinions on how to assess the value. I believe it is not a problem to stimulate the potential of the people. Norman Brooke pondered for a moment and said, I'm personally quite optimistic. The UK's gold reserves have increased to 4,500 tons. Of course, there is a big gap with the US gold reserves, but in terms of the total economic volume of the UK, the proportion is still higher than that of the US. Of course, there are other reasons. Currency is ultimately maintained by confidence. Confidence comes from a variety of sources, such as military strength and industrial strength, which is essentially national strength. I believe that stabilizing the current exchange rate is definitely not a problem. The attempt to short the pound will not succeed. Alan Wilson said confidently, the Kuching steel base in Malaya has a total annual output of 25 million tons. It supports the construction of the Middle East, Africa and even Goa, and provides commodities to enter the Australian market. With the support of commodities, it can also be part of the pound mechanism. Frank, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Finance, who was holding a pen, said, "The Braxton Woods system is essentially supported by gold. I don't believe that the United States will risk losing thousands of tons of gold reserves and fight us to the end. Is it worth it for Iran? What does our Chancellor of the Exchequer think?" Norman Brook asked. Exchange rate fluctuations must have an explanation. Rab Butler is the current Chancellor of the Exchequer. After losing the election after the war, the Conservative Party promulgated the Agricultural Charter and other documents, formally agreeing with the Labour Party's policy of implementing a nationalised mixed economy and building a welfare state, thus eliminating the difference in policy with the Labour Party, greatly changing the Conservative Party's image in the minds of British voters, and gaining the support of many workers. This reform is called the Conservative Party's painless and permanent plastic surgery. The goblins in Zurich have launched a shameful attack on the pound. Frank brought out the statement of Harold Wilson, the former Labour Party minister. "I believe this explanation will be accepted by voters. Of course, we cannot guarantee that everyone will accept it. Although it is rare among ordinary people, there are always smart people. Some people should know that this attack came from across the Atlantic. If the government feels pressured by the war over the pound this time, it may cut military spending." Norman Brook changed the subject and pondered, "Of course we don't want this to happen. I'm just saying there is a possibility." Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, "My dear sir, cutting military spending is a helpless move from any angle. If it really doesn't work, I will convene a meeting of overseas commissioners and draw funds from the Overseas Assets Management Committee to defend the pound. I'm just saying a possibility. Judging from the current strength, even cutting military spending is unlikely. It's too early to say this now." Norman Brook smiled and said, "At least I don't feel any pressure from the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Get the Nigerian Petroleum Company done. The Prime Minister should be very happy to see this good news. Let Governor Azikiwe come to London immediately. If he doesn't come, at least we still have the ability to replace the future father of Nigeria." Norman Brook stood up and prepared to talk to Prime Minister Eden and Chancellor of the Exchequer Rab Butler about the listing of the Nigerian Petroleum Company in London. Excluding the time when the United States cut off aid in the early post-war period, this should be the first time that Britain felt the hostility of the United States. The first method Britain adopted was of course the old method. Back then, it could sell British India in a package, and now it can sell Nigeria. From Britain never surrendering before the blood of Indians is shed, to Britain never surrendering before the blood of Nigeria is shed. 1 year after the economic crisis in 1958, Britain's per capita income has further narrowed to negligible with that of the United States. In terms of the total economic scale, it reflects that the proportion of Britain's share of the US economy is consistent with the proportion of Britain's population to the US population, which is 3 times that of France and Germany, nearly 4 times that of China, and 4 times that of Japan. It is undoubtedly the second in the free world. In this situation, it would be too unreasonable to throw away the rifle and surrender. The United States is not easy to mess with, and Britain is not easy to mess with either. In the questioning of Harold Wilson in the House of Commons, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rab Butler, also showed a tough attitude and used Harold Wilson's famous saying, "The goblins of Zurich and their supporters behind them will inevitably fail to achieve their goals, and their restless hearts should be extinguished." A few days later, Azikiwe, the governor of the Dominion of Nigeria, arrived in London. At this time, London was in December. Although there was no smog in previous years, Azikiwe, the governor who was accustomed to the tropical rainforest climate, was quite uncomfortable. Alan Wilson did not have so many discomforts. Recently, Greta Garbo's temporary stay in London ignited his fiery heart. At this moment, there were 3 goddesses from different eras who took turns to ignite his fiery heart. The wind and frost were nothing. I believe that, once the Nigerian Petroleum Company goes public, it will be a huge benefit to the whole of Nigeria. Alan Wilson did not think that Nigeria suffered a loss. Nigeria could use this to obtain financing from Europe and even North America. The London Stock Exchange also has subordinate institutions, such as the Montreal Stock Exchange in Canada, which was established in 1874 and is currently the largest financial exchange in Canada. There is also the Toronto Stock Exchange. Considering the current international situation, in addition to the stock exchanges in the United Kingdom and the United States, it is him. So for Nigeria, it is not just about getting financing from Europe. The Nigerian autonomous government and the military each have shares in this listing. As for the specific shares, it is inconvenient to disclose. What's wrong with soldiers doing business? Asakiwa's own shares are negligible compared to the previous two, but personally speaking, it is undoubtedly a huge fortune. Of course, the Nigerian High Commissioner will also make a fortune, which has nothing to do with Nigeria. On Christmas Day, December 24th, the Nigerian Petroleum Company, which was long awaited by the London Stock Exchange, was officially listed. The scene at the London Stock Exchange was hot that day, and the stocks of the Nigerian Petroleum Company led to the overall rise of the market. After all, it is a country with an area of nearly 1 million square kilometers and a population of 30 to 40 million, and the most impressive industry. Alan Wilson's hanging heart finally let go at this time. Britain will never relax sanctions on Iran. On the same day, Eden made a solemn promise in the House of Commons as Prime Minister. Iran will be drowned by its own oil. The world does not need Iran. Iran is insignificant. This is what I want to say now, a very obvious fact. As soon as Prime Minister Eden finished speaking, the House of Commons burst into warm applause, which lasted for a long time. The exchange rate of the pound remained stable at 1:2.8, and the whole of Britain showed its strong side. It seems that losing British India has no impact on Britain. The discussion in the White House of the United States with a surprise tone belonged to President Eisenhower and Nixon. Chapter 1016 Rebalancing Europe. It is no secret that the British colonial system is centered on British India, and the United States is well aware of this. The final independence of British India, as the core of the colonial empire, naturally made the United States happy, which meant that this long-term imaginary enemy finally admitted reality and stepped down from the throne of world hegemony. Then Sudan became independent, and later Nigeria also entered the independent track, and Britain's strength became weaker and weaker. The United States was naturally happy to see this happen. After all, the Soviet Union was a big enemy at the moment, and the territory spanning the Eurasian continent made no one dare to ignore it. It would be best for Britain to shrink itself. But this time, the test made the United States stunned to find that this father, who had gained independence for more than 6 million square kilometers after the war together with India and Sudan, did not seem to be dead yet, and still had considerable strength. The father's old bottom was still very rich. After listening to this battle to defend the pound, it can be seen that the listing of the Nigerian oil company in London immediately detonated capital and led to the London stock market rising steadily. The British sell one colony at a time, and there are at least 3 or 4 valuable colonies that can replicate this cash flow. Eisenhower couldn't help but admire. It seems that weakening Britain really requires a decade or 20 of dedicated planning. Since financial means cannot force Britain to submit, there is no need to attack the pound. There is no long-term financial war. Financial wars usually don't last long. Once they are defended, piling up time is useless. Eisenhower wanted to stop sniping the pound and take action if there is an opportunity in the future. Nixon hadn't thought of a good solution. Just as he was about to say something, Secretary of State Dulles came directly to the presidential office and saw the president and vice president there. President, Vice President, you've heard about the booming London stock market. Well, the pound is still very strong. If we increase the investment in sniping, things may get out of control. Nixon nodded and said, we still can't break up with Britain. This will only benefit the Soviets. The opinions of the president and vice president make sense. Dulles did not ignore Nixon just because he was the vice president. Although the vice president is a well-known mascot, ever since William McKinley was assassinated and Roosevelt came to power, all Americans knew how terrible the consequences of ignoring the vice president were. Nixon was certain to be the next Republican presidential candidate, and Dulles knew this clearly, so he said, now it has become something we must do to balance Britain, otherwise the influence on European affairs will be greatly reduced because of Britain's existence. Eisenhower and Nixon both nodded in agreement. Although Dulles was criticized for the Cuban Revolution, they still trusted him, especially in terms of strategic vision. The fact that the sniping action on the pound was fruitless this time showed a lot of things in itself. Rebalancing Europe is imminent. But the key is, who should we choose to balance? Nixon thought for a long time and smiled bitterly. In fact, in terms of ability, France is naturally the most suitable candidate, but France is also a colonial country. The difference between France and Britain on many issues is only that the means are more direct or more covert. Charles de Gaulle is also a difficult person to deal with. Can we use? Oh my god. Yes, Vice President. The only reliable choice is Germany. Dulles continued with Nixon's words. As mentioned before, the difference between Britain and France is not big, just the means are different. Charles de Gaulle is not trustworthy either. The only countries in Europe that can be on par with Britain and France in terms of economy and population are Germany and Italy, but Italy's ability? Obviously not as good as Germany's. Germany's industrial level is comparable to that of France, and its population size is slightly larger than that of France, and is at the same level as that of Britain. It is the most suitable object, and the United States has reason to do so. There are a large number of US troops stationed in Germany. Although there are also British and French troops, at least the United States has enough ability to support Germany on the grounds of strengthening Germany's national strength and defending Europe. That doesn't seem to make sense. Eisenhower hesitated. Although he was of German descent, it was precisely because of his German descent that he couldn't express his opinion on this matter. No problem. The World War is a thing of the past. What we need is the unity of the free world. Dulles persuaded in a high-sounding manner. Germany plays an important role in resisting the Soviet Union and defending the free world. No one can deny this. What's wrong with supporting Germany? It's not the first time. Otherwise, how could Germany have the capital to start a world war? After World War I, in order to help Germany restore its economy, the United States provided Germany with huge loans and made massive investments. With just one door's plan, Germany received a loan of 33 billion marks, 70% of which was provided by the United States. It can be said that American capital played an important role in the rise of Germany after the war. At the technical level, Germany was provided with various technologies ranging from ceramics, lubricants to automobiles, aircraft, tanks, etc., which provided great help to Germany's industrial and technological development. There is nothing new under the sun. After World War II, the United States also adopted a supportive attitude towards Germany, this time to resist the Soviet Union. Compared with Britain and France, which still have some strength, Germany has no chance of turning the tables, and is more trustworthy. Britain and France are different. First of all, they have nuclear bombs, and can vigorously develop offensive weapons. Although the three countries have the same political system, there are no eternal friends between countries, only eternal interests. Britain and France will never get the unconditional trust of the United States, at least not with the current strength of Britain and France. If one day Britain, France, and Germany are at the same level, the United States can truly believe in the two hegemons of the colonial era. The United States, which has tested the strength of the pound, will no longer be entangled in the financial field. In this way, even if the pound is defeated, the United States will lose a lot of gold reserves. At least the United States is unwilling to do so at present, which will shake the foundation of the Bretton Woods system. This time, the pound crisis, which lasted for half a month, was directly subsided. Even for most people, there is no such pound crisis at all. But the United States is actually just changing the battlefield for layout. In Bonn, the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany, Prime Minister Konrad Adenauer secretly met with the American ambassador and listened to the other party to convey Washington's support for Germany to play a greater role. Konrad Adenauer certainly warmly welcomed the US proposal. At the Hermann Manor in Bonn, Anna looked at the pair of brothers in the yard with a smile on her face and shouted, "Hans, Koch, come to your mother quickly, it's time for dinner." Compared to Anna's caring, Bokina seemed a little serious. While eating, she said, the American ambassador met with Adenauer. "Do some exercise after dinner, and then have a good rest." Anna waited for the two brothers to finish dinner, then let them go to rest, and then said, "He is right. Germany's industrial labor gap has always been serious. If there is really no other way, the Persians are more trustworthy than the Turks. As he said, the Persians are very enthusiastic about the term Aryan, and the filter is still very thick. I'll find out the government's attitude. Bokina held her chin with one hand, her short golden hair stubbornly showing through her fingers, and she said leisurely, since he has a record of the situation, there must be a way to solve it. Who knows, I don't sleep with him every day. Anna rolled her eyes and pouted. He is very popular, with a group of old women around him every day. The matter between Alan Wilson and some MILFs was no longer a secret to the Dragoon sisters. I think we should talk about it. He talked about the possible development of the Iranian matter. Bokina thought, it is also true that Germany is short of labor. This is a good opportunity to intervene in Iran. First of all, I think he should be reminded. Anna said seriously. She did not care about the direction of the Iranian oil crisis. The key was to maintain mutual trust. After the West Berlin incident, mutual trust could not withstand another destruction. Bokina stared at her sister who was in love, and finally nodded helplessly. I really have nothing to say to you. Then don't talk about it. I'll go see what Hans is doing. He is always worrying every day. Anna jumped up, not like a German woman of this age who was known for her toughness. She was not. A few years ago, various industries in the Federal Republic of Germany began to put pressure on the government to introduce workers from foreign countries and threaten to move factories out of Germany otherwise. The trade unions strongly opposed the introduction of foreign workers because they were afraid that the jobs of their citizens would be threatened. After many negotiations, the labor and management reached an agreement on the premise that the federal German government guaranteed equal pay for equal work. Germany, Spain, Italy, and Greece have all signed labor agreements, but only Italy has enough labor among the three countries. However, Italy's own economy is also developing well. The Franco government of Spain controls the scale of labor, leaving Greece alone. But how many people are there in Greece? The unemployment rate in the Federal Republic of Germany has dropped below 1%, and the job gap is as high as 300,000. Either introduce labor, or transfer the gap that requires labor. At least the current government will not choose to transfer industries, so it can only introduce labor to work in Germany. At this time, the United States hopes that Germany will share the Iranian oil crisis, which can be said to coincide with Germany's labor shortage. Iran has a strong filter for Germany. Alan Wilson, a British man, knows it, and there is no reason for Germany not to know it. The idea of the United States to unite with Germany to control Britain is exactly what Germany wants. Iran's unemployment rate is high because of British sanctions. It is time for Germany to take action. In Tehran, the capital of Iran, the German ambassador met with the Iranian King Pahlavi. Recommended, my esteemed Aminguk Daming Hanwu 28th year. This is an era when mystery is fading and science is rising. Chapter 1017. Duel with Demi. It is no exaggeration to describe this meeting as a perfect match. Germany is now short of labor, with 300,000 vacancies nationwide, while Iran's unemployment rate has skyrocketed due to British sanctions. Although the saying that Aryans are the best is no longer politically correct because of the defeat of the Third Reich, it does not mean that no one in Germany believes this statement. Anti-war is also present in Germany. And Germany also needs a reliable energy supplier. Because of the objective factors of Germany's coastline, it is at a disadvantage compared with the Netherlands, Britain, and Norway in the division of the North Sea. Compared with Germany's huge manufacturing industry, the share of North Sea oil in Germany's hands can only be said to be better than nothing. For various reasons, this is almost a win-win situation. At the beginning of 1960, Britain welcomed the Federal Republic of Germany, the opponent of the two world wars, which gave Britain a critical blow. This is a fact that no one expected. On January 1st, the Federal Republic of Germany announced that it had signed a labor introduction agreement with Iran and put forward 4 standards, which were limited to unmarried persons. Family members could not follow the workers to Germany, the length of labor should not exceed 2 years, and the workers must be educated. At a time when the UK is imposing sanctions on Iran, the German government's move is undoubtedly a stab in the back. Alan Wilson didn't need to say anything. The whole of Britain was filled with simple emotions. They just thought so, whatever, and even some remarks warning against Germany were circulated among the people again. I'll be there right away. Alan Wilson, who was driving Greta Garbo with one hand, nodded with the microphone in the other. Did the Ministry of Foreign Affairs call you? Greta Garbo glanced at the man knowingly and whispered, it's time to work. You can't always lie in bed and do nothing. What are you going to do? In principle, we are going to sanction Germany. Alan Wilson got up and dressed, finally transforming from playing in the free world to a beast in human clothing. It's not okay not to make some response at the moment of sanctioning Iran. After getting dressed, Alan Wilson bent down and did not forget to have a verbal dispute with Greta Garbo. Don't forget to exercise. Wait for me to come back after I'm done. To be honest, among these ladies with the same status as his wife, Hedy Lamarr and Greta Garbo can really gain a foothold in the world of fame and fortune with just a face. Alan Wilson did not expect that it was Greta Garbo, the oldest lady, who could withstand the passage of time the most. The original one is really amazing. This is also the reason why Hedy Lamarr wanted to have surgery, but was severely stopped by Alan Wilson. Plastic surgery can elevate mediocre people to another level, but for a woman like Hedy Lamarr, destroying the facial muscle tissue will only disappoint her. Half an hour later, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who was carrying a heavy load, appeared in front of Foreign Secretary Macmillan with a cup of wolfberry to discuss the incident of the Federal Republic of Germany stabbing Britain in the back. If it were Britain 50 years ago, considering the existence of British troops stationed in Germany, the discussion now should be whether to overthrow the current German government. Alan Wilson looked like an old-fashioned gentleman, saying the most imperialist words, and then change the subject. If there is no response, citizens may question the ability of this government, so we must now consider a sanction method that is not too harmful to the relationship between the two countries, while expressing a serious position. Alan Wilson's opinion is simple. First of all, it cannot be treated as nothing happened, otherwise it may jeopardize the government's support rate. But if a big fight is made, it seems a bit of an exaggeration. It is not possible to not respond, otherwise it will damage Britain's leadership in the European community. However, if it sanctions Germany's important industries, it may also hurt itself. The trade between Britain and Germany is still quite large. Sanction Germany? Macmillan said hesitantly. Isn't it a bit too much? The key is that Germany's actions to help Iran cannot be concealed. Alan Wilson said solemnly, we have to give an explanation to the citizens. We have to sanction some German industries so that we can calm the anger of the citizens. Of course, this degree still needs to be measured. I plan to communicate with the Ministry of the Interior and the Industrial Department and ask them to provide some categories that will not harm the economic and trade relations between the two countries for sanctions. This is another problem of having both. The new government has just been in power for half a year, and it is the Conservative Party that is known for its patriotism. Did they lose Iran without saying a word after taking office? Even if they lost it, they must pretend to fight back, and they can't just pretend to do nothing. As for the internal propaganda, it should be enough to let citizens know the government's determination to defend the country by challenging Germany and the United States alone. Alan Wilson said calmly, in this way, even if it fails in the end, citizens will not blame the government for it. Will it not destroy the unity of the free world? Macmillan asked again and again, fearing that the situation will get out of control. It shouldn't. I will take out the list of sanctions and hand it over to the cabinet in a few days. Everything is on me, dear minister. I'm a pro-American. Alan Wilson solemnly perfunctorily told Macmillan. There is no obstacle to hitting Germany hard in the British public opinion, although both countries are Germans in a broad sense. But Britain does not think so. In the eyes of Britain, Germany's propaganda about Germans is similar to the broad Aryans recognized by Iran, a group of psychopaths who will care about you. Although I don't want to take advantage of the tragedy, this is your own fault, don't blame me. Alan Wilson walked out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building and had already thought of a way to challenge Germany and the United States in this round. The two areas of sanctions against Germany are biopharmaceuticals and chemicals. On the one hand, it was because of industrial conflicts And on the other hand, it was because there was a tragic event that the UK should avoid, which was the thalidomide incident that originated in Germany and affected many countries. Around the 1960s, doctors in at least 15 countries in Europe and the United States were using this drug to treat women's pregnancy reactions. Many people did not vomit after taking the drug, and the symptoms of nausea were significantly improved, so it became the ideal choice for pregnant women. As a result, thalidomide was mass-produced and sold. In the Federal Republic of Germany alone, nearly 1 million people had taken thalidomide, and the monthly sales of thalidomide reached 1 ton. In some states of the Federal Republic of Germany, patients can buy thalidomide without a doctor's prescription. This drug was first developed by the German Grunenso pharmaceutical factory and was used as a prescription drug for the first time. When thalidomide was first introduced, scientists said that it could control mental tension during pregnancy, prevent nausea in pregnant women, and have a sleeping effect. The thalidomide incident led to the appearance of a large number of seals around the world, and many pregnant women suffered premature births and miscarriages. The UK was the country most affected besides Germany. Among the major countries, the United States was the only one that escaped the disaster because such drugs were banned by the United States, and the drugs entering the United States were smuggled in. China was naturally not affected, for a simple reason: China was too poor. The country affected in Asia was Japan. Now, taking advantage of the Federal Republic of Germany's backstab against the United Kingdom, Alan Wilson wants to ban German biopharmaceuticals from entering the United Kingdom, and even the entire Commonwealth market. The chemical industry is not easy to deal with, as it involves too many aspects. Biopharmaceuticals are possible. Magin saw Alan Wilson coming to his house, and smiled bitterly when he learned about the situation. Is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs really going to sanction Germany? It's not your personal idea, is it? Of course. Alan Wilson coughed softly. Of course not. It's mainly to defend Britain's dignity, which drives us to fight back. Now all citizens are watching. Since the chemical industry involves a wide range of things, we can change our approach and formulate a list of batches, starting with biopharmaceuticals, and spread the word that the second list includes the list of the chemical industry. If the citizens are satisfied, the second list does not need to be released. Really you? Maggins looked disgusted, and it was obviously his own idea, but he still dragged it into patriotism. What's the reason? Pamela has a pharmaceutical industry in India, which has been developing for a long time, and is now on the right track. How about this reason? Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets, and said with a righteous face, "This reason is perfect, leave it to me." Maggins raised his eyebrows and agreed decisively. In early 1960, just a few days after the Federal Republic of Germany announced that it had signed a labor introduction agreement with Iran, when the British public sentiment was surging and the anti-German wave was flooding, the Eden government announced sanctions on all German biopharmaceutical products, prohibiting them from entering the British and even Commonwealth markets. And it also released news that this was only the first batch of sanctions, and it did not rule out the second and third batches. The federal German government responded immediately, believing that the sanctions launched by the United Kingdom were essentially a trade war. The British government's move is not good for Britain or Germany, and even more so for the whole world. Britain and Germany are important markets for each other, and have long formed a pattern of you in me and me in you. This not only harms the interests of Germany, but also the interests of Britain. I hope that the Eden government can stop at the right time and withdraw the decision to sanction Germany. Germany and Britain are not opponents, but should be mutually beneficial partners. Unilateral sanctions on Britain will eventually suffer single-handedly against the two powers of Germany and the United States. My Great Britain is invincible in the world. Alan Wilson, who jumped up and down to promote sanctions against Germany, lingered in the world of luxury cars and enriched his test drive experience. This time, the United Kingdom included German biopharmaceuticals in the sanctions list, which also shocked the friends of the European community. In a trance, is the empire on which the sun never sets back. They actually sanctioned Germany. Germany is not Iceland. The two are very different. Other countries also know that the reason for this sanction is that Germany helped Iran, which led to friction between Britain and Germany. They can only express that the overall situation is important and dare not read too much. It's a bit late today, sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1018, America supports Germany. Because of the sanctions against Germany, the support rate of the Eden government has increased. If the Conservative Party had not been in power for only half a year, Eden would have dissolved Parliament and used the current support rate to start the general election. Fortunately, the House of Commons has established a greater advantage. From the words of Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke, Alan Wilson knew that the Prime Minister was quite happy about the increase in support rate and confirmed that the basic concept of tough diplomacy was correct. Isn't this good news, sir? Alan Wilson was a little amused. For a country like Britain on a downward track, it is better to make less trouble. Norman Brooke nodded and said helplessly, maybe the Prime Minister is thinking of those great Prime Ministers. Being able to improve the economy is enough to be called a great Prime Minister. Prime Minister Attlee is also highly regarded. Alan Wilson smiled. Even if the former Prime Minister took the Labour Party to visit China and the Soviet Union, it did not prevent the supporters of the Labour Party from thinking that this was right. Eden wants to be a great Prime Minister. In the current situation, it is impossible to expand the territory. Britain's territory will only shrink and will not grow. Military power is not good, so the only feasible option is to think of ways to do it in culture. Strictly speaking, Eden is the second Prime Minister after the war. This position is actually a bit awkward. Among the three generations of heroes, the middle one is often the one who is lame. Emperor Jing and Emperor Yang's Heng Meng Wen, Jing, Wu, Kang, Yang, and Qian belong to this category. In fact, the Han Dynasty was not only Wen, Jing, and Wu, but also the Han Dynasty was the one that produced many wise rulers. Kang, Yang, and Qian were mainly two standby kings. In fact, the level of the two is naturally not low, but what is afraid of comparison is that the biggest defeat of the Qing dynasty before the Opium War occurred during the Yangzheng period, and nearly 10,000 eight-banner soldiers were killed, which had never happened before. The same is true for Emperor Jing of the Han dynasty. Although he has the reputation of Wen Jing's rule, this reputation is mainly earned by his father Emperor Wen of the Han dynasty. When evaluating the wise rulers in ancient times, Emperor Wen of the Han dynasty is often unavoidable, while Emperor Jing of the Han dynasty is usually mentioned by the way with Emperor Wen of the Han dynasty, and the treatment of Emperor Wen of the Han dynasty is far different. Eden wants to be a great Prime Minister. It's better not to do so, otherwise it may cause losses to Britain. You know, because of the Suez Canal War, Eden has always ranked last in all the post-war selections. Alan Wilson implicitly said that it might take a lot of effort for the cabinet secretary to stop the Prime Minister's impulse. If it doesn't work, Alan Wilson can only expose the fact that the Prime Minister is an addict. But when he thinks of Macmillan, the giant of the Conservative Party, the Prime Minister should still be able to save it. This is not an era where war can be easily started. Norman Brooke paused for a moment. I guess you may be questioned in the next 2 days. The Labour Party is worried about the government's diplomatic philosophy. Norman Brooke hopes that Alan Wilson will deal with it carefully. Although the Labour Party lost the election, its base is still very large. It is in the opposition, and it is really strong. It is a strong opposition party. The Labour Party's questioning is centered on the diplomatic field and is related to the sanctions against Germany and Iran. The Labour Party is somewhat worried that Britain's current tough diplomatic philosophy will undermine the unity of the free world. Undermine the unity of the free world? Why is it the same thing again? When Alan Wilson arrived at the House of Commons, he heard this set of rhetoric and felt a little annoyed. The person who raised the question was former Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson. The two of them used to compliment each other in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but they didn't remember the incense at all. Regarding the sanctions against Germany and Iran, it is more to show Britain's specific views on some current situations, rather than dissatisfaction with Germany's role in the European community. We all believe that Germany is an important part of Europe. The current friction is still carefully controlled at the diplomatic level. Alan Wilson talked freely, and his eyes, who were incompatible with gambling and drugs, sometimes wandered, such as on the backbench of Mrs. Thatcher. We believe that the move to sanction Germany will bring unpredictable consequences. Harold Wilson listened to the meaningless rhetoric for a long time and went straight to the point. Can the decision to sanction be terminated? No. Policy continuity is extremely important to any government, and this is also true in the field of diplomacy. Alan Wilson retracted his gaze and answered neatly. Not to mention that the ban has been issued. Even if the cabinet wants to lift it now, Alan Wilson will find a way to stop it through the intricate connections. He must not let the seal appear in the UK. Mrs. Thatcher looked at the man who was full of energy and pointed out the way, and a trace of complexity flashed in her eyes. Recalling the past, some things still cannot be forgotten, but today things have changed. The person questioned by the Conservative Party today was Mrs. Thatcher. Retracting her thoughts, she started her own questioning. After many years, the two met and talked again, and it was in the House of Commons, under the gaze of more than 600 sitting or standing members. The meeting room of the House of Commons has a total of 427 seats, but the actual number of members is 650, which resulted in more than 200 respected members standing. She is still nostalgic. Alan Wilson looked narcissistic. The questions raised by Mrs. Thatcher were not sharp. He thought it was his personal charm, and it must be, because the current government was not the Conservative Party. The questioning of the British House of Commons is still quite friendly. In order to adjust the atmosphere, the UK has formulated a set of rules. Allow the opposition and the ruling party to discuss issues calmly. The House of Commons is actually a microcosm of the entire British monarchy. In other countries, the power of legislation and the power of governance are separated. If the Supreme Court believes that new legislation is unconstitutional, it can veto it. But for the British Prime Minister, the power of legislation and governance is all concentrated in the Prime Minister alone. Under the British system, there are no legislators around the Prime Minister, and the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom does not have a veto, which also leads to the fact that most of the British political battlefields take place in the House of Commons. Just as he was preparing to think about whether to invite Mrs. Thatcher to dinner or something after the questioning, Mrs. Thatcher's questioning had ended, and Alan Wilson's test passed smoothly. The only pity is that after the questioning, Alan Wilson did not achieve the purpose of inviting Mrs. Thatcher to dinner. He was rejected, so he was very sad, and needed the comfort of Princess Margaret, but the princess was not there. Alan, the questioning is over. How do you feel? Seeing his friend reappear, Maggins asked his friend about his experience in the House of Commons with a relaxed look. Are you willing to live with more than 600 noisy and smelly creatures? Alan Wilson asked back with an unhappy face. Of course not, so I never ran for senator. Mackins answered straightforwardly. So what are you going to do next? Try to persuade the Commonwealth countries to stand with Britain on the issue of sanctions on German biopharmaceuticals. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, I don't know if it will succeed, but I have to try. It's not like they will follow Britain to declare war on Germany. It's so big. Mackins took a breath. If it can lead other countries, it will really be like a world war. Britain sanctioned German biopharmaceuticals, banned German drugs from entering the British market, and also threatened to sanction chemical companies, which caused an uproar in Germany. Many people were dissatisfied with Britain's actions and hoped that Britain would explain. This also attracted the attention of the United States, indicating that the United States was concerned about the deterioration of relations between Britain and Germany. At this time, Alan Wilson had already made a schedule for his visit, hoping to win over more countries to stand with Britain. In fact, he was preparing to take the opportunity to visit Australia to visit his wife and children. Before he officially set off, the United States, Japan and South Korea successively expressed their opinions and announced that they would give the green light to German biopharmaceuticals to enter their domestic markets. Such a move at this time is undoubtedly an expression of the United States' attitude of supporting Germany. A series of derivative events from the Iranian oil crisis have emerged one after another, making the prospects of the special relationship between Britain and the United States suddenly become subtle, and Britain and the United States have begun to fight over the diplomatic field. You said that Japan dares to show up. In Perth, Australia, Pamela Mountbatten mentioned the recent diplomatic friction between Britain and the United States when she met her husband for the first time, and also talked about the public opinion in Australia. Australia has a complicated view on this diplomatic dispute. It's not surprising that Japan follows the United States. The United States is Japan's reborn parent. Alan Wilson said lazily, without MacArthur, Japanese women would still have to sell themselves in Southeast Asia. Strictly speaking, none of the reforms launched by other civilizations in the face of the impact of Europe and the United States have been successful, even the Meiji Restoration is included. The Japanese army in World War II was only in Asia, fighting some colonial troops. It's not difficult at all compared to the main battlefield in Europe. Japan's industrialization reached World War II, and it could only survive by picking up scrap iron from the United States and exporting it. The number of aircraft carriers launched by Britain during the war was 10 times that of Japan, not to mention the United States, which had a stronger industry. The foundation of Japan's economic success was occupation by the US military, which was Japan's biggest gain during World War II. Gratitude to the United States is common in Japan. It is normal for Japan and South Korea to follow suit after the United States expressed its position. But now that the United States has expressed its position, is there any point in your visit everywhere this time? Pamela Mountbatten was a little worried. If it doesn't work, just lift the ban. It's not a big deal. I learned a saying from the East, that hair is long, but knowledge is short. Alan Wilson touched his wife's long hair and said, you can use this diplomatic friction to test where Britain still has influence. As things have developed to this day, the ban must not be lifted, otherwise public opinion will backfire on the government. The position of the Prime Minister will be unstable. Originally, the Shanghai leopard did not affect the United States in history. Now, in order to support Germany, the United States has opened up the German pharmaceutical industry to the US market. I hope the United States will not regret it then. Chapter 1019 Visit to the Commonwealth. You are the most confident man I have ever met. Although I don't know where this confidence comes from, it is really likable. Pamela Mountbatten hugged her husband's neck. If her children were not there, she would have taken a rocket now. Alan Wilson's trip was to visit Commonwealth countries, to connect in ties, and to review traditional friendships. But the main purpose was to come and see his wife and children, being a good father, husband, and brother-in-law. Out of love for the royal family, is it too much for him to care about Princess Margaret's life? Anyway, he personally thinks it is not too much. To persuade Australia and Britain to take a consistent position, the Western Australian Regional Commissioner came to convey the latest progress. Alan Wilson met with the other party at Mountbatten Building. Permanent Undersecretary, there is a traffic jam on the road, and I'm not unfamiliar with the road conditions to Mountbatten Building. I'm sorry. Ekberg was sweating on his forehead, and he was obviously uneasy about making his boss wait. Alan Wilson made a face at his son, turned around and nodded gently, asking, what car does Ekberg drive? It's a Holden. Ekberg was stunned for a moment, not knowing why he was faced with this question. Holden is the pride of the senior automobile industry. In 1948, the first self-produced car on the Australian continent, the 48-215, was driven out of the Holden factory. The Holden logo is a red circular relief of a lion rolling a bull. Holden is famous for forging powerful engines, and the red lion is more symbolic. Australian cars are similar to American cars. They are both large displacement oil guzzling cars, which is also closely related to the living environment. But as a British commissioner, driving an Australian car, the guests here all drive Mercedes-Benz and Rolls-Royce. Alan Wilson lit a cigar, and threw the rest to Ekberg, you drive a Holden, no wonder you get stuck in traffic. Okay, you should say less. Pamela Mountbatten understood, put down her youngest son and said, Commissioner Ekberg's car is handed over to me. Originally, Rove was more suitable, but last year Rove launched a new model and became famous. It is too luxurious to be a civil servant's car. I think it is more appropriate to choose a Jaguar as a means of transportation for the commissioner. There is a problem with our automobile industry. Every brand is rushing to the high end. There are not many mid-range models, not to mention low-end cars. Without a large number of high-end models, the British automobile industry is very dangerous. How much can high-end cars be sold? Alan Wilson said angrily, if the imperial system of preferences is overwhelmed with the strong exchange rate of the pound, I dare not imagine what kind of sky-high price it will sell for when it is exported. Without enough high-end models, the British automobile industry will certainly not be able to beat Japan and Germany. The reason why Japanese cars can suppress German cars in sales in later generations is also because Honda and Toyota overwhelmed Germany in terms of volume models. In any country, including Japan, the German Big Three can crush Toyota and Honda's high-end models. Lexus's insufficient production capacity. Listen to the Japanese who lie. They can't sell it. They can't sell it, no matter what reason they find. They are not opponents of the German Big Three, even if they play hunger marketing. German cars are stable in the middle and high end of Japanese cars, and the high-end cars of German cars are lower than Land Rover and Jaguar in the UK, which is very embarrassing. German cars are only positioned higher than Japanese cars, but they have been left behind by Japan in terms of total volume. What will be the fate of these British car brands that have the same starting position as Porsche? However, the success of Japanese cars is not without hidden dangers. Japan was also a country with 100 flowers blooming in its heyday, and many industries were in a leading position, at least before the Plaza Accord. Japan, which was bleeding by the Plaza Accord, is not like this. In the previous life, when Japan was on the decline, the entire national economy relied on the automobile industry by 30%. In other words, whoever can defeat Japan in the automotive industry will lose the automobile and the derived materials, parts, and paint industries of Japan, and its per capita income will definitely plummet. Ekberg, who was happy to get the new car, made a solemn promise with a grateful face. I will try my best to make Australia stand on the side of Britain. In fact, Australians are still very brave when it comes to the United States. Try your best may not be enough. Of course, I don't know the specific situation, but I hope you can do it. Alan Wilson said with a smile. Ike, in fact, you are not bad as a regional commissioner. The Mountbatten Group is here, which can give you a lot of convenience. Give a slap, and a sweet date. What Alan Wilson said is not true. There are actually many headquarters of the Mountbatten Group. If you force a comparison, it is very similar to the 5 capital system in the Wali and Jin dynasties. The headquarters of Asia is in Malaya, and there is a headquarters in Kuching, East Malaysia and Kuala Lumpur, West Malaysia. The headquarters of Africa is in Northern Rhodesia, and the headquarters of North America is registered in Newfoundland, but the office is located in Montreal, Canada. The headquarters of the Middle East is in Dubai, and of course we can't forget the British capital London. Permanent Undersecretary, wait for my good news. I will arrange a meeting with Australia. Ekberg showed his reliability. Alan Wilson nodded, watched the other party leave, and then picked up the thermos cup. It's a good opportunity to see if Australia treats Britain as always. Where are you going? Pamela Mountbatten asked softly. Why doesn't Macmillan come out himself? Can a foreign minister do such a small thing? Jogging around the earth in parallel? Which minister would do such a thing? Alan Wilson sighed. It's not that we, the assistants, have done everything, and they come out to reap the fruits of their labor. Actually, what I want to ask is, are you sure about this diplomatic dispute with the United States? Pamela Mountbatten looked at her husband with burning eyes, obviously wanting a correct answer. No. But sometimes victory is failure, and failure is victory. If we can achieve results in Australia, after visiting New Zealand and Canada, I will visit the United States again. Persuade the United States and the United Kingdom to take a common position, to sanction German biopharmaceutical companies. Alan Wilson went around in circles, and told his wife his thoughts. The United States will not agree. The more you go, the greater the chance of failure. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head and said, I don't know why you are entangled in this matter. You want to do something that is doomed to fail. Failure is victory, and victory is failure, dear. You have to look far ahead to be able to go beyond. Alan Wilson smiled, but did not answer. He will represent Britain to ask the United States to stand on Britain's side and impose sanctions on Germany for the special relationship between Britain and the United States. It would be better if this matter was not mentioned. If it was mentioned, the United States would give the green light for German drugs to enter the US market. If you have time, you should pay attention to the car. Alan Wilson saw that his youngest son was confused, and he picked up his wife and put her on his lap. With the manufacturing cost in the UK, car companies are still rooted in high-end car manufacturing. The situation facing the automotive industry is quite dangerous. Labor costs must be reduced, and the children who came to Malaya have grown up and can do some technical work. It is better to keep high-end brands locally, so that division of labor and cooperation can be carried out. The profit of traditional manufacturing is not high, and it is good for labor-intensive industries to have a profit of 5%. The profits of some high-end industries are less than 10%. The diversion of the British automobile industry is a good thing. Selecting some automobile brands to increase sales is also good for the UK. The method to contain a manufacturing power is also simple. Suppress the high-end manufacturing industry and control the origin of the raw materials with the lowest cost. Let the opponent focus on the 5% to 10% profit of the middle and low end, which is enough to deal with ordinary manufacturing powers. The shipbuilding capacity of the 3 East Asian countries in the future is terrifying, right? Added together, it is not as profitable as the French LNG ship patent holder company. The cost of each 170,000 cubic meter LNG ship is about $200 million. GTT charges patent licensing fees, not based on its own R&D costs, but directly charges 5% of the cost of each ship as patent licensing fees, which is about $10 million. The profit of manufacturing LNG ships is about 5% to 7%. In a better situation, it can still leave 2% of profit for restation shipbuilding companies. So there is no need to worry that the transfer of the automobile industry to Malaya will cause the colony to expand. There will be a little fluctuation in the raw material market, and the patent barriers are enough to suppress Malaya's manufacturing industry. There is no need to use the simple and crude method of garrisoning. Alan Wilson was not afraid of Malaya, even the Soviet Union, which had a terrifying production capacity. With the profits of Soviet industry, if the Soviet Union had stock trading, it was estimated that the stock king of the Soviet Union would be vodka, just like the liquor industry was sought after. I'm waiting for Marina to give me an offer to see how much Land Rover is willing to ask for. Pamela Mountbatten nodded, then lowered her voice. My dear, I'm recovered now. What good news? Alan Wilson, who received the rocket signal, said in a tone that he understood immediately. At the meeting arranged by Ekberg, Alan Wilson explained the current British foreign policy regarding Australia's concerns about diplomatic frictions between Britain and the United States. He said that he did not deny that there were certain diplomatic frictions, but the main hostility now was on Germany and Iran. He did not forget to put a hat on Germany and Iran, saying something about the ambitions of the Aryans. As for the deterioration of relations with the United States, Alan Wilson denied it flatly, saying that there was no conflict between Britain and the United States. The last stop of his visit this time was to go to Washington. Finally, Australia, considering the blood relationship, officially announced before Alan Wilson left that it would follow suit and impose sanctions on Germany's biopharmaceutical sector, and issued a ban on German biopharmaceuticals. 3 days later, New Zealand followed suit, and before Alan Wilson arrived in Washington, Canada also announced follow-up sanctions. At least now, the Commonwealth is still somewhat useful. Alan Wilson walked out of the airport with a smile on his face, mentally prepared to be humiliated in the United States. Chapter 1020, Parting on Bad Terms. It has to be said that the United States of this era has a profound foundation. Eisenhower's construction has given the United States a new look. The prosperous period from the post-war period to the present is truly worthy of the name. Britain has been frantically cashing in its colonies, and now it is only at the same level as the United States. In a sense, when Japan and South Korea were rising in the early days, they deeply felt that the consumption power of the United States was unlimited, which is definitely not a lie. It is also because of this that the pound was proud of withstanding the short-selling crisis before. In the end, Alan Wilson just praised his contribution to Britain for many years through the strength of the United States. So Princess Margaret often asked him to ride a rocket, and the royal family was not at a loss. He fully deserved it. Alan Wilson who was on the last stop of his visit, was not in a hurry to negotiate with the United States immediately. He found his old friend Lana Turner to take him around so that the other party could show his hospitality. A diplomat, he went to the United States and was with me directly. It would be gossip if it was spread out. Lana Turner rolled her almond eyes at the uninvited guest, but it can be seen that she was still quite happy. You Americans don't care about this kind of news, right? Wasn't Monroe there with Khrushchev when he came? She's the sexy goddess behind you. How is your relationship? Alan Wilson was very interested in this question and kept asking. Not bad. Lana Turner put on her clothes while talking. A moment later, she became a shining star again. She lit a cigarette and said, "You got it easy this time. I just got divorced. Can you do me a favor if you can? We are friends. As long as you ask, I will do my best." Alan Wilson lay on his back. The establishment of personal connections is mutual. Now that the conversation has come to this, can he still refuse? My ex-husband, can you help me get rid of him? Lana Turner turned her back to Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson almost jumped up and asked in disbelief, "Can a divorce turn out like this?" Normally not, but he raped my daughter Cheryl. Lana Turner took a deep puff of her cigarette. My daughter has become very radical now and killed someone last year. Lana Turner married actor Lex Buck, who filmed the film Fire and Flesh with her in Italy. Later, she learned from her mother that Buck raped her 13-year-old daughter Cheryl. Despite Buck's many excuses, Lana pointed a gun at Buck's head and drove him out of the house. Last year, Lana Turner and her boyfriend Johnny quarreled in Lana's apartment, and then Lana's 15-year-old daughter Cheryl stabbed Johnny Stompanato to death with a knife. Because of her chaotic private life, Lana Turner's role in this case was criticized, while her daughter Cheryl was widely praised. This case brought some trouble to Lana Turner. Alan Wilson put on his pants without anyone noticing. He was really afraid that Lana Turner's daughter would have another life of the British Foreign Office's permanent undersecretary. It seemed a hasty decision to find Lana Turner when she came to the United States. Your daughter has a strong character. Maybe she can consider joining the army to hone her skills. Forget it. As for the US military, which is a disaster area for female crimes, Lana Turner's daughter might become a murderer after entering the army. The military discipline of the US military is world renowned. Even the daughter of a general cannot protect herself when she joins the army, let alone the daughter of a star. But Alan Wilson, who was warmly received, couldn't turn his face and recognize people. That was not his style. I'll remember your matter. When I finish this diplomatic mission, I will help you put an end to it. Thank you. You're welcome. After a question and an answer, the two had already decided on the matter. This matter may still require Grace, who is not doing her job and is addicted to shipping dozens of tons of heroin to the United States every year. Alan Wilson cannot use the power of the state to kill an individual. Of course, he could also let the Korean orphans in East Malaysia do it, but this is the United States. He adopted Korean orphans to facilitate his work in Asia, and there are still some risks in coming to the United States. Cheryl will be very happy. Lana Turner expressed her gratitude sincerely. Why don't you meet my daughter? It's a good thing for her to go to Europe to relax. I won't worry if you help me. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and nodded with difficulty. No problem. I will do my best to help my old friend's daughter. Maybe I can find a marriage, so you don't have to worry. He really wanted to refuse. A woman who had killed people. If he knew about his relationship with her mother, would it be a hidden danger? Alan Wilson even considered whether to absorb Me-6 or find a husband from northern Rhodesia. In fact, it's not impossible. Isn't Cheryl praised by the American media as a loyal daughter who protects her mother? It's a pity not to use such a good reputation to help northern Rhodesia make money. It's exciting to think about becoming a drug lord. After coming to the United States, Alan Wilson actually had to worry about the marriage of his friend's daughter. Alan Wilson, who took on a private job, began to use his connections. His best American friend McCarthy and Robert Kennedy belonged to the connections of two political parties. The common point is that both of them are of Irish descent, and Irish people can also become Alan Wilson's friends at some point. Now Kennedy Jr. is the chief legal counsel of the Senate Special Committee. He has shifted the focus of his work from tracking down pro-Soviet element to investigating organized crime, and is responsible for investigating the extortion of laborers, which has led to his long-term feud with Hoffa, the chairman of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Alan Wilson knew that Kennedy Jr. would soon stand on his brother's side because of Kennedy's campaign and become an important figure in the Democratic Party, but that hasn't happened yet, has it? At this time, Kennedy Jr. is still wearing the same pants with McCarthy. My friend, although I don't want to say it, your purpose this time may be disappointed. McCarthy is still very sentimental. Although he uses all kinds of means to treat pro-Soviet element in the United States without mercy, this does not prevent him from being a good person. The Dulles brothers led this diplomatic friction and made a move to strongly support Germany. Kennedy Jr. then added, "We certainly don't want to cause discord between Britain and the United States because of this, but the Iranian issue is indeed related to colonialism. In principle, the United States does not support the legacy of colonialism. This is not a question of colonialism, but a matter of British dignity. I have signed an agreement with Iran before, and have adjusted the profit ratio to the same as that of American companies. Iran's current total confiscation is untenable." Alan Wilson had a cold face, and many British citizens regard Japan's support for Germany as a reminder of the Axis powers. "Robert, we can't stop citizens from making such associations. What I'm worried about is that Anglo-American relations will be affected." Alan Wilson was full of good intentions at this time. Under the collective training of the Zodiac, he was already a senior actor when he debuted. His subtle expressions could express the entanglement in maintaining the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and his worries about the future. This performance, which earned him an Oscar, also silenced McCarthy and Kennedy Jr. "Forget it, let's have a drink." Alan Wilson smiled and thanked the two. "I still need to communicate with the US government. I hope that the US will stand on the side of Britain because of the blood relationship between the two countries." Kennedy Jr. was drunk and left the main battlefield of the two soon. "Joseph, Robert's brother, is a Democratic senator. I'm not trying to instigate him. He may leave you. There are still considerable differences between the Republicans and the Democrats in some domestic affairs. Once the presidential election begins, the relationship between the two parties may not be very harmonious. The Republican presidential candidate will never forgive the opponent who defeated him and entered the White House. Alan, if you can't achieve your goal, I hope you won't blame the US for this choice." McCarthy really wanted to help, but the White House had already decided on this matter, and he really couldn't intervene. Alan Wilson nodded, and the next day he officially represented Britain in diplomatic negotiations with the United States on a series of events triggered by the Iranian oil crisis, and he was greeted by Deputy Secretary of State Smith. On that day, officials of the US State Department could hear the two men quarreling fiercely, and this argument full of gunpowder was heard clearly by everyone. Smith firmly rejected Alan Wilson's request that the United States stand on the side of Britain and impose sanctions on German biopharmaceuticals, and expressed dissatisfaction with Britain's actions of linking up with Commonwealth countries to undermine the unity of the free world. "Britain's sanctions are unreasonable. Everyone knows Germany's expertise in the fields of biopharmaceuticals and chemicals." Smith retorted bluntly, "Maybe Britain's accumulation in this area is not as professional as Germany's. Then it was accumulated with the lives of 6 million Jews. Do you dare to make your words public now?" Alan Wilson asked with a sneer. "Do you dare to repeat your words? You don't dare. The United States has been trying to weaken the ties of the Commonwealth. Do you dare to say that this is not a fact? Similarly, you can't. What else can I say? The United States' support for Germany and Iran will lead to twists and turns in Anglo-American relations, and all the consequences will be borne by the United States. The United States considers the overall interests of the free world, not protecting colonial countries." Smith avoided the Jewish questioning. If he dared to continue, there would really be trouble. Germany's previous responsibility is not a reason for Britain to impose sanctions now. Britain should give up sanctions immediately. Impossible. Alan Wilson flatly refused, spitting. "Do you think Britain doesn't know the role the United States played in the Iranian oil crisis? Britain knows it very well. So what? Smith said arrogantly, as if he was an American. I thought it was the era of the British Empire now. The negotiations ended in a bad mood, and the efforts to persuade the United States to adopt a common attitude were officially a failure. Chapter 1021 Delaying Tactics. Britain is disappointed with the differences between the United States and Britain on some issues this time. Facing the media reporters who heard the news, Alan Wilson's eyes were red, and his mouth was full of regret for the current friction between Britain and the United States. I want to emphasize that Britain has already adjusted the proportion of oil distribution on the Iranian issue, which is consistent with the proportion of similar companies in the United States. This is not a colonial issue. I still believe in the existence of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and the two countries will definitely eliminate misunderstandings. At this moment, facing many spotlights, Alan Wilson's face was solemn, and he looked helpless about the diplomatic dispute between Britain and the United States. His acting skills were perfect. In distant Europe, Greta Garbo frowned when she saw the image on TV. You can play the leading role in a big budget movie. Greta Garbo forgot that Alan Wilson had already been treated as the leading actor by major movie queens. This time, Alan Wilson's journey to save the diplomatic friction between Britain and the United States was not completed with great reluctance. The Iranian oil crisis is about to evolve to the next stage. He was absolutely serious about saving the diplomatic friction between Britain and the United States. In the short time he had been in the United States, he had visited many people to mobilize his connections. Lana Turner, Joan Bennett, Joan Crawford, and Bette Davis were all trying to help. In the end, he still failed to prevent the United States from taking a different position from Britain. He paid too much for Britain. Before leaving the United States, Alan Wilson even found Marilyn Monroe, hoping that the sexy goddess could say a few words for Britain, like when Khrushchev visited the United States. The goal was not achieved, so he could only take away the photos of Marilyn Monroe and Kennedy's private meeting with regret. Because the matter was of great importance, it would be better for him to take such photos away personally, all for the benefit of Britain. After taking off from Los Angeles and transiting, he returned to Australia to reunite with his wife and attended the opening ceremony of his sister-in-law's hotel chain. The profits of high-end hotel chains cannot be compared with the profits of selling resources, but they pay more attention to the celebrity effect. The Hilton Hotel in the United States was already very famous at this time, and Princess Margaret's hotel chain business had just begun. But the name of the Windsor Hotel? The newly opened Windsor Hotel has a beach in Perth just outside its window. On a chair near the balcony, the petite princess leaned weakly on the man's chest, obviously not yet recovered from the squat exercise. Your Highness, using the name Windsor won't be a problem, right? Alan Wilson asked in a low voice, dragging Princess Margaret's smooth back with one hand to prevent the exhausted princess from sliding down. It should be fine. Princess Margaret whispered weakly. Anyway, in the eyes of the public, I'm a willful princess, and the Queen won't mind. That's in the eyes of the public. In the eyes of my brother-in-law, Your Highness is a very lively and lovely princess, bringing a special color to the stereotyped royal impression. Looking at the looming waves in the distance, Alan Wilson was full of passion and directly picked up Margaret. In order to take care of the man's feelings, Your Highness made a lot of sacrifices, and the necessary cleaning must be done. The two who appeared in people's sight again were talking and laughing, discussing the grand blueprint of opening a chain of hotels all over the world. I want to open one a year, so that there will be a Windsor Castle hotel in the capital of every country. Listening to the bold words of his sister-in-law, Alan Wilson agreed with polite compliments. Opening one a year may not be enough. The opening of some colonial capitals can be faster. In fact, in diplomacy, some industries related to the royal family are very beneficial to the overseas image of Britain. From this point of view, I'm happy to see Your Highness's ambition. Her Royal Highness wants to develop her career and establish a high-end chain hotel system. For the managers of the Overseas Asset Management Committee, isn't it just a matter of words? Take the Dominion of Nigeria as an example. Once Nigeria becomes independent, British immigrants living in Nigeria will definitely return home. The luxurious communities that once lived in the colonists will be deserted. In this process, Alan Wilson selected landmark buildings and assigned them to Princess Margaret to open a hotel. Isn't it easy? Lagos, the capital of Nigeria, can do this, and the capital of any colony can follow suit. Then we need Sir Wilson's help. Princess Margaret maintained her ladylike demeanor in public and thanked him in a friendly but distant tone. Your Highness, what are you talking about? Even if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cannot provide help, it will not be an obstacle to your ambition. Alan Wilson said with a double meaning. I think tomorrow, we will be able to get the documents of the hotel chains in Kuala Lumpur and Singapore. Whether this is considered as embezzlement is a complicated issue and depends on how you look at it. First of all, it must be pointed out that, whether it is nationalization to privatization or privatization to nationalization, the same problem will generally occur, that is, asset loss. If there is loss, someone will inevitably benefit, but in the process of colonial independence, this time it is the royal family that benefits. Who stipulates that the royal family cannot benefit? It is simply unreasonable. It is better than politicians benefiting. In his busy schedule, Alan Wilson also had to open up connections for his sister-in-law, so that the assets lost during the disintegration of the British Empire's colonies would fall into the hands of the right people. Margaret's ambition seems to have become more and more evident in the past 2 years. Pamela Mountbatten returned home and commented to her husband, who was holding a thermos cup. This is a good thing. A person always has some hobbies. Alan Wilson responded calmly, it's better to have some ambition than to fool around every day. That's true. Pamela Mountbatten nodded, then changed the subject and muttered, but she will be 30 soon, and the issue of marriage must be considered, but she doesn't seem to care. Oh, really? Alan Wilson took a sip from the thermos cup with wolfberries and said to himself, but this is ultimately an internal affair of the royal family, and it's inconvenient for the two of us to interfere in it, don't you think? That's true. Pamela Mountbatten sat directly next to her husband and leaned on the man's shoulder. Who cares about her? Although it has nothing to do with the throne, as an important member of the royal family, Princess Margaret is also the chairman or honorary chairman of many organizations, which involve child welfare, medical care, music, and art, and there are dozens of these titles. London at the beginning of the year was not very scenic. Pamela Mountbatten was still unwilling to take her little son, who was only a few months old, back home, but Alan Wilson had to return home to report. He was able to be out for such a long time, partly because of the Mountbatten family, which gave him this degree of freedom. Inevitably, after some discussions on manned spaceflight, the couple had to separate temporarily. If the United States can be persuaded to consider the issue from the British standpoint this time, maybe Alan Wilson will give the United States some sweetness later, such as notifying the United States about the disagreements within the Soviet camp. Don't think about it now. After arriving in London, Alan Wilson immediately introduced the results of this visit, the statements of Australia, New Zealand and Canada, to follow the United Kingdom, and the rejection of the United States. In front of Prime Minister Eden and Foreign Secretary Macmillan, Alan Wilson said, although I tried my best to win the support of the United States, I don't know why the United States' attitude was very tough this time. In the end, I failed to achieve my goal. The United States may think that we still have too many interests with France. Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke pondered for a moment. This may make Americans think that the United States' position as the world hegemon is not real. But we don't have room for concessions. Macmillan was about to say something, but Eden spoke first. Then what can we do? Give up Iran's interests without saying a word? Then there must be public resentment, and this government will become the most failed government. Prime Minister Eden's words forced Macmillan, who was about to speak, to swallow his words. It is never easy to be the second person. The supporters of the Conservative Party and the Labour Party are not a group of people. There are some things that the Labour Party can do, but the Conservative Party cannot. And the Labour Party has reserved Iran's interests. Alan Wilson thought that you were the worst reputed Prime Minister in Britain after the war. Because of me, facing the Iranian oil crisis is already 10,000 times easier than facing the Suez Canal War. Although he thought so in his heart, as the spokesperson for the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson still looked embarrassed. We can't give up trying to win the goodwill of the United States. Of course, for the benefit of Britain itself, we don't mind temporarily borrowing the power of other countries. This year, French President Charles de Gaulle will visit Britain. We will release some goodwill and try to make the United States pay attention to the voice of its allies in the diplomatic field, instead of acting alone, like it is now. In his words, Alan Wilson still expressed the hope that the United States can pay attention to the overall situation and stop before it is too late. If it still doesn't work, then we have to have a good talk with the Soviets. I hope it won't evolve to that point. I hope that the United States will have a different attitude after the election. For the sake of national interests, sometimes we have to occasionally cooperate with bad guys and abandon good people who don't know the current situation. The United States will have a general election this year. Maybe the attitude will change after the election. The subtext of this suggestion is to continue delaying, but Alan Wilson knows that if the Republicans continue to govern in the election, the delaying tactic will automatically fail. What if Kennedy of the Democratic Party wins? It would be better for the Republicans to continue to govern. The delaying tactic is destined to be an illusory thought, but it is still an idea after all. Delay until the election to see if there will be any changes. Norman Brooke agreed, and over time, citizens will also feel the government's determination to defend British interests. When we talk about it, there will be much less pressure from public opinion. Chapter 1022 Armament Plan. It is a wise decision. Alan Wilson was well prepared and immediately agreed with his boss's opinion. In fact, the United States' looming hostility towards Britain and the Commonwealth has lasted for many years. This is an open secret. It is only because British India, Burma, and Sudan have successively gained independence that it has not been too obvious. Now the United States may be a little impatient. Specifically on the issue of Iran, we cannot forget the Soviet Union. If the Americans want to be tough, it is not so easy. It is impossible to withdraw from Iran without saying a word. In fact, it is better for the United States to choose Iran as a place to put pressure on Britain than for something to happen in the Suez Canal or the Strait of Malacca. Alan Wilson still expressed confidence and expressed optimism about this round of diplomatic friction. This time the discussion is to delay as long as possible, and at the same time, at the diplomatic level with France, and even the Soviet Union when necessary, to resist this round of American attacks. Although we don't want to fall out with the United States, we have to give an explanation to the citizens. Prime Minister Eden finally nodded and said, only by fighting can we preserve the interests that Britain deserves. Otherwise, we will get nothing. I'm just afraid that the military pressure will increase. Alan Wilson tried to probe the current government's intention to reduce the army. When he came back, he also took a look at the recruitment of soldiers in the Pacific Territory. Taking advantage of the current opportunity, he reported directly to the Prime Minister. The British Pacific Territory after the merger has a population of more than 400,000. A reorganized army of 30,000 to 40,000 will be used to replace the overseas garrisons of non-important colonies, which can alleviate the pressure brought by the huge military force of Britain today. We can even reduce the army by 50,000 and use these Austronesian soldiers to supplement. In terms of physical conditions, I have seen local islanders who are stronger than our soldiers. They are very different from the Malays, the main ethnic group of the Austronesian people. Alan Wilson was full of admiration when describing it. It is obviously the same ethnic group, but there is an Islandization evolution. Islandization? After all, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister are both old people and don't know much about new knowledge points. Alan Wilson had to explain what the characteristics of Islandization are. When a species migrates away from the mainland and lives in an isolated island environment, it will evolve into gigantism or miniaturization. The evolutionary trend of rodents is to grow larger, while carnivores, lagomorphs and even toad ungulates have become dwarfed. Among mammals that migrate to islands, large animals tend to become smaller, while small animals tend to become larger. After geological changes, some elephants have even shrunk by 70% compared to their counterparts on the mainland. The law of island size is inversely proportional to the area of the island. If the migrating animals exceed a certain proportional size, they will develop towards miniaturization. If they are smaller than this proportional size, they will develop towards largeness. The main population of the entire Austronesian language family is the Malays in Southeast Asia. The average height of the Indonesian Malays is less than 1.6 meters, so much so that when Alan Wilson recruited soldiers before, he relaxed the conscription conditions. However, the Austronesians in the Pacific Islands have evolved into gigantism, with an average height and weight that is much higher than their counterparts in Southeast Asia. Prime Minister Eden and Foreign Secretary Macmillan listened with relish, and this time the private goods indoctrination was a complete success. Since their physical fitness is absolutely strong, they can be stationed in the East African colonies, or in the Middle East to share the garrison pressure of the British troops there, and even to a certain extent, they can be disarmed. Field Marshal Mountbatten, my father-in-law, did not object to the issue of disarmament. What he opposed was the use of disarmament to cut down the weapons and equipment. If it was just a layoff, Mountbatten was very supportive. After all, with the population base of the United Kingdom, it is a joke to maintain a force of 800,000 all year round. In another country, it is known that a certain big country now has a population of 670 million, which is 13 times the population of the United Kingdom. Has it always maintained a standing army of 10.4 million? When this government came to power, Eden once said that the size of the army should be appropriately reduced. Mountbatten had previously told Alan Wilson that the new government intended to reduce the army to 700,000. This time, Alan Wilson used the narrative of the reorganization of the Austronesians to lead the situation to the issue of disarmament. Sure enough, the Prime Minister was very interested in this. We have also talked to Field Marshal Mountbatten, and the Field Marshal seems to have a misunderstanding about this. I think the Field Marshal's misunderstanding should be the cutting of technical equipment, not the reduction in personnel. Alan Wilson explained to his father-in-law, military development is changing with each passing day. Once a certain project cannot keep up, it may cause a generational gap, which may have tragic consequences. From the perspective of the United Kingdom, although the arms race is not what the United Kingdom wants, it has no choice. These words made Eden very satisfied, leaving an impression that Alan Wilson was very sensible, running around for the country, and not evading responsibility. He was indeed a pillar of talent cultivated by Whitehall. Regarding the formulation of foreign policy, it is natural for Alan Wilson and Foreign Secretary Macmillan to have the final say. It may also be that Prime Minister Eden personally guides. Taking this opportunity, Alan Wilson went to meet with Field Marshal Mountbatten to inform him of his views on disarmament and the progress of various equipment. Field Marshal Mountbatten was very happy to see his son-in-law and asked about his daughter's life in Australia. Pamela was worried that the child was too young to adapt to the climate in London. This is really comforting. She is now a mother. Meeting her is the greatest luck of my life. Sometimes I wonder if I saved the world in my previous life. Even more fortunate is that he was so successful in teaching by example, but Alan Wilson did not say this. Field Marshal Mountbatten laughed and asked, "Your visit this time does not seem to be successful. Macmillan will not have any opinions. What does he think? He is just a minister." Well, what I mean is that the Prime Minister has always paid special attention to diplomatic work. Even if he has an opinion, the Prime Minister's opinion is more important. Alan Wilson made a slip of the tongue and quickly rounded up his words, changing the perspective of Whitehall and the cabinet to the perspective of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, hiding the views of Whitehall. But how could this be hidden from Mountbatten, who grew up in the upper class? You people in Whitehall are happy to create conflicts between the Prime Minister and the ministers. Even if we don't create conflicts, they have conflicts. Alan Wilson shrugged. Politicians are like this. At present, the British military has a lot of equipment plans, including the Chieftain main battle tank of the army, to replace the Centurion tank, the aircraft carrier and nuclear submarine construction plan of the Royal Navy, and the TSR to attack aircraft and Belfast strategic transport aircraft plan of the Air Force, and the Predator attack aircraft plan serving on aircraft carriers. Duncan believes that missiles are omnipotent, and there are signs that the United States and the Soviet Union are also developing strategic missiles. Marshal Mountbatten talked about the equipment plans of various branches of the military, and then said, "Many people think that with the development of early missiles, some weapons have become outdated and are not worth continuing to develop. The omnipotence of missiles is a very ridiculous conclusion. I'm responsible for the aerospace project." Alan Wilson snorted and said, "It is well known that ministers are all laymen when it comes to weapons. Churchill is like this, and Churchill's son-in-law is not as good as him. Alan Wilson had no impression of the TSR-2 attack aircraft and the Belfast strategic transport aircraft. It seems that these two items should have been cut during the process of Britain's creeping retreat. He wanted some specific performance data, and Mountbatten agreed. If it is terminated due to cost issues, you can consider joint research with European countries. Alan Wilson took the equipment plan of the Air Force and joked with his father-in-law Mountbatten with a smile. If the plan in his hand was given to the Soviets, I believe the Soviets would get it, no matter how much it cost. Alan Wilson would also be more interested in the Belfast strategic transport aircraft plan, because it is too large. The prototype has been produced to transport heavy army equipment such as large caliber artillery, missile systems and armed personnel, etc., so that it can carry about 200 fully armed personnel. The SC-5 Belfast uses a T-shaped vertical tail, with a maximum takeoff weight of 190 tons and a maximum load of 54 tons. It is powered by the Rolls-Royce Gennati Y12 engine and a Hawker Siddeley 4-blade aluminum alloy propeller. If there is anything that is not perfect, it may be a place that will be picked on. This is a propeller strategic transport aircraft. Like the Soviet Tu-95 strategic bomber, there are 4 propellers configured on both sides of the wings. I don't know if this is a reason why it was not favored by the British military in the end, but these are all technical adjustments and can be improved. If Alan Wilson wanted to force this strategic transport aircraft, the method was very simple. Marshal Mountbatten was the highest military commander of the British Armed Forces. The way to impress his father-in-law was to let his wife purchase the Belfast strategic transport aircraft when it encountered difficulties and lower the price so that his father-in-law could judge whether the British military should equip this strategic transport aircraft. Then the way to save the TSR-2 attack aircraft and the Belfast strategic transport aircraft is that the former seeks joint research between Britain and France, and the latter needs a strong and financially strong group to take over for the country. The most important thing is that this group should have a good relationship with the head of the military. Alan Wilson believes that Pamela Mountbatten and Marshal Mountbatten have a good relationship. When will the flying coffin of the Federal Republic of Germany be delivered? Alan Wilson was very distressed. If Germany had not suffered such a big loss in the flying coffin, there would be no European cooperation model of the later typhoon. Now that the relationship with Germany is not good, Britain can only choose to seek warmth with France. It happened that Charles de Gaulle was leading France. A few days after returning home, Alan Wilson began to travel frequently between the two sides of the English Channel to warm up for Charles de Gaulle's visit to Britain. Chapter 1023 The Old Ones. Pamela Mountbatten, who was far away in Perth with her baby, received a telegram from London that expounded on some views on composite armor. The successful entry of the Tiger attack helicopter into the British Army sequence was a solid step for the Lockheed route of the Mountbatten Group, but just one Tiger attack helicopter was not enough. Compared with Lockheed, which is famous for its Air Force equipment, Alan Wilson had no way to deal with the technical content of the Air Force. He could certainly draw a roughly similar appearance, but this was only the first step. A large number of researchers were required to practice it in order to turn it into a physical object. Otherwise Pamela Mountbatten would not have built wind tunnel facilities in Australia. The Army equipment is much simpler. The characteristics of the Army are standard for a strong country, but the Army is often not obvious. In the field of the Army, strong paper strength does not necessarily lead to a thrilling annihilation war. The Navy is much easier. The strong and weak navies are like natural moats. The German High Seas Fleet fought against the Royal Navy fleet at Jutland. Even if the exchange ratio was a victory, the overall strength was still desperate, causing the German Navy to dare not go to sea again. The Japanese combined fleet attacked the US Navy by surprise, but was beaten by the US again. The strength of the Navy can often be deduced before the war. In the era of sailing battleships, there was still the possibility of an upset, but in the Steel Age, the weak defeating the strong simply did not exist. The characteristics of the Army are not obvious. Weapons are important, manpower is important, morale is important, organization is important, and training is important. There is nothing unimportant in all aspects. To have a strong army, it is not enough to be technologically advanced. It seems that the gold content of the Army's weapons is not so high, but the gap between weapons in the Navy and Air Force needs to be made up in other directions. The Army's weapons do not have such a high threshold, which is suitable for the Mountbatten Group to squeeze into the military industry at this time. Alan Wilson only knows the basic principles of composite armor, but it is enough for the Army's tanks. As long as a test is carried out, the difference can be seen immediately. It is not like he draws a picture of the shell of an airplane and first builds a large wind tunnel. Many indicators of the Chieftain tank are those of the third generation tanks, but because it appeared very early, it became the most advanced and backward weapon. The Chobham tank appeared more than 10 years later, and the Chieftain tank was a pure steel tank. In the field of tanks, the Soviet Union is a benchmark, and both Britain and the United States are followers. It is better to rely on ourselves than to expect the United States to provide any favorable suggestions, not to mention that the diplomatic friction between Britain and the United States is still continuing. Composite armor and explosive reactive armor? Pamela Mountbatten looked at her eldest daughter, asking her to discipline her two younger brothers. She picked up the phone and dialed the number of the governor's mansion. "Uncle Slim, can you do me a favor and discuss with Australia to get a few Centurion tanks for experiments?" "What experiments are now a secret? I really can't do anything about you. The new governor is about to take over." "Okay, I'll help you once, before I leave office." Marshal Slim agreed helplessly. "I'll communicate with the Australian military." The Centurion tank is the main station tank that the United Kingdom vigorously exports. With the existence of Alan Wilson, the export strength will only expand and not shrink. Even the Centurion tanks in Nigeria are ready to be converted into the foreign debt owed to the United Kingdom by Nigeria after independence. Australia also has 143 Centurion tanks in service. Pamela Mountbatten wants to borrow a few for modification experiments. This tank is the most suitable. If all goes well, coupled with the successful experience of the Tiger attack helicopter, the Mountbatten Group will become a reliable supplier of the British Army. You have to eat one bite at a time. First, you have to become a reliable supplier of the Army, and then you can take a peek at the military orders of the Navy and Air Force. In the Lockheed Road, designed by Alan Wilson for his wife, he also kept up with the pace of the times. From the late 1950s to the early 1960s, Britain no longer needed massive equipment orders because of the loss of its colonies. The military-industrial enterprises that supported the British Empire also began to have a hard time. There will be a large number of mergers and acquisitions in the arms companies that existed in large numbers during World War II. This is a good opportunity for the Mountbatten Group, which has already expanded in assets. The prestigious military-industrial enterprises are desperate and need a rich and powerful takeover. The Mountbatten Group can also use this to usher in a transformation. Instead of making a small fuss in selling raw materials, it can do some technical work, such as becoming a peer with Lockheed. Although this is suspected of embezzling Britain's high-quality assets, it is better to hand it over to the Mountbatten Group than to die in obscurity. Maybe it can be rejuvenated. It's not certain. An example is de Havilland. The Comet airliner sold very well, and now it has taken the lead in bringing out a mature regional airliner. Although Boeing is catching up fiercely, de Havilland is still the world's leading civil airliner. In the headquarters building of French Woodpecker Films, Ingrid Bergman, who was tall and wearing a white shirt, was preparing food, while Hedy Lamarr yawned and came out of the bedroom, laughing and saying, "Why prepare food? Just drink milk." Hedy Lamarr meant something. Ingrid Bergman has a very vivid nickname, the Nordic Cow. Is he awake? Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes at the first vase in history and asked in a low voice. "No, he's still on the bed, sunbathing." Hedy Lamarr seemed to be reminiscing. "The man is really energetic in the morning. I almost want to wake him up for morning exercise." Half an hour later, the two female presidents of Woodpecker Pictures looked at Alan Wilson wolfing down his food with fascination. "You don't know how busy I am. The French are not easy to approach. They insisted that the Prime Minister visit Paris first. I really don't know what Charles de Gaulle was thinking, but fortunately Prime Minister Eden was willing to start the visit first. If you are so busy, you can relax a little less by coming to the company." Hedy Lamarr pierced the man's self-praise. "What are you talking about, Hedy? Ingrid Bergman said rather unhappily. Alan can come here anytime. The company's door is always open for him. Hedy Lamarr couldn't help but roll her eyes, as if her door was not open to this man. After drinking a cup of tea, Alan Wilson officially entered a state of health preservation. The physical strength consumed yesterday was slightly restored. He grabbed Hedy Lamarr's arm and pulled her into his arms and asked, "Is the door here open to me at any time?" "As long as you want." "When has it not been open for you?" Hedy Lamarr blushed and whispered, "As long as you ask. When have I refused?" It seems that there is really no. Alan Wilson recalled the treatment issues, and he couldn't find any faults. San Fernando's full package was no problem. Oh, by the way, Lana's daughter Cheryl knows. She may come to Europe to stay temporarily. Alan Wilson can forget some trivial matters, but he will not forget the request of the Zodiac. The two female presidents also know what Lana Turner encountered, and they all showed some sympathy. It is difficult to say which one has a better relationship with the United States now, Britain or France. France is still in the stage of keeping silent, but slowly stripping NATO's troops stationed on its territory. Britain and the United States are at loggerheads in diplomacy because of the Iranian oil crisis, and even dragged Germany into the water. Germany didn't need to be dragged into the water, but there was a pro-European foreign ministry undersecretary. It's better to give the Dragoon sisters a break than to give others a break. In a one-on-one fight with the two powers of Germany and the United States, the current situation of our Great Britain being invincible is here. Even if we compromise in the end, we can give an explanation to the citizens that it is not, that our army is incompetent, but that the enemy is too cunning. This is also fair to Germany and the United States. The United States gave Germany a flying coffin, and Germany gave the United States a seal in return. Both sides have a bright future, and no one has the right to blame anyone. Regarding Prime Minister Eden's visit, the French media commented that this was a victory for de Gaullism. Since de Gaulle came to power, independence, a word that Alan Wilson is familiar with, has become a word that the French can often hear. The implementation of de Gaullism has played a positive role in maintaining France's sovereignty and independence, improving France's international status, and promoting European unity and the development of a multipolar world. For this reason, France is now similar to the Soviet system countries in some aspects, such as the importance of face. De Gaulle himself will only pay a return visit when the head of a country visits France. However, Britain did not pay attention to this kind of face-saving project. At least Prime Minister Eden did not pay attention to it. Charles de Gaulle hoped that Eden would visit France first, so he came directly. However, when announcing it to the outside world, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would naturally emphasize that this was a visit to France at the invitation of Charles de Gaulle. Britain and France, the two old rulers of the previous era, came together again. Prime Minister Eden received a warm welcome as soon as he arrived in Paris. This may be the most shocking visit of his life. Although Charles de Gaulle asked Eden to visit first, he also gave him the most ostentatious welcome and publicly stated at the first meeting that he would return the visit to Britain in the short term. Europe cannot do without the leadership of Britain and France. Only in this way can people see a peaceful, united and prosperous Europe. Charles de Gaulle told the gathered reporters, "We warmly welcome the Prime Minister's visit to France. The significant influence of Britain and France on the current world cannot be erased." Prime Minister Eden followed suit and stated, "Only on many issues can the two countries take a consistent stance in order to stabilize the world. Some issues may not be able to be discussed in one visit. I believe the whole of Britain is looking forward to your return visit." The leaders of Britain and France expressed their views one after another, and the entire Élysée Palace erupted in thunderous cheers. Chapter 1024. America is under pressure. Of course, only God knows how sincere the statements of the two heads of state are. If Alan Wilson was French, he would not reveal the truth about Algeria, and vice versa. Moreover, even if Britain and France can unite in any field, they can only face one of the United States and the Soviet Union, and have sufficient self-protection capabilities. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about the Soviet Union for the time being. The current strategic projection capabilities of the Soviet Union are not enough to launch a global attack. The only place the Soviet Union can reach is the Arab region. Alan Wilson has long recognized that there are risks in the Middle East. At the beginning, by betraying Iran, he promoted the pattern of interlaced and three-way division in Iran. This is not a big deal. He betrayed not only Iran, but also included, but not limited to Iran. Although this visit is more symbolic, it is also very beneficial to get diplomatic support from France. At the juncture where Germany is not very docile, France's statement becomes extremely important. I wonder how the minister is doing. Wick, the chief private secretary of the permanent deputy minister, suddenly asked a question at this time. Normally, the foreign secretary is responsible for the formulation of Britain's foreign policy, but the problem is that the prime minister is the foreign secretary during World War II. He is not very skilled in other jobs, but is passionate about diplomacy. Everyone can see Macmillan's embarrassment. Although he himself seems to have never expressed any dissatisfaction, I think he wants to go to the House of Lords. Alan Wilson said with a teasing look, if the minister wants to aspire to the throne of the prime minister, then he should shut up about the reality that the current prime minister personally cares about diplomatic work. If Macmillan is a little unruly, Alan Wilson is very optimistic and is doing his part to help Macmillan rise to the House of Lords. Unfortunately, the seats in the House of Lords will not appear at any time. Even if they do, should we solve our own problems first or the problems of our father-in-law first? Whether to let Macmillan go to the House of Lords or let Churchill's son-in-law, Defence Secretary Duncan, go to the House of Lords, we still need to go through an open and honest family discussion. Normally, Alan Wilson has the power to interfere with who goes to the House of Lords, but in principle the Queen has this power, but she usually doesn't do it. Whether the respected Queen Elizabeth will do this depends on how much imperial assets Alan Wilson will let the royal family get inadvertently during the process of colonial independence. Everything has a price. If the British and French summit meeting was held 50 years ago, or even 20 years ago, it would have been a world-shaking event that could change the world pattern. However, with each generation, the world has been dominated by the United States and the Soviet Union. The main focus of the British and French summit this time was how to preserve the international influence of the two countries and make their own voices heard. In fact, France can still do it, but Britain is a little embarrassed because of the same language and ethnicity, and the voice of the United States can often cover up the voice of Britain. But this time is exactly different, because Britain and the United States have frictions, because of the Iranian oil crisis, and there is a rare noise in the English-speaking world. France knows the purpose of Britain's visit this time, and Britain also knows that France knows its purpose this time, but the summit meeting will not be smooth sailing because of this. After the failure of the Vietnam War, France's interests are now mainly concentrated in Africa, while Britain's interests are much more dispersed. If it comes to a critical moment and they have to choose between the two, Britain will definitely choose Asia instead of Africa. Excluding the Belgian Congo, which is not nominally French, but belongs to a French-speaking country, and the already independent Morocco and Tunisia, the entire French Africa is still a huge colony with an area of more than 10 million square kilometers. After the war, British India and British Burma became independent, and with the already independent Sudan and the independent Nigerian Dominion, more than 7 million square kilometers of colonies have been separated from British control. The remaining colonies in Africa are British East Africa and Ghana in West Africa, which are connected together with an area of 4.3 million square kilometers, which is the same as the area of British India at the time. The protectorates in the Middle East, British Malaya and the Pacific colonies, together, are only half the size of the French colonies. It can be said that by 1960, the throne of the world's largest colonial empire had changed. Of course, how much effective area is left after excluding the Sahara Desert is another question. Although it is a little late and the version has been updated, it is also a fact that France is currently the world's #1 colonial country. Although the interests of Britain and France are in Africa and Asia respectively, it does not mean that they cannot cooperate. Military cooperation was the first project to make progress. It was soon confirmed that Britain and France would hold joint military exercises in the Mediterranean. I feel that France is more concerned about the joint military exercises in the Mediterranean than we are. From the subtle expressions of the French, Alan Wilson felt that things did not seem to be simple. The military exercises were settled, and progress followed. France expressed its willingness to criticize Iran's treacherous behavior and put pressure on Germany together with Britain. However, for the sake of European unity, France could only sanction Germany's biopharmaceutical companies and was unwilling to expand the scope of the attack. Cooperation in the economic, trade and military fields was much more vague. Both Britain and France had reservations. France hoped to form a European army with Britain, but Britain would never agree. It is impossible for the old rivals of 900 years to be completely free of grudges. It is good enough to show some cooperative attitude. The results of the state leaders' visits have never been unremarkable, because the people below have already communicated about the matter, and the Prime Minister only needs to come over to sign. Under the deliberate publicity of the British and French media, the significance of Prime Minister Eden's visit to France this time was portrayed as particularly important. As soon as the first day was over, France immediately took action and announced that it would join the ranks of sanctions against German biopharmaceuticals. This time, there is one more country involved in the Iranian oil crisis. At least in terms of momentum, the team that the UK has pulled together this time is definitely not small, and it seems to be the case. It seems so. Alan Wilson couldn't help but think of the Suez Canal War, which was launched by Britain and France together. Unexpectedly, the two countries that have been fighting openly and secretly for 900 years still have to stand together at the critical moment. I can't help but sigh. This is really too sad. The Suez Canal is related to Europe's energy security. For Britain, once there is a problem there, Britain's interests in Asia, which it values very much, will be out of reach and quickly lose influence. Even if Faroukai's throne is still stable, there have always been voices in Egypt to take back the Suez Canal, but they are temporarily suppressed by the voices that ask Britain to support the construction of the Aswan Dam in the so-called consideration of the overall situation. But it does not mean that it does not exist. Alan Wilson certainly made a plan to maintain Britain's influence on the Suez Canal, which was on several islands, Tiran and Sanofi. Britain once gave Tiran and Sanofi to Saudi Arabia, which was across the sea from Egypt. But later, Saudi Arabia became independent and Israel was established. Saudi Arabia itself was not an Arab military power, so Saudi Arabia gave the two small islands to Egypt. In this way, as long as Egypt blocks the Suez Canal and the Strait of Tiran, Israel's sea route to Asia will be completely cut off. In addition, the Hanish Islands at the mouth of the Red Sea Strait belong to the British colony of Yemen and can also be used for garrisoning. Britain can also conduct exploration in nearby waters to maintain the cost of garrisoning on the island. Once Egyptian public opinion surges or the Aswan Dam is built, Britain will use a series of British-controlled islands in the Red Sea Strait for indirect garrisoning. In the evening, Prime Minister Eden, who had finished a day of talks and itinerary, was discussing diplomatic achievements with his advisory team. The main thing is to guess whether the United States will feel pressure during this visit. It may depend on the statements made in the next few days. If we don't get the results we want, Alan Wilson said with a heavy face, then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will formally invite the Soviet Union to visit and see if we can get a response. After all, the Soviet Union's influence in northern Iran is not small. I personally don't want to go to that step of inviting the Soviets. This may bring a big reaction. Eden hesitated for a moment and said, Alan, this is very important. I understand, but there is no other way. If we invite the Soviet Union to visit, it can't be too political. We will invite it on the grounds of cultural exchange. But in order to show our position, it's best not to invite the top leaders who are more important. Alan Wilson made a roundabout suggestion. Is there such a person? Downplaying the political color and being a big figure in the Soviet Union. Of course there is. His Excellency the Cultural Tsar. Prime Minister Eden's visit is still going on, and the US Congress has been arguing about it. Democratic candidate Kennedy criticized the current government's foreign policy for affecting the unity of the free world. Even within the Republican Party, there were certain differences. McCarthy, a conservative who never loved the American image more than anyone else, defended the Republican Party's unilateral policy by saying, the original intention of this government in dealing with the Iranian oil crisis was good. Colonialism should end, but it ignored the feelings of Britain in its operations. It is entirely possible to find a solution acceptable to both sides to resolve this incident. Senator McCarthy, it's rare for you to admit your mistakes, but I still think you have minimized the government's mistakes on this issue. Britain and France are important allies of the United States, and we should respect both countries. Secretary of State Dulles of the White House firmly refused. Mr. President, we cannot give in on this issue. If the United States backs down under some pressure, it will be more difficult to weaken Britain and France in the future. Chapter 1025. France also needs to shrink. Small countries can have the best of both worlds, but big countries cannot. Especially from the perspective of the United States, it cannot do things halfway. If the United States gives up its support for Iran and remains indifferent to the sanctions on Germany just because of a meeting between the leaders of Britain and France, will anyone listen to the United States in the future? Before the outbreak of the World War, Britain and France were unwilling to anger Germany, but they eventually declared war on Germany. Some things seem to have many choices, but in fact, the choice is the only one. Dulles solemnly recounted his views. If the United States retreats halfway this time, the potential consequence will be that Britain and France will be more confident in the next confrontation, and the difficulty of the United States to establish its own world order will become greater, which is definitely greater than this time. Iran is watching how the United States reacts, and Germany is also watching how the United States reacts. The result of Iran's disappointment is that many countries in the sphere of influence of Britain and France will no longer have hope for the United States to intervene in the local situation. Germany's disappointment will cause Germany, a powerful country in Europe, to follow the lead of Britain and France. In this way, the influence of the United States in Europe will definitely decline to a certain extent. Dulles, visit Paris and London and explain our position. Seeing Dulles's face change drastically, Eisenhower explained calmly, our position will not change, but we need to make communication moves. The United States pretended to attach importance to the attitudes of Britain and France. This is what Eisenhower meant. As for the attitude of the United States on the Iranian oil crisis, of course it has not changed. Later, Washington officially announced that the Iranian oil crisis has continued to this day, expressing the United States' determination to continue to play a beneficial role while taking care of the interests of traditional allies and coming up with an appropriate plan to satisfy all parties. The former is a reassurance to Iran, and the latter is to appease the British emotions. With the blessing of modern technology, this statement quickly reached the ears of British Prime Minister Eden in Paris. Will the United States take this opportunity to back down? Faced with such a view, Alan Wilson replied expressionlessly, I hope so. We still look forward to contact with the United States. Alan Wilson was not hopeful that the United States would change its views, for the same reason as Dulles. It can be said that Britain did not anticipate the tragic consequences of modern warfare during World War I. But it had fully anticipated it before World War II, otherwise it would not have shown an appeasement policy to avoid war. Britain seems to have many choices, but when Germany was the only superpower in Europe, the choice before Britain was the only one, even if it had to bite the bullet and go to war. Churchill's problem was that he consumed almost the same national strength as the Soviet Union, but gained nothing. I don't know where the huge military expenditure went. In any case, it is a good thing for Britain that the United States is willing to talk. The time consumed back and forth will also prolong this diplomatic friction. If the result does not satisfy Britain, it can also invite the Soviet Union to jointly solve the problem. The Iranian issue can be entangled with the United States for a long time, which is also good for Britain. If Britain cannot fight for its own interests under the influence of the Soviet Union on the Iranian issue, it will be more difficult for Britain to face the United States alone in other places. After all, the Vietnam War has not yet started. If the United States wants to target Britain, Britain will have a hard time, even if it can withstand it. For now, it was enough to satisfy Eden that he could get a response from the United States during his visit to France. The diplomatic achievements this time satisfied the Prime Minister. Now he could go home and wait for Charles de Gaulle's return visit. Alan Wilson asked for permission to stay in Paris for a few days to observe the subsequent movements of France. This request had absolutely nothing to do with Hedy Lamar's invitation to watch the opera. The Prime Minister agreed to this request. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The performance hall of the amusement theatre was still empty. Only in the balcony and the front seats of the main hall, there were a few early audiences waiting for the performance to start. Under the dim light of the chandelier, they could vaguely see them sitting in seats with purple velvet covers. The curtain was shrouded in darkness, like a large red spot. The stage was silent, the rows of footlights were extinguished, and the musicians' music stands were scattered. Only in the upstairs private room, there was a clamor of noise, mixed with calls and laughter. Under the large round windows with golden frames, there were some audience members sitting, wearing brimless hats or caps. Around the round arch on the ceiling, there were paintings of women and naked children in a very French style flying in the sky, which was illuminated by the lights and appeared green. From time to time, a female usher appeared, holding a ticket stub in her hand, busy leading a gentleman and a lady who walked in front of her to their seats. The man was wearing a suit, and the woman was tall and slender, with a puffed chest. She only wore a headscarf and large sunglasses, and slowly glanced around. The two were silent for a moment, looking up at the dim box. However, because the walls of the box were covered with green paper, it looked even darker inside. Looking down, the box downstairs was hidden in darkness. The boxes on the left and right sides of the stage, between the tall pillars, were empty. Pendants with long tassels were hung on the outer walls of the box. The golden and white hall was set off by the tender green. Under the dim light of the crystal chandelier, the air seemed to be filled with dust. "It's like being a thief," Hedy Lamarr, who took off her sunglasses, complained. "It's late at night, and I have to dress like this. Others will think I'm a blind person. My dear, sacrifice a little." Alan Wilson kissed Hedy Lamarr on the cheek. "When you accompanied me overseas, you even wore an Arab robe. I've never been so accommodating to a man." Hedy Lamarr snorted and leaned into the man's arms. "During the war, my lip print can raise $20 million in donations. I see. If you play the queen, I'm willing to kill Snow White for you." Alan Wilson had a good attitude and then tasted the red lips worth $20 million. It was really worth it. Alan Wilson stayed in Paris for diplomatic work, not just to take the female president on a rocket. This problem is a Cameroon problem. Cameroon was originally a German colony. After Germany was defeated in World War I, its overseas colonies were entrusted by Britain and France. This year, the French trusteeship period has expired. However, because Cameroon was under the trusteeship of Britain and France at that time, French Cameroon was large in area, while British Cameroon was small in area. Once French Cameroon becomes independent, it will also affect the survival of British Cameroon. You should know that Cameroon and Nigeria are neighbors, and now the elite class in Nigeria is mainly Igbo people. Even the advantages of the Igbo people are better than the original history, because the oil in the Gulf of Guinea has been developed by European countries, and the development of the Niger River Delta where the Igbo people live is also continuing. The Igbo people have a considerable advantage in the Nigerian Dominion. From the perspective of the United Kingdom, this advantage should be weakened. The Igbo people are a cross-border ethnic group. It is a bit exaggerated to say that they are ethnic groups. The Igbo elites have a concept of ethnicity, which does not mean that the majority of ordinary people have it. The best way to weaken the advantages of the Igbo people is to make the overall population at a disadvantage. Then the Igbo people in British Cameroon should not rely on British rule to merge with Nigeria, but should either be independent or merge with Cameroon. Britain cannot artificially split Cameroon into two parts. After the trusteeship period ends, protecting Cameroon's sovereignty is what Britain, as a responsible major country, should do. This is also Britain's consistent concept. Merging colonies is easier to manage, rather than giving priority to the division that has just been implemented. In the Élysée Palace in France, Charles de Gaulle is still awake. He is having a long talk with Georges Bidault and several generals in military uniforms. The things they are discussing determine the length of time the world's first colonial power will exist. This throne has only existed for more than 10 years for France, starting from the independence of British India. But France, which has climbed to the peak of colonialism, must also experience the fact that the colonial era is over. Now France must also adopt a contraction policy like Britain. It is extremely difficult for France to maintain its current investment in Africa. especially when the Algerian war continues. Charles de Gaulle persuaded George's bid all in a sincere tone. George, shrink our forces back. Otherwise, if we want all, we will definitely not be able to defend all. Once the United States treats France, like it did on the Iranian issue, we don't have a Soviet Union to hold the United States back. The Soviet Union's interests exist in northern Iran, which is why Britain is unwilling to let go. Although the British did not say it, how could France, as a colonial country, not see it? Shrinking does not mean withdrawing from Africa, but changing the way to maintain French interests. We can even do better than Britain. Charles de Gaulle expressed his thoughts. We still have to keep some important areas in our hands. The ability to interfere in Africa will not disappear because of the independence of the colonies. Charles de Gaulle's meaning has been made very clear. Learn from Britain to hand over the colonies that resist violently to the hands of local elites who can be trusted, so as to reduce investment, and invest all military forces in Algeria. Whether France can preserve the natural extension of France in Africa depends on whether the French army can wipe out the rebels. Okay. There is no other way. George's bid alt side, then let's advance the independence process. Several generals present also nodded and exchanged glances with each other. The so-called contraction of France was to put all the power of other colonies into Algeria. Whether they could win depended on these people. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.